Chapter 1405. Zero Wing Auction House. Hearing Melancholic Smile's report, Feng could not help but grow joyful. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time now. Good. Send a few advanced NPCs from the battle arena to manage the auction house's affairs right away. Afterwards, announce to the public that we are only collecting a 1% processing fee. If one becomes a member of the Zero Wing Auction House, they can have the processing fee for the first 5 items they consign each day waived. Meanwhile, those wishing to become a member only need to pay a one-time fee of 10 magic crystals, Feng said. It's about time we kick Red Iron Town out of the competition. Guild leader, isn't this going a little too far? Melancholic Smile was somewhat astonished by Feng's declaration. The auction houses of NPC cities generally charged a minimum processing fee of 15%. Those in capital cities charged at least 20%. On the other hand, Red Iron Town's auction house charged a 10% processing fee. Although a 5% difference seemed small, that was far from being the case. For example, if one were to sell an item that was worth 1 gold, they would end up earning an additional 5 silver coins if they sold their items in Red Iron Town rather than an NPC city. Moreover, items that were put up for sale in auction houses were generally of high value. A 5% reduction in processing fees could allow the seller to save a large sum of money. Meanwhile, if Zero Wing's auction house were to collect only a 1% processing fee, it would be lucky to earn enough to maintain its operations. After all, there were only so many players in a town. Thus, there was a limit to the number of items that would be put up for sale each day. Besides which, the advanced auction house itself was a very large building requiring hundreds of NPCs to manage. Although they could oppress Red Iron Town by doing so, Zero Wing wouldn't be able to earn any money, either. Don't worry about it. Just get it done, Feng said, chuckling, not bothering with explanations. He then took out a guild transfer scroll and teleported to Stone Forest Town's guild residence. In God's domain, the building that brought a guild town or city the most profits would always be the auction house. Even the income of a battle arena could not compete with that of an auction house. This was also the reason why the various major powers and many independent players believed that Heaven's Burial would one day surpass Zero Wing. After all, financial strength and resources were a guild's foundations. Without those, a guild would not be able to develop whatsoever. While collecting only a 1% processing fee might seem very little, and with Stone Forest Town's player population, Zero Wing would indeed be very fortunate to break even. It did not possess only Stone Forest Town. The guild still had a small city that was soon to be completed. Luring more players to Stone Forest Town would also help attract more players towards Zero Wing's new city. At that time, Zero Wing's overall income would naturally increase. Not to mention, as more guild towns started obtaining their own auction houses, their guilds would also lower the processing fees charged in order to be more competitive. What Feng was doing was simply accelerating the inevitable. Unfortunately for Heaven's Burial, while he could afford to take such an action, the latter could not. It would definitely deal a fatal blow to Red Iron Town's auction house. Hence, making this move was equivalent to killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Understood. Melancholic Smile could only reveal a bitter smile as she disconnected the call. If Heaven's Burial were to find out about this, the upper echelon of the guild would most likely faint from anger. Meanwhile, inside Red Iron Town's auction house, Daybreak Fog announced the new regulation of the Heaven's Burial auction house. The original 10% processing fee was lowered to just 5% now. This change immediately caused a commotion among the players inside the auction house. Heaven's Burial is so generous. They actually have the processing fee they're charging. It seems Heaven's Burial is trying to put pressure on Zero Wing. Hahaha. My timing is simply impeccable. With this, I get to save a few more silver coins. Isn't this processing fee a little too cheap? Even if I import items from cities other than Starmoon City, as long as I sell them at a sufficiently high price, I can still make quite a profit. Red Iron Town's rise is definitely unstoppable now. Many players inside the Heaven's Burial auction house were surprised at Heaven's Burial's crazy move. Meanwhile, news of the change also quickly entered the ears of the various powers of Starmoon Kingdom. Have the higher-ups of Heaven's Burial lost their minds? Are they not afraid of not making money by pulling such a stunt? It seems Zero Wing has truly angered Heaven's Burial this time. Although Heaven's Burial will lower their profits by doing so, the number of players visiting Red Iron Town will definitely reach scary heights in the future. The town's player population might even exceed Stone Forest Town's. With this, Stone Forest Town's position as the #1 town will no doubt get stolen very quickly. Ha. This will most likely put Zero Wing in a predicament. Heaven's Burial has actually played such a move right before the start of the candlelight auction. The number of players willing to purchase Stone Forest Town's private houses and shops will surely decrease significantly. Zero Wing must be fuming right about now. The various major powers within Star Moon Kingdom were greatly shocked by Heaven's Burial's crazy actions. However, they also felt joyous about this development. Currently, the players selling items at Red Iron Town mainly consisted of Star Moon City residents. Very few players from other NPC cities were willing to visit Red Iron Town just to utilize its auction house. The main reason for this situation was the expensive teleportation fees. With the processing fees charged by the Heaven's Burial auction house halved, the money saved could be used to cover the teleportation fees. This change would definitely attract large groups of players from other NPC cities. Hence, it was only a matter of time before Red Iron Town surpassed Stone Forest Town. Once the independent players and adventurer teams based in the various NPC cities of Star Moon Kingdom received this information, they started organizing their items, prepared to make a trip to Star Moon City. In less than half an hour since the announcement was made, Red Iron Town's player population increased by over 50,000. Now the town's total population was only a little over 100,000 away from catching up with Stone Forest Town's. Big Sis Fog, the rare items the guild leader had us send over have arrived. Moreover, based on the reports we've received, many merchant players in Stone Forest Town have already begun leaving the town. By the looks of it, they are planning on going to Red Iron Town. A level 30+ female assassin reported. Good. Put the items up for sale in batches. After this, I want to see if there are still people willing to purchase the private houses and shops of Stone Forest Town. Daybreak Fog said, nodding. Although Heaven's Burial would not earn much by lowering the processing fees to such a level, being able to lure away the merchant players of Stone Forest Town was already more than enough, as doing so would decrease Stone Forest Town's popularity in turn. Meanwhile, in front of Stone Forest Town's advanced auction house, the massive size of the building had attracted the attention of many players. What a huge building! It's practically as large as the battle arena. Could Zero Wing be planning on setting up another battle arena? That shouldn't be the case. Towns and cities are limited to only one battle arena each. Quick look! The magic barrier hiding the building is starting to disappear. Just as the passers-by were discussing the newly constructed building in Stone Forest Town, the gigantic barrier shrouding the entire advanced auction house began shattering. A moment later, a building that could rival Stone Forest Town's battle arena in grandeur appeared before everyone's eyes. Meanwhile, at the entrance of this majestic building, the words Zero Wing Auction House were carved in large letters. Chapter 1406, Dominating Star Moon Kingdom. An auction house? What? Zero Wing built an auction house as well. Isn't the design for it supposedly very rare? What a big auction house. I recall that the Heaven's Burial auction house only has 3 floors. This one should have at least 5. Come on. Let's go in and take a look. Nice timing. I was originally planning on a trip to Red Iron Town to sell my items. Now I can save myself the effort. The passers-by were momentarily stupefied by the appearance of the advanced auction house. For a time, they all thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. As for the guild spies stationed in Stone Forest Town, they were utterly dumbfounded when they saw the Zero Wing auction house. Ever since Heaven's Burial constructed an auction house, the various large guilds and superpowers had gone nuts searching for an auction house design of their own. Unfortunately, the design was simply too rare. Even now, there was no news of any super guild, or any guild for that matter, successfully constructing another auction house. Shortly after the appearance of the Zero-Wing auction house, the nearby players rushed into the building. As soon as everyone entered the auction house, they were stupefied. The reason for their reaction was the space inside the building being much larger than what they had seen from the outside. The size of the first-floor hall alone could already rival that of a sports arena. The various decorations adorning the hall also made them feel like they had just entered a palace. The Zero-Wing auction house was much more luxurious than even the auction houses in most NPC cities, and was only slightly inferior when compared to the auction house in Starmoon City. Moreover, the Zero-Wing auction house had a total of 7 floors. The first floor was meant for consigning items, the second floor for purchasing items, the third floor for bartering, the fourth floor for NPC basic auctions, the fifth floor for NPC intermediate auctions, the sixth floor for NPC advanced auctions, and the seventh floor for large-scale private auctions. Isn't the Zero-Wing auction house a little too amazing? There's actually a bartering function available as well. That's nothing. There are even NPC-hosted auctions here. The basic auctions are held once every 3 days, the intermediate auctions are weekly, and the advanced auctions are every 15 days. This is simply insane. I've been to the Heaven's Burial auction house before, and it is far inferior to the Zero-Wing auction house. The requirements for participation in the NPC auctions are very stringent though. Just the basic auction alone requires a minimum transaction amount of 150 gold at the Zero-Wing auction house every week. Even expert players like ourselves would have difficulty meeting this requirement, let alone the 800 gold per 15 days and 5,000 gold per month requirements for the intermediate and advanced auctions. Zero-Wing is simply too ruthless. I don't think that these requirements are high at all. Powerful adventurer teams should have no problem trading that much. If an entire adventurer team puts in the effort, it should be possible to sell 5,000 gold's worth of items within a month. These requirements are impossible only for individual players. In any case, it is pointless for individual players to participate in the advanced auction since they're too poor to afford anything there, to begin with. After entering the Zero-Wing auction house, everyone could not help but discuss the establishment with gusto. To independent players, bartering was undoubtedly their preferred method of carrying out transactions. The same was true for players belonging to the various adventurer teams. Very quickly, news regarding the Zero-Wing auction house spread throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom. What? Zero-Wing actually has such an amazing auction house. This is wonderful. I have a few items I wish to barter. With this, I won't have to worry about getting taken advantage of by the various large guilds. The Heaven's Burial auction house simply isn't on the same level as the Zero-Wing auction house. Hopefully the Zero-Wing auction house's processing fees aren't too expensive. For the bartering function, I'm willing to pay as high as 15%. Posts about the Zero-Wing auction house went viral on Starmoon Kingdom's official forums, completely overshadowing the news of the Heaven's Burial auction house lowering its processing fees. Or to put it in another way, nobody was talking about the Heaven's Burial auction house anymore. How is this possible? Daybreak Fog had a complicated expression as she read the latest report sent to her by her subordinates. At this moment, she was filled with shock, rage, and a little bit of helplessness. The Heaven's Burial auction house was Red Iron Town's foundation. Originally, they had been prepared to use the Heaven's Burial auction house to put pressure on Zero-Wing. Now, however, the tables were turned. With the appearance of the Zero-Wing auction house, all their previous efforts had instantly gone to waste. Shortly after news of the Zero-Wing auction house started spreading, Red Iron Town's player population quickly decreased by 20%. Moreover, this number was still climbing steadily. One could not help but admit that the bartering function was simply too attractive to the majority of players. Meanwhile, after the Zero-Wing auction house's existence became public, Melancholic Smile followed Feng's request, releasing an announcement that the Zero-Wing auction house would charge only a 1% processing fee on all transactions. In addition, players who became a member of the auction house would have the processing fee for their first 5 items sold each day waived. Soon after, this announcement triggered another uproar on the official forums. Has Zero-Wing lost its mind? It's only charging such a small processing fee despite having such a great auction house? Is Zero Wing not afraid of making a loss? Such ruthlessness. Originally, I thought that Heaven's Burial was already plenty ruthless. Turns out, Zero Wing is even more ruthless. With this, the Heaven's Burial auction house is definitely a goner. Is Zero Wing planning on dominating Starmoon Kingdom's auction houses? At this moment, whether it was the independent players, adventurer teams, or large guilds, they all could not help but gasp when they saw Zero Wing's announcement. Now, not only did Stone Forest Town have a teleport channel with Evernight City, but it also boasted an auction house with a built-in bartering function. Moreover, the auction house was charging only a 1% processing fee on all transactions. To players who frequently sold their items at auction houses, the Zero Wing auction house was practically heaven. With such benefits available, players from the various NPC cities of Starmoon Kingdom would definitely surge to Stone Forest Town. At this rate, Zero Wing would truly dominate Starmoon Kingdom. Big Sis Fog, what should we do now? One of the players managing the Heaven's Burial auction house could not help but ask as she looked at Daybreak Fog. Shortly after Zero Wing's announcement, the number of players visiting the Heaven's Burial auction house had more than halved. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the establishment lost all its customers. Zero Wing. Daybreak Fog practically shouted every syllable at the top of her lungs when she saw Zero Wing's announcement. With this, not to mention relying on the Heaven's Burial auction house to sustain Red Iron Town's development, they would already be fortunate to get back their investment in the auction house. Aside from Heaven's Burial's upper echelon, the adventurer teams garrisoned in Red Iron Town were also filled with regret when they heard about the Zero Wing auction house. So long as they remained garrisoned in Red Iron Town, they would not be able to set foot into Stone Forest Town. Like many other adventurer teams, they possess plenty of rare items. Meanwhile, it would be a colossal waste to simply convert these rare items into coins. However, they also did not normally have an opportunity to barter for other items, unless they were prepared to get taken advantage of. Yet now, despite such a good opportunity having presented itself to them, they had crushed it with their own two hands. Meanwhile, due to the appearance of the Zero Wing auction house, Stone Forest Town's player population had suddenly increased by over 50%. Currently, the streets were packed with players. Among them, the visiting merchant players inundated Melancholic Smile with offers stating their willingness to sign all sorts of unbalanced agreements. Right now, she was already having trouble keeping up with the incoming calls and messages, much less do anything else. Guild Leader, I've just received the latest statistics. Currently, over 3,000 players have become a member of the Zero Wing auction house. Moreover, this number is still rising rapidly. The transactions made at the auction house have also far exceeded our initial expectations. Just the processing fees we've collected thus far have already exceeded 200 gold. A big smile appeared on Melancholic Smile's face as she read through the report. Despite the Zero Wing auction house opening for business just recently, the results were already so overwhelming. At this point, it was already safe to say that the Zero Wing auction house would definitely surpass the Candlelight Trading Firm and Battle Arena in future income generation. Guild Leader, it's about time. Can we hold the auction now? Chapter 1407, Manatite Mine. Upon hearing Melancholic Smile's reminder, Feng nodded in agreement. He too felt that now was a good time to hold the auction for Stone Forest Town's private houses and shops. Although the Zero Wing auction house was currently raking in money at a frightening pace, it would not be enough money to cover the various maintenance and construction costs of Zero Wing's future city. Moreover, Zero Wing's guild branch over at the Black Dragon Empire and Immortal Light over at the Apocalypse Empire both required considerable funds. As the era of mounts had already arrived, they needed to equip guild members with mounts as soon as possible to improve their leveling speeds. Fortunately, Zero Wing had a stable, allowing it to save plenty of money on mounts. Only, with Zero Wing's current funds, the number of mounts it could afford was like a drop in the ocean when compared to the number of members in the guild. Following which, Feng left the matter regarding the auction to Melancholic Smile to manage, while he returned to White River City to make preparations for claiming the Manatite mine in the Sea of Death. Currently, although Zero Wing was capable of earning a lot of coins, its supply of magic crystals was grossly inadequate. Now Feng also needed to supply magic crystals to the Ring of Gospel, in addition to the 3 magic towers in Stone Forest Town. The number of magic crystals that the battle arena was currently raking in was just not enough to sustain such enormous expenditures. Not to mention, once Zero Wing City was completed, the guild's magic crystal consumption would definitely become even more frightening. In God's domain, the various large guilds all wished to construct as many cities as possible. After all, a city represented the generation of a massive amount of wealth, both coins and credits. However, constructing a guild city was easier said than done. To put it simply, while constructing a city was easy, maintaining it was quite difficult. The reason for this was a guild city's consumption of extraordinarily frightening quantities of magic crystals. Hence, in Feng's previous life, even first-rate guilds could construct only a very limited number of cities. Only the various superpowers that had occupied or veins capable of producing magic crystals could easily maintain multiple guild cities. Ordinary large guilds would already be fortunate to be able to maintain a small city. Now that Zero Wing City was nearing completion, Feng naturally had to make some preparations ahead of time. White River City Candlelight Trading Firm. When Feng arrived before the Candlelight Trading Firm's entrance, he noticed that the situation at the trading firm had changed quite remarkably. Currently, there was a long line of lifestyle players queued up outside the trading firm, many of whom had reached intermediate or advanced rank. Meanwhile, of the various lifestyle classes present, alchemists numbered the most. The Candlelight Trading Firm's test is simply too terrifying. Even an intermediate alchemist was disqualified. A level 10 player lining up to apply for Candlelight's test exclaimed in surprise when he saw an intermediate alchemist walking out of the trading firm, wearing a disappointed expression. Although intermediate alchemists were not as popular as advanced alchemists among the various large guilds, if they wished to join a guild, the various large guilds would still welcome them with open arms. After all, nurturing an intermediate alchemist was neither easy nor cheap. Nevertheless, the Candlelight Trading Firm had actually rejected an intermediate alchemist without hesitation. Based on your level, you must have just recently entered White River City, right? A level 28 basic alchemist standing behind the level 10 newcomer said. Chuckling, he continued, "There is nothing surprising about an intermediate alchemist getting disqualified. Previously, there were even advanced alchemists that got disqualified. This can't be true, right? Those are advanced alchemists we are talking about." The level 10 newcomer revealed a dubious expression when he heard the basic alchemist's words. You better believe it. Ever since the Candlelight Trading Firm revealed the new benefits it is offering to alchemists, it has become a sacred land for alchemist players. For your info, if you manage to become the 10th most skilled alchemist in Candlelight, you will get to use secret silver-ranked alchemy tools. These are tools that very few guilds in Starmoon Kingdom possess. Moreover, this is the benefit provided to just the 10th ranking alchemist. If you manage to reach 4th place, you will get to use an entire set of secret silver alchemy tools. Meanwhile, the 1st ranking alchemist gets to use an entire set of dark gold alchemy tools. Due to these benefits, alchemists from all over Starmoon Kingdom as well as from several neighboring kingdoms have come to join Candlelight. As a result, Candlelight's criteria for alchemists have also increased significantly. You should feel fortunate that you are not an alchemist. Otherwise, as an apprentice, I'm afraid you won't even get through the first test. When the level 28 basic alchemist spoke about the Candlelight Trading Firm, his eyes were filled with yearning. Inwardly, however, he also felt a sense of helplessness. While the alchemists of the Candlelight Trading Firm received excellent benefits, the requirements to join Candlelight were proportionately difficult. It seems that those alchemy tools are working quite well as promotional tools. Feng could not help but smile when he overheard the conversation between the two lifestyle players. I should find an opportunity to obtain high-ranking forging tools and engineering tools as well. While the importance of lifestyle players had grown during recent times, It had not reached a point where lifestyle players were indispensable in the game. However, once mainstream players reached level 50, the need for lifestyle players would thoroughly reveal itself. At that time, the guilds that controlled the most top-tier lifestyle players would be able to dominate the trade market of God's domain. Following which, Feng entered the candlelight trading firm and went straight to his personal special forging room. He then took out the Titan device design from his bag and started examining it. The Manatite mine located on the island in the Sea of Death was very special. Originally, Feng planned on capturing it only after Zero Wing's entire main force had obtained their Tier 2 classes. However, there was no need to do so now. The Manatite mine was located on an island called Karna Island, which had powerful monsters and an unusual environment. Not only was the island covered in the corrosive power of shadows, but the mana density was also abysmally low. Due to this reason, initially no guild had attempted to capture Karna Island in the past. Nobody could have imagined that such a low mana density environment actually housed a Manatite mine, something the various large guilds had dreamed of obtaining. An environment with extremely low mana density would have a drastic impact on players' combat powers. On Karna Island, players would be fortunate to be able to exert even 20% or 30% of their combat powers. The monsters on Karna Island were already terrifyingly strong, to begin with. With the low mana density environment factored in, even a team of Tier 2 experts would have minimal odds of capturing the island, much less a team of Tier 1 experts. However, the Titan device could be used to counter the problem of low mana density, making it possible for Tier 1 experts to capture the island. An advanced forging design really is complex. No wonder even master forgers did not dare to casually attempt to produce the items recorded on one. Feng could not help but take a deep breath after examining the contents of the design. Originally, the success rate of producing an item recorded on an advanced forging design was already very low. Meanwhile, the complexity of the Titan device's production method was above average even among advanced forging designs, which would depress the production success rate further. Based on Feng's initial estimates, if he tried producing the Titan device as an advanced forger, his success rate would be only around 10%. He would be lucky to succeed once out of 20 tries. Fortunately, he had upgraded Icarus's heart to epic rank, so he could temporarily promote himself into a master forger. Following which, Feng used God's blessing and sacrificed 500 life force to extend God's blessing's duration from 1 hour to 2 hours. After activating God's blessing, Feng did not waste time. Taking out the Book of Forging and the necessary materials, which he had tasked others with preparing for him beforehand, he then began carefully forging the Titan device. Meanwhile, the auction over at Stone Forest Town had officially commenced. Chapter 1408, Horrific Auction. Inside the 7th floor auction hall of the Zero Wing auction house. Previously, everyone had thought that very few people would attend the auction this time, since only Stone Forest Town's private houses and shops were up for sale. Yet now the hall, which could accommodate up to 30,000 people, was actually at capacity. Moreover, this was despite Zero Wing having limited entry into the auction to only members of the Zero Wing auction house, and those that carried more than 2 gold on their persons. Usually, only expert players would have such a large sum in their pockets. Commander, look! There are so many adventurer teams participating in the auction this time, not only from the Black Dragon Empire, but also from other kingdoms. Graceful Moon was slightly shocked when she looked at the familiar figures around her. She had never thought that the Zero Wing auction would hold such a huge influence. However, after further consideration, she found it reasonable. After all, the current Stone Forest town was simply too excellent. The town had a battle arena with advanced combat rooms, which allowed experts of her caliber to improve rapidly, as well as a high-class auction house, which had a system-operated bartering function. After finding out about these facilities, adventurer teams would be crazy not to want to develop here. Let them be. I've already had Flying Fox prepare quite a lot of funds. We don't need to fear being outbid by them, Remnant Cloud said. chuckling as he glanced at several well-known adventurer teams he was familiar with. These adventurer teams all ranked within the top 50 in the Black Dragon Empire. His original plan was to compete for the adventurer houses that were going up for auction at the Candlelight Trading Firm in a few days' time. However, after taking into account the current state of Stone Forest Town, he concluded that Firecloud Fox's financial strength was no match for that of top adventurer teams. Not to mention, Zero Wing was planning to sell only 5 adventurer houses. Hence, he had decided to settle for buying 2 or 3 private houses in Stone Forest Town instead, enough to accommodate their adventurer team's main forces. Meanwhile, in order to surely obtain those private houses, he had mobilized the entirety of Firecloud Fox's forces and raised a total of 5,000 gold. With that kind of money, he could already purchase a relatively large private house in the Black Dragon Empire's capital. Just as everyone in the auction hall was discussing the Zero Wing auction, Melancholic Smile came out from behind the main stage and announced the start of the auction. Since only the private houses and shops of Stone Forest Town were being sold this time, Melancholic Smile did not bother with providing much of an introduction. Instead, she directly displayed the locations of the private houses and stated that the minimum price was 800 gold. She then allowed everyone to start bidding. 850 gold. 900 gold. 1,000 gold. In the blink of an eye, the price of the first private house shot up to 1,200 gold, stupefying the various independent players present. Meanwhile, the adventurer teams that had only several dozen members fell into despair. At this price, one could already purchase a relatively good private house in an ordinary NPC city. Yet this amount of money still wasn't enough for a private house in a player town. 1,600 gold. Remnant Cloud shouted, gritting his teeth. However, as soon as Remnant Cloud made his bid, a level 45 female elementalist clad in aquamarine mage robes, who sat a short distance away from him, shouted, 2,400 gold. The FFF adventurer team will be taking this house. The female elementalist's bid immediately attracted everyone's attention, the people inside the hall turning to look at her one after another. What? Even a top adventurer team from the Black Dragon Empire has come to join the competition. Isn't she Luofei, FFF's vice commander? The female elementalist's declaration immediately dispelled many adventurer teams' notions of competing against her. An adventurer team capable of rising to the status of a top adventurer team in the Black Dragon Empire naturally possessed extraordinary strength and wealth. Most likely, even third-rate guilds were no rival for the Empire's top adventurer teams. In terms of financial strength, a top adventurer team of the Empire could even compete with an ordinary second-rate guild. Not to mention, FFF was one of the Black Dragon Empire's top 5 adventurer teams. It was simply impossible for ordinary guilds and well-known adventurer teams to vie with an existence like that. 2,600 gold. At this time, a handsome man wearing silver armor raised the price once more. This first house belongs to the Lonely Drinkers adventurer team. When everyone heard the adventurer team mentioned by this man, they received another shock. Lonely Drinkers was a top adventurer team in the Dark Knight Empire. Although its influence was not comparable to the FFF adventurer teams, in terms of strength, it was not far from rivaling FFF. 3,000 gold. Luofei frowned as she placed a higher bid. 3,200 gold. The handsome man did not give up, either. For a time, the auction became a competition between these two top adventurer teams, leaving no room for the other adventurer teams present to intervene. In the end, the first private house went to Luofei for 4,500 gold. Among the private houses on sale this time, it was the closest to both the Zero Wing Auction House and the Adventurers Association. However, this outcome still made the players present gasp involuntarily. Nobody had thought that two top adventurer teams from two different empires would actually come to contest for Stone Forest Town's private houses. If they were to relate this incident to others, most likely nobody would believe them. Now that even the top adventurer teams of empires are coming to compete for Stone Forest Town's private houses, the adventurer teams that previously garrisoned Red Iron Town are most likely dying with regret right now. These top adventurer teams are simply too rich. If I had that kind of money, I would definitely use it to purchase a shop in a major NPC city instead. What do you know? In the future, Stone Forest Town will become even more amazing than major NPC cities. There is no loss in buying the town's private houses now. In the future, the houses will most likely go for even higher prices. No one had ever thought that the private houses of Stone Forest Town would be so popular. The guild members of the various large guilds present were stupefied by this scene. In such a way, a total of 20 private houses were sold in the zero-wing auction, with the most expensive for 4,500 gold, and the cheapest for 1,500 gold. Throughout the auction, many more top adventurer teams and well-known adventurer teams had revealed themselves, driving home to everyone present just how frightening Stone Forest Town actually was. Meanwhile, the shops were even more hotly contested. Of the 10 shops sold, even the cheapest one had gone for 3,500 gold, while the most expensive one, which was located between the zero-wing auction house and the battle arena, had gone for 9,000 gold. Meanwhile, the majority of the merchant players competing for these shops possessed either the support of a large guild or a top adventurer team. Ordinary merchant players had no chance of getting a shop for themselves at all. When the auction concluded, Zero Wing had earned a total of 113,000 gold. Now Zero Wing possessed enough funds to cover not only the follow-up construction costs of its city, but also the establishment of a guild town by Zero Wing's branch guild over at the Black Dragon Empire. After the auction ended, word about what happened during the auction also spread like wildfire. Upon receiving this news, the various adventurer teams and merchant players that were still undecided were rendered utterly speechless. They also regretted the fact that they did not try to compete for the private houses and shops. Meanwhile, throughout all this, Feng had been fully focused on forging the Titan device in White River City's Candlelight trading firm. After actually attempting to make the Titan device, he had to admit that the difficulty of doing so was exceedingly high. Despite him having been promoted to a master forger, his success rate was only around 25%, though he was fortunate to succeed 2 out of 10 tries during the actual production. Meanwhile, the cost of each attempt was roughly 2 gold. Overall, each Titan device cost 12 gold to produce. Without sufficient funds, even a large guild would not dare to spend so much. After all, the Titan device simply improved the combat state of a player. It did nothing for a player's basic attributes. While Feng was forging a Titan device, the system notified him of an incoming call. When he turned his head to glance at the caller ID, he could not help but be stunned to discover that the person calling him was actually the vice commander of the Midnight Tea Party, Endless Scars. Chapter 1409, Promotion to Master. Why is she calling me all of a sudden? Feng was somewhat confused as he looked at Endless Scars' ID. Endless Scars had been a legendary existence in the past. In addition, Midnight Tea Party, the adventurer team she was currently in, had been an existence that even super guilds feared. However, neither Endless Scars nor the Midnight Tea Party had shown any interest in guilds. Hence, Feng didn't bother keeping in touch with Endless Scars and the Midnight Tea Party. He never imagined that Endless Scars would take the initiative to contact him now. However, Feng did not put too much thought into the matter. He immediately put down his work and accepted the call. Guild Leader Black Flame, congratulations. I heard that even the various superpowers are feeling envious over the current Stone Forest town. Endless Scars said sincerely, a faint smile on her face. That's nothing to brag about. Vice Commander Endless is the one who's amazing. You've managed to obtain such a powerful weapon and equipment since I last saw you. Feng said as he looked at the dark purple mage robes Endless Scars was wearing in the screen. Currently, although Feng could not see Endless Scars' level, the mana surrounding her was actually visible to the naked eye, flickering in and out of existence, which was definitely not an effect that ordinary epic items could create. One could just imagine how powerful the weapon and equipment Endless Scars carried on her body were. To what do I owe this sudden call? It's nothing important really. I just wish to invite Guild Leader Black Flame to join me on a quest, Endless Scars said, giggling. As long as you help me complete this quest, I am willing to compensate you with the secret technique tablet. Even if we fail to complete the quest, I'll still compensate you with 5,000 magic crystals. A secret technique tablet? Feng was shocked. Secret technique tablets were extremely rare items that the various superpowers in God's domain desperately competed for, as these allowed players to grasp all sorts of powerful combat techniques. Under normal circumstances, nobody would trade away their secret technique tablet. Feng found it very hard to imagine that Endless Scars would be willing to use such a rare item as remuneration. Even a bronze secret technique tablet was still quite shocking. If she used it to employ the help of a super guild's peak experts, said super guild would no doubt agree to the request without hesitation. That's right. However, unless you agree to help me, I cannot tell you the exact information of the secret technique tablet. Smiling, Endless Scars prompted. How about it? Are you willing to help me with this small problem, Guild Leader Black Flame? After giving the matter some thought, Feng asked, right now? No. When Feng did not agree to her offer right away, Endless Scars could not help but grow confused. Most likely, even super guilds would immediately agree to her request if they were offered a secret technique tablet. Yet he was actually hesitating. A lot more preparations need to be done before we embark on the quest. It won't be possible to do so within a short period of time. All right then. Feng currently had many tasks he still needed to deal with. In addition, there was the ranking competition tomorrow over at the Black Dragon Empire. Gentle Snow had already requested his presence at the event. If he went to help out with Endless Scars' quest now, he was almost guaranteed not to make it back in time for the competition. After all, a quest that forced someone like Endless Scars to ask for help, in addition to using a secret technique tablet as payment, would surely not be a simple one. It would no doubt be impossible to complete quickly. Good. We have an agreement, then. I'll contact you once my side is ready. At Feng's reply, a hint of joy appeared in Endless Scars' eyes, her lips curling up slightly. Oh right, as a bonus, I'll let you in on something. The ranking competition being held in the Black Dragon Empire this time is slightly different. I've heard that the top 3 guilds will receive an invitation to the Secret Pavilion's main headquarters to take part in the Secret Pavilion's internal auction. The Secret Pavilion's internal auction? Feng could not help but grow a little excited upon hearing this. As a transcendental existence in the virtual gaming world, the Secret Pavilion possessed countless rare in-game items. However, this was still only the tip of the iceberg. What was truly amazing about the Secret Pavilion was its ability to procure items in the real world that were of great help to a guild's development, such as training slots, data of expert players that could be used in a simulation system, S-rank nutrient fluids, harmony tea, virtual gaming cabins, and other products. Even first-rate guilds would have a very difficult time procuring these things in large quantities. What more other large guilds? However, the Secret Pavilion only sold these items in its internal auction. Moreover, the auction was not held in the virtual world of God's domain, but in the Secret Pavilion's main headquarters in the real world. In the past, those qualified to participate in the Secret Pavilion's internal auction were first-rate guilds at the very minimum. Guilds of lower status had had no chance of participating in the event whatsoever. Of course, in order to obtain these items, the various large guilds would also have to pay a significant price. The currency used during these internal auctions was not credits but top-tier weapons and equipment as well as precious in-game items that were generally not sold to the public. Either that or magic crystals at the bare minimum. Even coins were not accepted. The internal auction was equivalent to using real-world resources to exchange for resources in God's domain. To Zero Wing, this was indeed an excellent opportunity. S-rank nutrient fluids and virtual gaming cabins were generally not things that could be purchased, even if one had the money to do so. Yet, these items were paramount to a guild's development. Even if one was reluctant to part with their resources in God's domain, they would still be willing to part with a considerable portion if it meant obtaining these items. To Feng, however, this was wonderful news. Currently, he had plenty of resources in God's domain, such as the advanced mana armor kits, magic devices, and various exotic potions, and now the Titan devices. He also possessed advanced speedboats, which were important to the various superpowers at this stage of the game. If push came to shove, he could even use the miniature ballistas, soul water, and soul crystals, items that a superpower like the Secret Pavilion would definitely want to trade. Not to mention, he could also produce all of these items without limit so long as he had the materials. He was more than willing to convert these items into real-world resources. I heard that the Secret Pavilion has put in quite a lot of effort into its internal auction this time. Participation in it offers plenty of benefits for an up-and-coming guild like Zero Wing. It's best if you make some preparations for the auction. Endless Scars gave a reminder before disconnecting the call. There is indeed a need to make some preparations. Feng nodded in agreement. The items sold at the Secret Pavilion's internal auction were not cheap. Based on what he had heard, a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid could go for 3 to 4 million credits worth of rare items, which really wasn't a price that ordinary guilds could afford. If he did not stockpile some resources ahead of time, he might end up being a spectator at the auction. After his call with Endless Scars ended, Feng resumed forging Titan devices. In order to increase his success rate, he had even taken out his precious magical gold as well as 100+ magisteel ingots, which the guild had collected, raising his success rate to roughly 35%. As Feng continued forging Titan devices, he became increasingly proficient at it. Moreover, when he recalled the scene where Celiora remolded and repaired 1,000 transformations, particularly how she utilized magic arrays to condense materials together, he could not help trying to condense materials using magic arrays himself, especially since he had the 7 Luminaries ring to increase the ambient mana density. After all, as long as he learned to condense materials using magic arrays, not only would his production speed increase, but his success rate would also increase significantly. The first attempt failed. The second attempt failed. After experiencing numerous failures, Feng started recalling and experimenting with the various magic arrays he had produced before. Suddenly, the celestial magic array came to mind. Out of curiosity, he tried using a foundational celestial magic array to condense the materials. As the materials took shape, the amount of mana gathered in the magic array became increasingly terrifying. 5 minutes later, a Titan device appeared before his eyes. However, unlike the previous Titan devices he made, the color of this Titan device was silver instead of a dull gray. Did it succeed? Feng carefully inspected the Titan device's attribute panel. Suddenly, the sound of a system notification entered Feng's ears. Oh, system. Congratulations. You have created a new advanced item. System. Congratulations. You have been promoted into a master forger. Chapter 1410. All-round device. I got promoted into a master? Feng could not help his confusion as he looked at the system notification. He had long since maxed out his forging proficiency. However, he had not created any new item since becoming an advanced forger, so he had remained stuck at the rank all this time. It never occurred to him that creating a new advanced item would directly promote him into a master forger. With this, he would save a lot of time. Now that Feng had truly been promoted into a master forger, he could retrieve the master forger's insignia and further improve his production success rate. He could also start learning foundational forging skills, which were reserved for master forgers. These foundational forging skills were of great help to master forgers in creating new items. For example, there was material analysis, which allowed master forgers to analyze material to get a better idea of what materials would complement it. Aside from that, there was also attribute analysis, which allowed master forgers to produce weapons and equipment tailored to a particular player, allowing the said player to exert more of their actual strength. Due to the existence of these skills, master forgers enjoyed a much higher status than advanced forgers. There's no reward notification for becoming a master forger? Could someone else have become a master forger already? Feng felt slightly surprised as he took a look at the system notification once more. Reaching the master rank was not easy for lifestyle players, especially in the top 3 most popular lifestyle classes. A lot of effort was needed to do so. Even Cream Coco and the others, people supplied with all sorts of precious resources, had yet to become master forgers. Meanwhile, he had only managed to become a master forger so quickly due to his luck. He never imagined that there would actually be someone who had become a master forger even sooner than he did. However, Feng did not dwell on the matter. There were plenty of talents in God's domain. There was nothing strange about someone becoming a master forger ahead of him. After his joy from becoming a master forger faded, Feng shifted his gaze to the silver device sitting atop his workbench. Before, due to his excitement, he had completely neglected to inspect his creation. What amazing attributes! Feng's eyes glowed as he looked at the attribute panel displayed before him. Not only did the silver device increase the user's surrounding mana density by an additional 20% when compared to the Titan device, but it also amplified basic attributes. Although it only increased the user's basic attributes by 5%, this was still a rare bonus. After all, the Titan device was originally a tool specifically meant to counter low mana density environments. Now that it also increased all of its users' basic attributes by 5%, using it was equivalent to equipping an additional advanced mana armor kit. System. Please give the advanced item a name. You may also leave your personal mark on this item. Since it increases both attributes and the environmental mana, let's call it the all-round device. After giving the matter some thought, Feng wrote down the new name for his creation. With this, he could make as many copies of the forging design as he wished. However, he would allow only those who had become master forgers to attempt forging the all-round device. After all, the difficulty of forging his creation was slightly higher than that of the Titan device. It would be a miracle if an advanced forger could attain even a 10% success rate. After becoming a master forger, Feng did not immediately continue forging all-round devices. Instead, he made a trip to the Forging Association to collect his master forger's insignia. While he was at it, he also spent 20 gold to learn material analysis and attribute analysis. Master Forger's Insignia, Dark Gold Rank Item. Increases production speed by 20% and production success rate by 3%. User restriction, Feng. Cannot be dropped. With the Master Forger's Insignia, not only did he take less time to forge the all-round device, but his forging success rate also increased considerably. In addition, due to him being the creator, he also received a slight bonus to his production success rate. Now, even without the support from materials like the magical gold, he still achieved a 40% success rate. On average, he could produce 2 all-round devices out of 5 attempts. With this, the cost of the all-round device was directly half to only 6 gold. Moreover, the EXP awarded for successfully forging an all-round device was much higher than that for the Titan device. Each success awarded EXP equivalent to a chieftain of the same level. Meanwhile, Feng took roughly 15 minutes to successfully produce one all-round device, essentially spending 15 minutes to kill a chieftain of the same level. Although the efficiency was slightly poor, he could keep producing the all-round device as long as he had sufficient materials. This would be equivalent to him continuously killing chieftains of the same level, something rarely possible out in the fields. Overall, Feng's experience bar skyrocketed. Following which, Feng forged one all-round device after another, passing more than half a day unawares. Meanwhile, he also reached 76% of level 57. As long as he continued forging the all-round device for another day, he would reach level 58. In the eyes of other players, this would definitely be an astonishingly fast leveling speed. Just as Feng was about to start forging another all-round device, Gentle Snow suddenly contacted him. Guild leader, the ranking competition is about to start soon. Why aren't you here yet? Don't tell me you've forgotten about it? Gentle Snow asked, a frown on her face. It's starting already? Feng automatically checked the time, and discovered that he had actually unknowingly spent close to an entire day cooped up inside his special forging room. All right, I'll head over immediately. His harvest today was considerably good. Due to his increasing proficiency with the forging process, he managed to forge a total of 131 all-round devices and over 100 Titan devices. Not only did he have enough for his trip to Karna Island, but he also had some leftovers he could sell or use as a guild benefit. Although the Titan device only improved the mana density around its user, if it was used appropriately, such as in the exploration of low mana environments, its value would increase several-fold. In reality, there were quite a few low mana environments in God's domain, many of them locations that guilds and adventurer teams wished to explore. Only due to the environments severely affecting one's combat power, players were generally forced to give up on ranging through these areas. Take the Dragon's Graveyard, a well-known forbidden land in the Black Dragon Empire, for example. Due to a certain incident, many dragons had died in that location in the past. Now, it was a forbidden land for the living. A level 50 to level 100 super large-scale leveling map that had practically no mana present, such that players could not use Tier 1 skills and spells there. If players entered the map, their combat power would be reduced to less than 10%. As luck would have it, the bosses located at the inner and core areas of the Dragon's Graveyard had quite a significant chance of dropping the stable design and all sorts of advanced designs and recipes. However, this was still just the tip of the iceberg. If one managed to get the first kill on the Dragon's Graveyard's final boss, they would be awarded their choice of weapon at Black Dragon City. Moreover, this weapon would be a fragmented legendary weapon. Hence, in the past, the various large guilds in the Black Dragon Empire had put in a lot of effort into searching for tools that could help raise one's ambient mana density. Only after gathering sufficient tools did they succeed in raiding the Dragon's Graveyard. Meanwhile, back then the Titan device had been one of the best tools available for the purpose. In the past, a single Titan device had easily sold for 50 gold. One could just imagine how desperate the various large guilds were back then. Of course, compared to the value of a fragmented legendary weapon, this price was not worth mentioning whatsoever. Black Dragon Empire, Black Dragon City. As soon as Feng appeared inside Black Dragon City's teleportation hall, he was greeted by the sight of a massive crowd of players. After he exited the teleportation hall, the players were still packed like sardines. Normally, one could see such a street scene only in small but popular places like Stone Forest Town. Even the imperial capitals of the four great empires were far from comparable to Black Dragon City. Right now, the streets teemed with not only level 40+ players, but even the rarely seen expert players. Players riding mounts were also a dime a dozen at the moment. It was as if every expert player in the Black Dragon Empire had gathered at Black Dragon City. One could just imagine how lively the ranking competition this time was going to be. Following which, Feng summoned the evolved demonic flame tiger and made his way towards Black Dragon City's underground arena. Chapter 1411. Initial Appearance in Empire. Black Dragon City, Underground Arena. Currently, the street outside the arena was crowded with players. However, the players that could actually enter the facility numbered extremely few. Players who wished to enter the underground arena needed an invitation from the secret pavilion, or to have passed the qualifiers for the official competition. Everyone else could only stand outside the arena. Of course, catering to the general public's interest, the secret pavilion would also live-stream the competition on the large screens outside the underground arena, allowing people on the streets to watch the matches. This was a privilege available only to players that had rented the entire underground arena. However, it cost around 15,000 gold to rent the underground arena of an imperial capital for an entire day. Most likely, only the secret pavilion was capable of carrying out such a feat. Other superpowers would balk at spending so much money just to host a competition. Aside from playing on the screens outside the underground arena, the live stream of the competition would also be uploaded to the official forums, allowing all players in the Black Dragon Empire to watch it as well. Hence, a player who achieved a good battle record in the competition could definitely become famous throughout the empire. Meanwhile, the members of guilds that received an invitation from the secret pavilion were currently entering the underground arena one after another. Quick look! Those players in that group seem to be from the first-rate guild Undefeated Dynasty. Their levels are so high. They're all actually above level 45. Look. Those people seem to be Fantasy Shrines members. The equipment they're using is so good. Every one of them is actually geared with 1 or 2 pieces of epic equipment. The bystanders were stunned by the 5 first-rate guilds that were entering the underground arena. The weapons and equipment worn by the expert players they normally saw were already plenty amazing. However, now they were looking at the representatives of the 5 first-rate guilds whose levels and items surpassed those of expert players by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, each of the 5 first-rate guilds attending the competition this time had sent between 8 and 12 representatives. Even the most inferior piece of equipment these representatives wore was level 40 dark gold equipment. As for epic weapons and equipment, although not everybody was equipped with one, each first-rate guild boasted at least 7 or 8. Let alone the ordinary players on the street. Even the second-rate guilds attending the competition were shocked at the robust foundations these first-rate guilds displayed. "Snow, is the guild leader not here yet?" Zhao Yueru asked as she walked out of the underground arena. Currently, she was dressed in a set of dazzling crimson robes, and held a blue crystal staff in her hand. Meanwhile, the instant Zhao Yueru appeared, she immediately attracted the attention of many players on the street. However, while part of the reason why so many players had their attention stolen by her was the contrast between her devilish body and angelic countenance, the greater reason was her personal fame. Just recently, Zhao Yueru had annihilated the expert team of Corpse Soul all by herself. Meanwhile, Corpse Soul was an infamous dark guild in the Black Dragon Empire. The top-tier experts of the Dark Guild were existences that gave the various large guilds headaches. Many second-rate guilds and even first-rate guilds had to treat the Dark Guild cautiously. Yet, due to one of Corpse Soul's experts provoking Zhao Yueru, the latter had annihilated the entire 20-man team said expert belonged to. Enraged by this situation, Corpse Soul had dispatched several of its top-tier experts to assassinate Zhao Yueru. However, not only did those top-tier experts fail to accomplish their mission, but a few of them had even fallen at her hands. After news of this matter spread, Zhao Yueru's nickname of Flame, which became famous across the entire Black Dragon Empire. "He should be here soon," Gentle Snow said as she looked at the time. Grinning, she said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Could it be that you can't wait to show Yifeng the results of your latest training?" The guild's core upper echelon knew that Yifeng and Black Flame were the same person. Back when Gentle Snow found out, she had been stunned. She had never imagined that Yifeng could create such a powerful guild, one capable of rivaling even veteran first-rate guilds, all by himself. Of course. I want to see what kind of reaction he'll make when he finds out that I've already reached the refinement realm. Zhao Yueru giggled. Ever since joining Zero Wing, she realized that there would always be someone better than herself. Previously, she had been one of Ouroboros's top-ranking top-tier experts. Yet, after entering Zero Wing, she had failed to rank even within the top 10 of the guild. However, now that she had become a refinement realm expert, she was confident of entering the top 10 of Zero Wing, and instantly reaching the level of peak experts like Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Aqua Rose. While Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru were chatting, another team of players walked out of the entrance of the underground arena. These players all sported a Crimson Flame emblem, the symbol of the Crimson Castle Guild, one of the guilds that frequently clashed with Zero Wing's branch guild, which Gentle Snow managed. Although Crimson Castle was only a second-rate guild, Nine Dragons' Emperor secretly supported it. Crimson Castle had also allied with a few other second-rate guilds. Hence, the guild's strength was not one bit inferior to that of first-rate guilds. Guild Leader Snow, long time no see. I never thought that you would be interested in the ranking competition as well. It seems the competition this time is going to be interesting. Crimson Fox, the guild leader of Crimson Castle, said, smiling as he walked up to Gentle Snow. Aren't you here as well, Guild Leader Crimson? Gentle Snow said. She could not help but feel a little surprised as she looked at Crimson Fox and his entourage. Currently, Crimson Fox had already reached level 45, and the majority of his equipment were dark gold rank. As for the weapon he carried and the top he wore, Gentle Snow could not determine their quality, due to their glow effects having been hidden. However, she could tell that they were either epic rank or epic growth type weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, similar to Crimson Fox, the other members of Crimson Castle were all level 45. The weapons and equipment they possessed nearly rivaled Crimson Fox's. Aside from these players, Gentle Snow had also spotted 2 cloaked players among Crimson Castle's team. Although she could not see the levels and equipment of these players, the pressure she picked up from them was much greater than even the pressure Crimson Fox exuded. Guild Leader Snow, neither of our guilds were able to achieve a clear victory in our previous war with each other. Are you interested in settling our dispute through the ranking competition this time? Crimson Fox said, a sly smile on his face. How do you want to compete? Gentle Snow asked. We'll compete using our guild rankings in the competition this time. Whoever places higher will be the winner. Meanwhile, whoever loses will give up on Hidden Fog Town. How about it? Crimson Fox suggested. As Crimson Fox had deliberately spoken in a very loud voice, everyone on the street heard his words. What's going on? Is Crimson Castle planning on competing with Zero Wing? As expected of large guilds, they're actually using a town as a wager. I wonder if Zero Wing will dare to accept the challenge. If Zero Wing is afraid of accepting even such a small challenge, what qualifications does it have to participate in the ranking competition? At this moment, everyone could not help but turn to look at Gentle Snow and Crimson Fox. In regard to this situation, Gentle Snow also hesitated to decide. Hidden Fog Town, a dark town located in the vicinity of Lake Heart City, had a mithril vein. Conquering Hidden Fog Town was equivalent to obtaining the mithril vein, which would greatly help in a guild's production of weapons and equipment. Only, due to Zero Wing and Crimson Castle's inconclusive war over this dark town, neither guild had managed to capture it thus far. While Gentle Snow was hesitating, a deep voice resounded throughout the entire street before the underground arena. Okay, Zero Wing agrees to your conditions. Immediately, every player on the street shifted their gaze to the source of the voice. In the next moment, a majestic monster with its paws covered in flames and lightning stalked into the crowd, radiating an indescribably heavy pressure. This monster was none other than the evolved demonic flame tiger. In terms of strength, it surpassed even a lord of the same level. Not to mention elite players, even expert players would have to run for their lives if they encountered the demonic flame tiger as an opponent. Meanwhile, upon seeing the demonic flame tiger, the players standing in its path moved to the side automatically, wearing dumbfounded expressions. What kind of mount is that? How is it giving off such intense pressure? Who is that person? Chapter 14:12. All parties alarmed. And you are. Crimson Fox could not help but grow confused as he watched Feng approach his location. Currently, Feng was wearing a black cloak, so Crimson Fox could not see his appearance and level at all. However, based on the deadly threat Crimson Fox sensed from the demonic flame tiger, he could tell that Feng was definitely not your run-of-the-mill expert. Everyone present similarly shifted their gazes to Feng, curious to find out Feng's identity. In the next moment, Feng removed his black cloak, displaying his disguise as Black Flame. Currently he was fully garbed in black, light armor sporting dark blue magical patterns. At his waist hung 2 exquisite longswords. The mana enveloping his body was also much denser than the ambient mana. Meanwhile, those within range of Feng's aura felt as if they were standing before a humanoid beast right now. He's Black Flame. You mean the Black Flame with the nickname of Sword King? Yes. I am absolutely sure of it. I've watched his battle videos before. I never imagined he would actually come to spectate this competition. Crap. Just what kind of equipment is he wearing? The mana surrounding his body feels so dense. A few players familiar with Black Flame immediately recognized Feng's identity. A huge commotion promptly broke out on the street, as everyone started discussing Black Flame. In Starmoon Kingdom, everyone was familiar with Black Flame's name. However, aside from merchant players, most players rarely paid attention to matters relating to other kingdoms and empires. If not for the God's Domain experts list having recorded Black Flame's name, ordinary players would most likely have no idea who Black Flame was. Guild leader. At this moment, Gentle Snow's eyes were filled with surprise as she looked at Feng. Although she had long since known that Feng improved rapidly, she never imagined that it would be this fast. It had only been a short time since the last siege war at Stone Forest Town ended. Yet, compared to the pressure she felt from Feng back then, the pressure he gave off now was superior by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the various large guilds present on the street were likewise shocked by the pressure from Feng. So this is Zero Wing's guild leader. It seems the rumors about him are true after all. He really is a monstrous existence. Fortunately, the ranking competition forbids guild leader and vice guild leader characters from participating. Otherwise, Zero Wing would definitely be the dark horse of this competition. The upper echelons of the various large guilds inwardly celebrated as they looked at Feng. If the secret pavilion allowed someone like Black Flame to participate in the ranking competition, Zero Wing would be unstoppable. In the entire Black Dragon Empire, most likely only the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion possessed experts capable of contending against Black Flame. As Feng approached the members of Crimson Castle on the demonic Flame Tiger, the aura he exuded also grew increasingly powerful. Even the space around him started to stagnate. Meanwhile, those subjected to his aura felt an indescribable pressure bearing down on them, discomfort overwhelming their bodies. Sword King Black Flame? Initially, Crimson Fox also revealed a shocked expression at his taste of Feng's presence. Very quickly, however, he calmed down and smiled, saying, "Since guild leader Black Flame has already said so, whichever one of our two guilds ranks lower in this competition will have to give up on Hidden Fog Town." Naturally. Feng nodded. With guild leader Black Flame's word, I can rest assured now. I still have other matters to attend to, so I will not take up your time, guild leader Black Flame. Upon hearing Feng's answer, Crimson Fox revealed a delighted smile. He immediately turned around and walked back into the underground arena. Meanwhile, the two cloaked players in Crimson Fox's entourage could not help but send a few additional glances at Feng before re-entering the arena. "Boss, that person is Black Flame. He might have prepared some trump cards for the competition. Is it really all right to proceed with our original plan to compete with Zero Wing?" A level 45 shield warrior standing beside Crimson Fox asked worriedly. "What's there to worry about? The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has long since investigated everything there is to know about Zero Wing. While the top-ranking experts of Zero Wing are indeed scary, none of those experts are among the representatives Zero Wing has dispatched for the competition this time. Zero Wing's representatives consist solely of the experts that originally belonged to Ouroboros. There is no need to be fearful of them," Crimson Fox sneered. "Even if Black Flame does have some kind of backup plan, do you think our side doesn't possess one as well?" "Boss, what do you mean?" the shield warrior asked in confusion. "The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has always found Zero Wing to be an eyesore. Do you think they would secretly send only two experts to help Crimson Castle?" Crimson Fox whispered. "Rest assured, Zero Wing has no chance of winning against us. Most likely, even getting into the top 10 will be a problem for them. After all, among the participants in the competition this time, many are newcomers nurtured by superpowers." After the shield warrior gave the matter some thought, he found his guild leader's words reasonable. In order to ensure its conquest of Hidden Fog Town, Crimson Castle had made plenty of preparations. The shield warrior then unconsciously turned to look at the two cloaked men some distance behind him. His body shuddered involuntarily when he felt the killing intent the two were radiating. He had personally witnessed the strength of these two players before. Even when these two players went up against 5 of Crimson Castle's top 10 experts all by themselves, they had easily emerged victorious, not even losing 1/10 of their HPs. Moreover, this was while the two players were keeping many of their trump cards hidden. If those two players went all out, they could trounce all 10 of Crimson Castle's strongest experts, even if the latter teamed up. "Oh, guild leader, you shouldn't have agreed to their bet so hastily," Gentle Snow said helplessly as she looked at Feng. It is obvious that Crimson Castle has come prepared this time. The two cloaked experts following behind Crimson Fox have never appeared in our investigations of Crimson Castle before. It is highly possible that they are Crimson Castle's trump cards this time. Although those two experts had hidden their levels and equipment, the killing intent they radiated was no laughing matter. They must have experienced countless battles to have gained that kind of killing intent. Moreover, she could tell that those two experts were already actively restraining their killing intent. Only, as the killing intent they cultivated ran bone deep, they couldn't conceal it completely. She had no doubt that those two experts were frighteningly powerful. Otherwise, Crimson Fox would not have so willingly agreed to such a risky bet. That's right. Guild leader, the pressure I felt from them is much stronger than even what the top-tier experts of Corpse Soul gave off. There is a high chance that those two players are Refinement Realm experts. Otherwise, I wouldn't have felt such intense pressure from them, Zhao Yueru said, nodding in agreement with Gentle Snow's words. Far from just Refinement Realm experts, those two people have already reached the Flowing Water Realm. They are capable of making the best response through observing their opponents, Feng said, shaking his head. When he was walking towards Crimson Castle's group, he could clearly feel how powerful those two cloaked players were. Or to put it in another way, their presence was right in his face. Hence, he had deliberately released his aura in order to test the two cloaked players' reactions. And indeed, just like he had guessed, both of them were definitely experts. The instant he directed killing intent towards Crimson Castle's group, only these two players had prepared to retaliate straight away. It was obvious that they had perceived and reacted to the subtle actions he made. As for Crimson Fox and the others, they had not shown a single reaction whatsoever. Guild leader, why did you agree to the bet then? Gentle Snow could not help but grow anxious. Going up against two Flowing Water Realm experts was no joke. In a situation where both sides possessed similar levels and attributes, either one of these Flowing Water Realm experts could easily annihilate all 5 members that Zero Wing had dispatched. With these two players taking the field, Crimson Castle had a sporting chance of contesting for the top 3 positions. If the first-rate guilds taking part in this competition did not dispatch any powerful experts, it might even be possible for Crimson Castle to win the championship. As for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, a super first-rate guild like itself would not take such a ranking competition seriously. At most, it would only field some of the newcomers it nurtured to let them gain some experience. Won't it be interesting that way? Feng retorted, laughing. Not to mention, if even Crimson Castle has some trump cards, do you think Zero Wing doesn't? Chapter 14-13, Feng's Trump Cards. Trump cards. Gentle Snow stared at Feng in confusion. Zero Wing had already decided the 5 members who would be participating in the ranking competition. Changing representatives at the last minute was impossible. She had also geared them with the best weapons and equipment available to her. Currently, even the most inferior piece of equipment these 5 players wore was level 45 dark gold equipment. Zhao Yueru was even equipped with the Tier 1 set equipment for Elementalists, in addition to a piece of epic growth type equipment. The weapon Zhao Yueru wielded was even an epic staff. In terms of equipment, Zhao Yueru could definitely rank near the top among those participating in this ranking competition. Hence, it would be very difficult to further upgrade the weapons and equipment of Zero Wing's representatives. As for their techniques, those were not something that could be improved within a short period. This isn't the place to talk about them. Let's go to our guild's designated room first, Feng said as he sent a glance at their surroundings. Currently, members of various large guilds were focused on them. It was obvious that these guilds were starting to grow cautious of Zero Wing in this competition. Gentle Snow nodded in agreement with Feng's words. Feng was currently too eye-catching. He also didn't have his aura concealed. Although it was impossible to make out his level and the quality of his weapons and equipment, judging by the increased mana density around Feng, an expert could readily tell that Feng was incredibly powerful. After Feng and the others entered the underground arena, The members of the various large guilds stationed outside the arena to keep an eye out for noteworthy opponents immediately reported back to their superiors. Meanwhile, over a dozen people were currently seated inside one of the underground arena's luxurious VIP rooms. Even the lowest-leveled player among these people was level 45, while the highest even reached level 46. The dark gold equipment they wore were also of a style. These were obviously set equipment. At this stage of the game, even first-rate guilds had trouble collecting one set of level 45 dark gold set equipment. Yet there were actually 6 sets here. Seated in the front of this group of players were a man and a woman. These 2 people were none other than Nine Dragons Emperor and Phoenix Rain. Although both of them were representatives of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, they sat on different sides of the room, each of them leading a group of newcomers they'd cultivated on their own. The newcomers of each side also faced their counterparts as if they were mortal enemies. They looked nothing like members of the same guild. To the various large guilds, the ranking competitions hosted by the Secret Pavilion were a good opportunity for them to raise their fame. To the various superpowers, however, these competitions were merely amusements. After all, even without doing any publicity, everyone was already familiar with their guilds. Hence, during every ranking competition, the various superpowers in God's domain would field their internally nurtured newcomers instead of their mainstays. One of the reasons for doing so was to allow the newcomers to gain some combat experience. The second reason was to let the public know just how powerful the newcomers they nurtured were. Interesting. Zero Wing's Black Flame has come as well. Nine Dragons Emperor's lips curled up slightly when he read the report that just came in. He actually agreed to Crimson Castle's wager? It seems he's pretty confident in his own guild members. Pavilion Master, should we supply a few more epic items to Crimson Castle? Martial Dragon whispered. No need. The helpers and items we've provided Crimson Castle are already enough to defeat Zero Wing, Nine Dragons Emperor said, shaking his head. Sneering, he continued. However, tell the others to go all out against Zero Wing's members. Make sure to give them a beating. Let the players of the Black Dragon Empire know just what kind of guild Zero Wing is. He hated Zero Wing down to the bone. If not for Phoenix Rain's partnership being known by all in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, which prevented him from publicly mobilizing the pavilion's forces against Zero Wing a second time, he would have long since trampled Zero Wing's branch guild. He wouldn't have let the branch guild survive until now. However, as long as Crimson Castle won its bet and secured Hidden Fog Town, Zero Wing's branch guild's days would be numbered. Hidden Fog Town did not only possess a small mithril vein, but was also located in Sky Fog Valley, a resource-rich map, as well as the most important level 50 to level 70 map in the Lake Heart City region. As long as Crimson Castle obtained Hidden Fog Town, it would have absolute control over Sky Fog Valley. Moreover, the several second-rate guilds Crimson Castle was allied with could easily gather at the guild town. Then, as long as Zero Wing's members dared to set foot into Sky Fog Valley, they would not get out alive. Furthermore, without the resources of Sky Fog Valley, Zero Wing's development at Lake Heart City would definitely slow down. Sooner or later, Crimson Castle would surpass Zero Wing and chase it out of Lake Heart City. Meanwhile, even if the upper echelon of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were to find out about this matter, they would not say anything about it. After all, Nine Dragons Emperor did not personally take action. Understood. Martial Dragon nodded. He then proceeded to make the necessary arrangements. Inside one of the rooms that the secret pavilion prepared for the various invited guilds. Guild leader, the competition is about to start soon. Just what do you want to show us? Zhao Yueru asked curiously. At this point, it was already impossible for them to further increase their combat power, unless they took the equipment of Aqua Rose and the guild's other peak experts. However, that was obviously out of the question. Aside from that, Zhao Yueru could not think of anything else that could possibly increase their strength within such a short time. First eat these, Feng said as he took out one moonlight fruit after another from his bag. The moonlight fruit was a treasure he had harvested from the Dark Canyon. When consumed, it would permanently improve the user's physique by 2%. A player could consume a maximum of 5 moonlight fruits, permanently improving their physique by 10%. He had only obtained a little over 100 moonlight fruits from the Dark Canyon. After distributing some to Aqua Rose and the others who had reached level 50, he had only 83 left. Guild leader, how did you manage to get your hands on these things? Shock filled Gentle Snow's eyes when she read the moonlight fruit's introductory text. She had never even heard about a fruit capable of permanently increasing a player's physique, much less seen one. Such a fruit could easily sell for thousands of gold. Nevertheless, Feng took out 30 moonlight fruits, including a portion for her. I got them from the secret land my promotion quest transported me to. Make sure not to tell anyone about them. Feng did not hide the origin of the moonlight fruit, as everyone present was a trusted aide of Gentle Snow. Moreover, he was also familiar with their personalities. In the past, these top-tier experts of Ouroboros were all very famous in Star Moon Kingdom. Besides Zhao Yueru, the others participating in the ranking competition this time were Fierce Snake, Windmill, Wild Bone, and Negative Life. Fierce Snake was a level 45 Berserker while Windmill was a level 45 Summoner, both of them former members of Ouroboros' 12 Apostles. As for Wild Bone, he was a level 45 Shield Warrior, and was previously Ouroboros' third-ranking Shield Warrior. Lastly, Negative Life was a level 46 Ranger. In terms of talent, he was inferior only to Soaring Snake, the leader of the 12 Apostles. Only, as he had entered the virtual gaming world a lot later than Soaring Snake, his combat standards had been inferior to Soaring Snake's. However, after receiving various resources from Zero Wing, his combat standards had improved rapidly. Right now, he was already close to rivaling Minor Wind in terms of combat standards. These people had stayed by Gentle Snow's side all this time, so Feng was not afraid word of the moonlight fruit would leak out. These moonlight fruits are amazing. I can already feel my combat power increasing by at least 10%. Zhao Yueru exclaimed in surprise after consuming 5 moonlight fruits, and carefully sensing the changes to her body. As for everyone else, due to their deficient standards, their combat power had only increased by 5% or so. Alright, don't get too excited yet. Just a 10% increase to your physique won't be enough to make up for the gap in techniques. Next up, were these, Feng said as he began taking out epic items from his bag one after another, placing a total of 6 on the table. A portion of these epic items was loot from Heaven's Burial, while the rest came from boss drops and quests. Guild leader, did you rob a kingdom's treasury? Zhao Yueru's eyes widened when she saw the epic items on the table. The others were likewise stupefied by this scene. While they all knew that Zero Wing's foundations were extraordinary, they had never thought that the guild could still bring out so many epic items for them to use. Right, Yueru, how much intelligence and strength do you currently have? Feng asked. My intelligence is at 1,370. As for my strength, it's at 400, Zhao Yueru stated proudly. These attributes were considerably high for an elementalist of her level. That should be barely enough, Feng muttered after some mental calculations. He then started taking out attribute gemstones, and a skill book for a Tier 1 passive skill that increased the user's strength attribute. First, equip these Tier 3 gemstones. After you're done, were the Magic Devouring Charm and Eye of Arnos. Zhao Yueru was rendered speechless when she heard Feng's comment that her attributes were barely enough. However, she still obediently equipped the attribute gemstones and the 2 pieces of epic equipment, and learned the Tier 1 skill. How are your intelligence and strength now? Feng asked. My intelligence is at 1,590, and my strength is at 614, Zhao Yueru replied, feeling greatly elated. Good. Then temporarily set aside that staff of yours and use this one for the competition, Feng said as he handed Frostflame's Wrath to Zhao Yueru. Chapter 14:14. Competition starts. This is... As Zhao Yueru gazed at the staff with a red and white glow, its beauty captivated her. As a fragmented legendary weapon, Frostflame's Wrath radiated an intense powerful the moment it appeared, making ordinary players feel quite uncomfortable. The surrounding mana inadvertently flowed towards Frostflame's wrath, and it instantly became the focal point of the room. At this moment, Zhao Yueru wasn't the only one to notice how unique Frostflame's wrath was. Even Gentle Snow and the others had noticed the weapon's extraordinary features. Could that be? Gentle Snow had déjà vu when she saw Frostflame's wrath. A possibility surfaced in her mind, but she quickly shook the thought away, refusing to believe it was feasible. When Zhao Yueru accepted Frostflame's wrath and checked its attribute panel, she was stunned. How is this possible? This is a fragmented legendary weapon. Zhao Yueru couldn't believe her eyes. To obtain a single epic item, a large guild would have to invest countless resources and manpower. At this stage of the game, a first-rate guild would be fortunate to have 7 or 8 epic items. Even the various superpowers had very few epic items. However, even now no one had heard of any of the superpowers obtaining a fragmented legendary item. First-rate guilds and below could only fantasize of wielding such items. Yet, Feng had just handed her a fragmented legendary staff. She even began to wonder if Feng had a few hidden backers. You need to keep this staff a secret. You should be aware of the consequences should others discover this matter, Feng whispered a warning. Although he had revealed Frostflame's wrath, not just any player could inspect it. Only the wielder could check its attribute panel. Hence, aside from Zhao Yueru and himself, nobody knew that Frostflame's wrath was a fragmented legendary weapon. However, since Gentle Snow had her own fragmented legendary item, could likely guess the staff's identity, other players would, at most, assume it was a top-tier epic weapon. After all, fragmented legendary items were truly too rare. Even after 10 years in God's domain, Shadow had never obtained a single fragmented legendary item. Zhao Yueru nodded seriously. She had never expected Feng to let her use such a precious weapon. She wouldn't expose the guild's secrets. Alright, before you enter the competition field, use these all-round devices. How far you go in the competition will depend on you. Feng then took out 10 all-round devices and handed them to Zero Wing's 5 representatives. Each all-round device lasted 4 hours, 1 hour more than the Titan device's duration. 2 all-round devices should be more than enough to last until the end of the ranking competition. Although players weren't allowed to use magic scrolls and items such as berserk potions and frost grenades in the secret pavilion's ranking competitions, they could use anything else. The underground arena's large-scale arena in the Black Dragon Empire could accommodate 100,000 people. Currently, players filled the space. The venue was even livelier than the competitions in the Dark Arena, due to the ranking competition's lower restrictions. This time, the secret pavilion had invited all of the local second-rate guilds and above. The local well-known players and adventurer teams had received an invite as well. It wasn't hard to fill the underground arena's largest venue. So many players are participating in the competition this time. I know, right? The last one only included the players from the Black Dragon Empire, but I've heard that quite a few superpowers have sent their newcomers to gain some experience in this competition. In addition, famous experts from the neighboring kingdoms have come to join the fun. The secret pavilion has doubled the number of official slots in the competition. Now a total of 6,400 people can take part. Many of the top 100 players from the previous competition will likely lose their spots. Haha. Our 100 Beast Adventurer Team's commander and vice commander will definitely rank among the top 200. We'll be able to rank among the top 30 adventurer teams in the Black Dragon Empire. Top 200. Your commander only ranked 40th during the last competition. He'll be lucky to make it into the top 500 this time. I heard that even the FFF Adventurer team is only aiming to get 2 people into the top 100. After all, the newcomers from the various superpowers are terrifying. Furthermore, several hundred top and well-known adventurer teams from the neighboring kingdoms have also sent participants. That's right. Don't forget, this competition isn't just a contest between adventurer teams. The Black Dragon Empire's various large guilds are also participating. Those guilds' foundations are far more powerful than adventurer teams. One top-tier expert from a second-rate guild could easily trample an expert from a well-known adventurer team. Only representatives from top adventurer teams have a chance of securing a top position in this competition. The crowd in the spectator stands engaged in heated discussions regarding the competition. Generally, they only got to watch such a large-scale competition once a month. It was the highest standard competition ordinary players had access to. Most ordinary players envied those who got to watch the competition in person. However, these players were even more jealous of the players in the 30 VIP rooms. From these rooms, players could see the 10 stages as if they stood next to them. The difference between the experience of sitting in a VIP room versus sitting in the spectator stands was like the difference between heaven and earth. Unfortunately, there was a limited number of VIP rooms available. After prioritizing the superpowers, the secret pavilion handed these rooms to the first and second-rate guilds before dividing the rest among the top 5 adventurer teams in the Black Dragon Empire. Everyone else could only look upon these rooms in envy. While players chatted, Yuan Tiexin, the host of this ranking competition, appeared on the main stage. Immediately, cheers erupted throughout the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to watch the Black Dragon Empire's monthly ranking competition. As there are a lot more participants this time, we've modified the competition slots and rules slightly. First, there are 6,400 official participants this month. These participants will be categorized into 10 stages. Each participant will fight in 30 matches. The system will randomly determine these matches' competitors. Each victory will grant 1 point. In the end, the top 100 participants of each stage will move on to the competition's main phase. During the main phase, guilds and adventurer teams that rank within the top 3 of their respective categories in terms of average strength will receive an invitation to the Secret Pavilion's internal auction. I won't continue to waste everyone's time. So let the competition begin. The moment Yuan Tiexin announced the start of the competition, the audience cheered once more. At the same time, the various participants felt a heavy pressure weigh them down. They hadn't realized that the first phase alone would eliminate 5,400 players. Every one of the 6,400 participants was an expert, yet so many people would be eliminated so quickly. This competition would be far crueler than the previous events, which had only included 3,200 players. After Yuan Tiexin finished speaking, the system began to distribute the 6,400 participants randomly into 10 groups. Each group had 640 participants. However, only 100 players would proceed to the final phase. The various guilds and adventurer teams' ranks would be determined based on their average results during this final phase. Haha! Zero Wing is pretty lucky. All 5 of its representatives have been selected for the competition's 2 death groups. Ranking among the top 50 won't be a problem, not to mention ranking among the top 10 guilds in the Black Dragon Empire. Crimson Fox could not help but laugh when he saw the system-generated lists, sneering as he glanced at the VIP rooms above him. Chapter 14-15. Who has bad luck? The screens above the 10 stages displayed the participants' numbers in each group. Of course, the various major powers had already investigated the noteworthy participants. The moment the system finished forming each group, they located the noteworthy participant stages. The participants for the 3rd and 5th group are amazing. Isn't number 29 Falling Flowers, the 10th ranked swordsman in the Purple Thorns Empire? Crap. Thorny Language, one of the experts that ranked within the top 100 in the previous competition, is number 1514. The spectators talked among themselves when they saw the name lists on the screens. Group 3 and 5 received the most attention. These 2 groups contained 1/3 of the players who had been predicted to rank among the top 100 this time. The battles in these 2 groups would be very intense. When Gentle Snow saw the lists from her VIP room, her expression darkened. Among Zero Wing's 5 representatives, 2 had been assigned to Group 3, and 3 were in Group 5. It wouldn't have been a problem if these groups had slightly more experts than the others, but that clearly wasn't the case. Among the superpowers newcomers, 13 were in Group 3, and 19 had been assigned Group 5. These two groups alone included more than half of the newbies from the various superpowers. In addition, each of these two groups had over a dozen representatives from first-rate guilds. They also consisted of many players from the various top adventurer teams. Overall, these people had taken roughly 90 slots among the two groups. There were also the various independent experts from the Black Dragon Empire and the neighboring kingdoms. Who knew if dark horses hid among these independent experts? Group 3 and 5 were death groups. Aside from Zhao Yueru, Zero Wing's representatives would have a difficult time qualifying for the competition's final phase. If they encountered one of the seeded participants or one of the superpower's newcomers, they would have to endure an arduous battle. Points would be awarded to guild representatives who made it into the final phase. These points would be used to calculate each guild's rank. Aside from superpowers, which wouldn't be included in the guild rankings, each guild had 5 representatives. Naturally, the more qualified representatives a guild possessed, the greater its advantage would be. Unless 3 or more of Zero Wing's representatives made it to the final phase, it would be at a disadvantage against Crimson Castle. Furthermore, Crimson Castle had 2 Flowing Water Realm experts. Those 2 experts were almost guaranteed to rank quite high during the final phase. Relax. None of them should have any problem qualifying for the next phase, Feng reassured, chuckling when he noticed Gentle Snow's worried look. While there were many experts in Group 3 and 5, Zhao Yueru and the others were no weaklings. Their weapons and equipment ranked among the best in this competition. In addition, they had equipped the all-round device. They had no reason to fear anything less than a refinement realm expert. Feng's confidence rendered Gentle Snow speechless. If this were an ordinary competition, she wouldn't mind losing. In fact, this was a good opportunity for Zhao Yueru and the others to gain combat experience. However, the development of Zero Wing's branch guild was on the line. If they succeeded, it would further the branch guild's progress in the Black Dragon Empire, enabling it to contend with the 5 first-rate guilds in the empire. If they failed, however, the consequences would force her into an awkward position. After all, she was the branch guild's manager. She had no wish to see it fail. As Feng spoke, the competition began. Following which, the system randomly selected participants for the first fight. In the blink of an eye, the list of matchups appeared on the screen above their respective stages. These participants simply needed to enter their respective stages to begin the match. Group 1, number 4187 vs number 712. Group 2, number 1714 vs number 6024. Group 3, number 584 vs number 5513. Matches occurred simultaneously on the 10 stages. While the audience could watch all 10 stages at the same time, the large screens outside the underground arena would only stream the most noteworthy match. That shield warrior with the crimson shield is so amazing. He actually killed that level 43 berserker after losing less than 1/10 of his HP. He is pretty powerful. He either blocked or dodged every one of the berserker's attacks. The shield warrior's defense is impeccable. By my guess, he should rank among the top 100 shield warriors. The players crowding the open-air bars outside the underground arena heatedly discussed the players as they watched the live-streamed matches. Most of the matches ended quickly. Generally, each match lasted less than 1 minute. Even in a stalemate, the match would end after a certain amount of time, as this was the competition's initial phase. The victors of these matches would be determined by how much remaining HP each participant possessed. As one match after another came to an end, Fierce Snake, who was in Group 3, was called to the stage. His first opponent was a level 45 Guardian Knight. That berserker, Fierce Snake, really is unlucky. He has to face Flaming Arm, the 37th ranking Guardian Knight in the Empire, in his first match. He can only blame himself for such poor luck. After ranking 37th in the class rankings during the previous competition, Dragon's Abyss, one of the top 5 top adventurer teams in the Empire, recruited Flaming Arm immediately. With the guild's nurturing, Flaming Arm must have improved quite a lot. He shouldn't have any issues ranking among the top 30 in his class rankings. When Flaming Arm appeared on Group 3's stage, many among the audience shifted their attention to his stage. After all, he was an expert capable of ranking 37th among the Black Dragon Empire's Guardian Knights. In a first-rate guild, he could become one of the guild's core MTs. Moreover, when comparing classes, Guardian Knights had an advantage over Berserkers. The match's outcome was obvious. Hahaha. Zero Wing is actually going to lose its very first match. Crimson Fox laughed as he glanced at Fierce Snake. During the initial phase, each participant had to fight 30 matches. Among the 640 participants in each group, only the top 100 would qualify for the final phase. Based on previous ranking competitions and the intensity of this competition, players' likelihood of qualifying for the final phase was quite low. Even if the won 26 of their 30 fights, only those who win 27 matches were guaranteed to qualify. If Fierce Snake lost his very first match, he would have to win 27 of his 29 remaining matches. Such a feat would be ridiculously difficult. Crimson Fox was also quite familiar with Fierce Snake's strength, since he was one of the top-tier experts in Zero Wing's branch guild. Crimson Castle had investigated the Berserker thoroughly. Based on the reports, Fierce Snake would only rank among the top 70 Berserkers in the Empire. Normally, he wouldn't have any trouble qualifying for the final phase. Unfortunately, too many experts were participating in the competition this time. Fierce Snake had also been assigned to one of the 2 death groups. Now he had to face Flaming Arm in his very first match. As a result, his chances of qualifying for the final phase had dropped. On Group 3 stage, Fierce Snake and Flaming Arm stared each other down. You must have crap luck to encounter me in your first match. Well, are you going to leave the stage willingly? Or do you want me to throw you out? Flaming Arm snickered at the stern-looking Fierce Snake. Any ordinary expert would normally forfeit a match against him to save their strength for the following matches. If they fought him and revealed their trump cards, only to suffer defeat in the end, they'd pay for it in the following matches. Our luck hasn't yet been determined, Fierce Snake said, chuckling. You overestimate yourself. Flaming Arm's gaze sharpened when he heard the bell signal the start of the match. Without hesitation, he activated his Berserk skill, growing significantly larger. Raising his shield, he charged at Fierce Snake. Chapter 14-16, Initial Appearance. When Flaming Arm was less than 10 yards away from Fierce Snake, he shouted abruptly. Suddenly, his body released a golden glow. Divine swords began to appear around him, rotating as he moved. Tier 1 skill, Divine Storm. When activated, the skill would deal divine damage to all enemies within an 8-yard radius 3 times. Each attack contained 130% of player's strength and dealt 200% weapon damage. Flaming Arm is merciless. He's using his signature move right off the bat. Signature move. While it looks like he's trying to finish his opponent off with Divine Storm, in reality, he's only using it to trick his opponent into defending themselves or dodging his attack. When his opponent has lost the power to resist, he'll finish them off with Divine Adjudication. Divine Adjudication is an unavoidable skill, and Flaming Arm has relied on it to pass the initial phase during previous competitions. A few participants who were familiar with Flaming Arm could not help but pity Fierce Snake. Although Flaming Arm was a Guardian Knight, he had dumped the majority of his free attribute points into his strength. Moreover, his gemstones were all strength-based. He operated more like a DPS player than an MT. Flaming Arm's strength could even rival top-tier berserkers of the same level. Even his berserk skill was strength-based, increasing his strength by 100%. Not even a top-tier berserker of the same level could compete with Flaming Arm once the Guardian Knight activated his berserk skill. Seeing the enemy Guardian Knight charge towards him fearlessly, Fierce Snake activated Power of Darkness, and faint layers of dark fog swirled around his body. He then rotated as he swung his greatsword horizontally. Whirlwind Slash. Immediately, a black tornado dominated Group 3 stage. What a fool! Flaming Arm sneered as he put even more power into his charge. When the black tornado and the golden tornado clashed, a powerful shockwave tore through the stage. When the tornadoes scattered, everyone watching was stupefied. Impossible. He blocked Flaming Arm's attack. How high is Fierce Snake's strength? Flaming Arm was a guardian knight famed for his strength. Very few players had ever blocked his signature move, but if an opponent could block the first assault and retain their stance, Flaming Arm would lose his opportunity to follow up with divine adjudication. Flaming Arm's expression hardened as he glared at his opponent. During the previous collision, Fierce Snake had only been forced to retreat by 1 step. On the other hand, he had taken 3 steps back. He had also lost over 500 HP. The difference between their strengths was obvious. How is his strength so high? Flaming Arm refused to accept this. To help him score well in the competition, his adventurer team had lent him a set of epic bracers, which boosted his strength considerably. With these bracers equipped, he was even confident of securing one of the top 100 positions. Yet he had lost to an unknown berserker's strength. This all-round device the guild leader had me equip is amazing. Fierce Snake couldn't help his shock when he saw his skill completion rate. In truth, his strength attribute was only slightly higher than Flaming Arm's. The main reason behind the outcome of that clash was his Whirlwind Slash's completion rate. He had achieved a 90% completion rate with his counterattack. This was the first time he had executed Whirlwind Slash so smoothly. As long as a skill's completion rate rose past 85%, every 1% increase would boost the attack's power. Upon reaching 90%, the skill would undergo a qualitative transformation. It was only natural that Flaming Arm had difficulty blocking his attack. Since I can't overcome his strength, let's see who lasts until the end. Flaming Arm calmed very quickly. Immediately, he activated Protection Blessing. Then, while disregarding his defense, he attacked Fierce Snake ruthlessly, intent on exchanging blow for blow. Protection Blessing halved the damage he received. Even if there was a difference in strength, he had the advantage in an exchange of blows since berserkers didn't have any skills that reduced incoming damage. As everyone assumed that Fierce Snake would dodge Flaming Arm's attacks, the man rushed forward to meet the Guardian Knight in battle rather than retreating. Is his brain broken? He clearly has the advantage in this fight. He could easily win if he just waited out Flaming Arm's Protection Blessing, yet he's charging towards his death. Fierce Snake's behavior confused the spectators. Fierce Snake and Flaming Arm engaged in a vicious battle, attacking and defending. However, a Guardian Knight had a much easier time defending against attacks than a berserker. With a slight adjustment of his shield, Flaming Arm could easily guard a large portion of his body. In contrast, Fierce Snake could only protect a limited space even with large swings of his great sword. The difference between their damages was also clear. Even when Fierce Snake's greatsword struck his opponent, his normal attacks only dealt around -3,000 damage. On the other hand, Flaming Arm's normal attacks dealt over -6,000 damage. Meanwhile, Flaming Arm had over 80,000 HP, while Fierce Snake only had around 70,000 HP. When Fierce Snake's HP fell to 50%, Flaming Arm still had over 2/3 of his HP left. However, the more Flaming Arm fought Fierce Snake, the more afraid he became. As the battle dragged on, he could sense his opponent's combat standards improving. Moreover, the more Fierce Snake fought, the more natural the berserker's actions became. As a result, it became increasingly difficult to land an attack. On the other hand, Fierce Snake had an easier time hitting him. After another 5 seconds, Fierce Snake had only 1/3 of his HP remaining. However, Flaming Arm had the same. What? Flaming Arm is losing. No one could believe their eyes as they watched Flaming Arm's HP fall below Fierce Snake's, the gap between them growing wider as the seconds ticked by. How is his combat standard so high? Has he been toying with me all this time? When Flaming Arm saw his HP drop to a critical level, he knew that he had lost his chance of winning. Not only was the difference between their combat standards so great, but his Protection Blessing's duration was running out. What Flaming Arm didn't know was that due to the sudden increase of mana density around Fierce Snake, he couldn't fight at his peak, but as the match progressed, Fierce Snake adapted to the increase brought about by the all-round device. Honestly, Fierce Snake could have ended the battle already. However, fighting a top-tier expert like Flaming Arm was inspiring. Hence, he hadn't bothered to use any of his skills, toying with the enemy Guardian Knight. When Fierce Snake eventually eliminated the final strand of Flaming Arm's HP, gasps of amazement echoed from the crowd. Zero Wing's Fierce Snake is so amazing. I never thought that, aside from the several well-known peak experts, Zero Wing had someone like this. I've underestimated Zero Wing. It seems we'll have to be more careful of this berserker later on. His melee combat abilities are too strong. After the match, the various major powers representatives were a little afraid of this berserker, Fierce Snake. After all, Fierce Snake had relied on normal attacks to defeat the Black Dragon Empire's 37th ranking Guardian Knight. If he had used his skills, he would have wiped the floor with Flaming Arm. After Fierce Snake's match, Windmill, Wildbone, and Negative Life completed their matches. Without suspense, they won their respective battles. Moreover, they also won their matches without any skills. No one had seen the true depth of their prowess. As the ranking competition grew more intense, Zhao Yueru's turn eventually came. Group 5, number 918 vs number 29. What? The Flame Witch is going up against Falling Flowers. Both are experts capable of qualifying for the final phase. To think the system would pit them against each other. This is going to be interesting. Falling Flowers is one of the top 10 swordsman experts in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. I've heard that some time ago, she even defeated Whistling Sword, the 394th ranked player on the God's Domain experts list. On the other hand, even the Dark Guild, Corpse Soul, is helpless against the Flame Witch. This will be an intense fight. Everyone grew excited as they watched the two women approach Group 5 stage. As soon as the match began, both sides activated their berserk skills. Upon doing so, Zhao Yueru executed triple casting. Although she had only cast 2 Tier 1 spells and a Tier 0 spell, both her spellcasting speed and her spell's power shocked the audience. Fireballs, flame spears, and flaming chains shot towards Falling Flowers in rapid succession. Despite being a Refinement Realm expert, Falling Flowers couldn't keep up with the attacks. After exhausting of her life-saving skills, the dozens of fireballs and flame spears killed her instantly. Chapter 14-17, Shocking the Empire. From the moment the bell signaling the start of the match rang until the moment the system displayed its end, less than 5 seconds had passed. The match was so overwhelmingly one-sided that Falling Flowers hadn't even had time to scream before she transformed into particles of light and disappeared from the stage. At this point, Group 5 stage had become a smoldering mess. Looking at the stage, Zhao Yueru was momentarily dazed. She struggled to believe that it had been her doing. What just happened? The audience watching Group 5's battle wore dumbfounded expressions, their minds unable to process the unexpected outcome. Originally, everyone had assumed that the fight was between 2 players of equal strength. They had never expected this outcome. Triple casting. Just who is she? Blue Phoenix stared at Zhao Yueru in shock. Current peak magical class experts were just barely learning to triple cast, and Zhao Yueru could already triple speed cast. Even Blue Phoenix had yet to grasp that level of the technique. Even after entering the legacy space of Zero Wing's secret spellcasting technique, she had only grasped double speed casting. Moreover, based on the power of Zhao Yueru's spells, it was obvious that her skill completion rates were very high. How many secrets is Zero Wing hiding? Phoenix Rain couldn't help but glance at Zero Wing's room from her seat next to Blue Phoenix. Zero Wing had previously revealed that it had powerful magical class experts such as Violet Cloud, Aqua Rose, and Alluring Summer. Now the guild had revealed Zhao Yueru. Due to Zhao Yueru's astonishing performance, the audience began to pay more attention to Zero Wing. How strong is Zero Wing? It even has such a powerful Elementalist expert. I had thought that Zero Wing's only capable expert was the Sword King Black Flame. Now, It turns out that the guild has such a magical class expert. After this match, the Black Dragon Empire's players began to look into the guild known as Zero Wing. The moment they did, however, they flabbergasted. They had never thought that Zero Wing would be Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. This ranking competition is going to be interesting. So, Zero Wing is pretty strong. We'll likely see a change to the Black Dragon Empire's top 10 guild list. Zero Wing should have no problems ranking among the top 10. However, getting into the top 5 will probably be a challenge. After all, the 5 first-rate guilds in our empire have many powerful experts. Why would it be easy to surpass them? While everyone discussed Zero Wing, the various large guilds turned their attention towards the guild as well. They began to search for a method to deal with Zhao Yueru. Although Zhao Yueru's ability to triple speedcast was powerful, she wasn't undefeatable. Following which, the spectators' astonishment grew as they watched one match after another. Zero Wing's 5 representatives improving their battle records. 15 consecutive victories. 20 consecutive victories. 30 consecutive victories. It seemed as if no one could stop Zero Wing's representatives. Not even top adventurer Reams and first-rate guilds' top-tier experts were a match for them. In the end, all 5 qualified for the final phase. Zhao Yueru, in particular, had displayed overwhelming power from start to finish. On the other hand, some of the representatives from first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams, who had been expected to make it to the final phase, were disqualified. Zero Wing is too awesome. All 5 of its representatives made it. Even the 5 first-rate guilds couldn't accomplish the feat. I've heard that the Zero Wing guild developing in the Black Dragon Empire is only a branch guild. If even the branch guild is this powerful, how much stronger is the main branch? I think I heard that Zero Wing's branch guild in Lake Heart City has been recruiting members. Once the competition is over, I must go and apply to join the guild. Before anyone had realized it, Zero Wing had become a rival for the Black Dragon Empire's top 5 first-rate guilds. Its fame in the empire skyrocketed. Guild leader, are you sure about giving them so many all-round devices? The outcome of the competition had shocked Gentle Snow. She was very familiar with the standards of Zero Wing's 5 representatives. Although their combat power had increased thanks to the weapons and equipment Feng had provided, the improvement was limited. It wasn't possible for them to achieve such exaggerated results. She might have understood if only Zhao Yueru had been victorious. Yet despite their assignment to the death groups, the other 4 representatives had won their matches as well. This was unbelievable. Fierce Snake and Negative Life's performances were particularly shocking. They had contended with Refinement Realm experts. In the end, they had relied on superior basic attributes and high skill completion rates, barely defeating their opponents. Gentle Snow had found this outcome incredible. After all, she was fully aware of just how powerful a Refinement Realm expert was. Such experts should have no issues defeating non-Refinement Realm experts, even with 30% higher basic attributes. Furthermore, Fierce Snake and Negative Life's basic attributes weren't much higher than their Refinement Realm opponents. The only explanation for their unexpected performances was the all-round device. Gentle Snow hadn't expected such amazing results from the all-round devices. They were so effective that they allowed Fierce Snake, someone who wasn't even a half-step Refinement Realm expert yet, defeat a Refinement Realm expert. Relax. While the all-round device's production is somewhat costly, we can make as many of it as we want. Feng hadn't expected the item to be so effective either. After fighting so many matches, Fierce Snake and the others had obviously improved. If they could continue fighting different Refinement Realm experts, it wouldn't be long before then entered the Refinement Realm as well, becoming cornerstones for Zero Wing. As many as we want. Gentle Snow was at a loss for words as she stared at Feng's calm expression. She felt as if this was the first time she had met the man. If it were possible to mass-produce the all-round device, then with Zero Wing's current foundations, they could nurture a batch of Refinement Realm experts in a short time. She would never have dared to dream of such a thing in the past. After the competition's initial phase ended, The true ranking competition that everyone had looked forward to began. Unlike the initial qualifiers, participants that lost a match during the final phase would be eliminated, while those that won would proceed to the next round. Meanwhile, to prevent the various large guilds and adventurer teams' representatives face off against their own, the system would try to assign them to different matches as often as possible. This assured that the various large guilds and adventurer teams could collect the maximum number of points possible. Aside from Zhaoyueru, Fierce Snake and the others were strong enough to rival Refinement Realm experts. In the end, they easy passed the first 3 rounds and ranked among the top 150 in the competition. However, 3 had lost the 4th round due to Refinement Realm expert opponents with epic items. In the end, only Zhaoyueru and Negative Life had won their 4th matches in the final phase. During the 5th round, a Refinement Realm expert with more than 1 epic item had eliminated Negative Life. He had lost with little resistance. Guild Leader, Zero Wing is far more powerful than we had expected. What should we do now? The shield warrior named Lonely Castle asked Crimson Fox worriedly in Crimson Castle's VIP room. Although the 2 experts 9 Dragons Emperor had made it to the 5th round, the other 3 representatives had been eliminated in the second match. What's there to worry about? Didn't you see Zhaoyueru's next opponent? Crimson Fox asked unhurriedly as he pointed to the virtual screen above the center stage. What? Lonely Castle was stupefied when he saw the names on the screen. He was instantly elated. Zhaoyueru's opponent for the 5th round was Luofei, the FFF Adventurer team's vice commander. She had the nickname Frost Empress, and was one of the Black Dragon Empire's 4 great elementalists. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had even offered her the position of vice commander over its main force to recruit her. Chapter 14:18. You still aren't qualified. As the current match on the main stage was about to end, everyone shifted their gaze to the screen hovering above the stage, excitement and joy sparkling in their eyes. The next match is going to be awesome. The Frost Empress and Flame Witch? How unfortunate. Both clearly have the strength to rank in the top 30, yet they have to face each other in the 5th round. I wonder who's strongest. Do you even need to ask? It's definitely Luofei. After all, she is the 3rd-ranked elementalist in the Black Dragon Empire. She even ended in the top 20 during the previous competition. In the Black Dragon Empire, practically everybody knew about FFF's Frost Empress. She had soared to fame during the previous ranking competition. Her beautiful face and graceful body had made it into everyone's hearts. Although she hadn't left many battle records in the Black Dragon Empire after the competition, the battle records she had left were terrifying. In one instance, she had annihilated a dark guild by herself. In another instance, she had fought the 5th-ranked player on the Black Dragon Empire's red list, the assassin Hell Prison. To be more specific, Hell Prison had ambushed Luofei. In the end, however, she had defeated the assassin, and he had been forced to retreat. Hell Prison had killed several second-rate guild leaders. Although he had never killed a first-rate guild's leader, he had come very close to succeeding several times. This had earned the various large guilds' hatred. However, they were powerless against the assassin expert. Yet after a single failed attempt, Hell Prison had declared that he had given up targeting Luofei. No one knew why he had done so, but the fact that Luofei had forced an assassin like Hell Prison to give up showed how powerful she was. The assassination attempt had been a while ago. Luofei had certainly grown stronger since then. Big Sis Rain, it seems that Zero Wing may be in trouble. Luofei is highly talented. The Secret Pavilion has even labeled her as a monster-level genius. Based on the information we currently have, she has grasped at least 2 combat techniques. Moreover, one of them is an advanced combat technique. The Secret Pavilion has tried to recruit her, but she rejected their offer. Based on our reports, it seems that the Flower of Seven Sins has contacted her as well. Blue Phoenix whispered when she saw the combatants for the next round. If Zero Wing is defeated here and loses its bet with Crimson Castle, 9 Dragons Emperor will use the opportunity to crush Zero Wing's branch guild. The Flower of Seven Sins didn't just contact her in secret, Phoenix Rain said, smiling bitterly. The Great Pavilion Master informed us to give up on recruiting Luofe, and to avoid provoking her. She's already become one of the Flower of Seven Sins reserve upper echelons. The Flower of Seven Sins values her. What? She's already a reserve upper echelon? Blue Phoenix was shocked, staring at Luofe below the main stage. Although the Flower of Seven Sins was a mysterious organization, the various superpowers had a certain amount of information on it. Like the secret pavilion, it was considered a transcendental power. None of the superpowers would dare underestimate it. The requirements to become one of the Flower of Seven Sins' upper echelons were even stricter than those to become a super guild's upper echelon. As the Flower of Seven Sins was an organization of assassins, strength meant everything. If one wished to become one of the organization's upper echelons, they needed to have the strength to back up the ambition. Every one of the Flower of Seven Sins' upper echelons was an absolute monster. Now that Luofe was a reserve upper echelon, this proved that the Flower of Seven Sins had acknowledged her strength. The organization had clearly deemed that she could become a monster-level expert as well. When the waiting participants saw the next pairing, a commotion rippled through the crowd. Luofe, it seems you've encountered a proper opponent this time, a slim assassin in dark gray leather armor said from beside the woman, smiling. A proper opponent? Luofe glanced at Zhao Yueru, who sat a short distance away. She responded indifferently, Commander, please stop joking. She's still not worthy of being my opponent. Someone on Phoenix Rain's level might be, but not her. Well, in any case, don't take the match too seriously. Just defeat her casually. Save some cards for the rest of your opponents. Otherwise, you'll have trouble fulfilling your agreement with the Flower of Seven Sins, Yin Tianxing, the FFF Adventurer Team's commander, said as he glanced at the several cloaked players beside the stage. Commander, rest assured, I'll claim the championship and leave those upper echelons speechless, Luofe confidently declared before walking towards the stage. When the Flower of Seven Sins had tried to recruit her, she had given the organization a condition. She required that they turn FFF into one of the top adventurer teams in God's domain, not just the Black Dragon Empire. However, a large amount of resources would be required to do so. Although the Flower of Seven Sins had agreed to her condition, the organization had offered one of its own. She must secure the championship in this ranking competition. Luofe didn't think too much about the condition. After all, not only had the Flower of Seven Sins given her a top-tier epic staff upon her joining, but it had also sent her into 2 legacy spaces, allowing her to improve tremendously. She had even broken through to the Void Realm, pushing her 5 senses to their very limits. When Luofe and Zhao Yueru stepped onto the stage, cheers erupted throughout the venue. Not only were they gorgeous, but they were also highly venerated experts. I've always heard that Zero Wing is a one-man guild. I never thought that it would have an expert such as you. I had planned to challenge your guild leader during my previous trip to Stone Forest Town, but I never actually met him. After this match, please convey my request to guild leader Black Flame. Tell him that I'd like to challenge him. The time and location are up to him. Luofe spoke to Zhao Yueru softly. The Flower of Seven Sins had actually given her 2 conditions. If she completed one of them, the organization would agree to her condition, pushing FFF to the heights of God's domain. Obtaining the championship was the first condition. The second was to kill Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. Moreover, the second condition was available long-term. She had watched Black Flame's battle videos. While he was a monster, she was confident of defeating him. The moment Luofe finished speaking, an uproar shook the arena. What's this? Luofe just publicly challenged Zero Wing's guild leader. This is interesting. I wonder if Black Flame will accept the challenge? If he does, I have to watch it. As expected of the Frost Empress, she dares to challenge the Sword King. Everyone here was quite familiar with the name Black Flame. After all, he ranked among the top 100 on the God's Domain experts list. The secret pavilion had even given him the nickname Sword King. When he had received it, it had caused quite a stir throughout God's domain. However, while the crowd cheered over the matter, Zero Wing's members wore ugly expressions. Fierce Snake and the others, who sat below the main stage, were furious. A measly vice commander of an adventurer team had dared to issue their guild leader a challenge. Zero Wing was Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild. Luo Yifei's blatant challenge was no different than spitting on Zero Wing's reputation. She simply wasn't taking Zero Wing seriously in the least. Haha. Nicely done. As expected of someone the Flower of Seven Sins has acknowledged. Nine Dragons Emperor laughed in his VIP room. Black Flame really is famous everywhere, Phoenix Rain muttered, sighing as she looked at Zero Wing's room. Although she did not believe that Luofei could defeat Black Flame, this challenge humiliated Zero Wing, Starmoon Kingdom's overlord. If Luofei defeated Zhao Yueru, the challenge would deal an even greater blow to the guild's reputation. You wish to challenge our guild leader? Zhao Yueru's gaze chilled as she glared at Luofei. Unfortunately, you still aren't qualified. Chapter 1419, Difference in Equipment. As soon as Zhao Yueru finished speaking, she released Frostflame's Wrath's aura. As a fragmented legendary weapon, Frostflame's Wrath could exude a frightening pressure. Once a player equipped it, they could actively suppress this aura, making the staff look like an ordinary item. At the same time, this aura could strengthen the player's aura. With the liberation of Frostflame's Wrath's aura, Zhao Yueru's aura underwent a sudden transformation. Fire and ice-type mana surged towards her in a frenzy, causing the surrounding space to tremble. How can a player have such a powerful aura? Is she really the flame which I've heard about? Why does it seem like the space around her is darker? The participants below stage felt a powerful pressure weigh them down when Zhao Yueru released Frostflame's Wrath's aura. Some participants had even taken an unconscious step back. The waiting participants weren't the only ones surprised. The various large guilds' upper echelons in the VIP rooms were shocked as well. If a player's aura could be so powerful, ordinary players would find it taxing to endure, not to mention fighting while under the aura's pressure. Guild leader, the staff you gave to Yueru. Could it be? Although Gentle Snow suspected that Frostflame's Wrath might be a fragmented legendary weapon, she wasn't certain. After all, fragmented legendary items were simply too rare in God's domain. Even now, no one had heard of any of the superpowers obtaining one. Hence, the likelihood of Feng possessing a second fragmented legendary item should be abysmally low. That's right. It is indeed a fragmented legendary weapon. Moreover, it is a top-tier fragmented legendary staff suitable for elementalists, Feng confirmed, nodding. Gentle Snow was speechless as she processed Feng's nonchalant explanation, overwhelmed by shock. Very few people likely had a better idea of how powerful a fragmented legendary item was than her. After all, her current armor was fragmented legendary equipment. It was due to the 7 luminaries battle armor that she could contend with peak experts. At the moment, she was only a refinement realm expert. She was worlds apart from Super Guild's peak experts. Yet with the power of fragmented legendary equipment, she compensated for the difference in their combat standards. Meanwhile, the fragmented legendary item Zhao Yueru wielded was a weapon. The item that provided the largest boost to a player's combat power. Only now did Gentle Snow understand why Feng had agreed to Crimson Fox's bet without hesitation, and why he had remained so calm throughout the competition. If peak experts from super guilds participated in this ranking competition, it'd be no different than adults bullying children. Thus, the various superpowers only sent in their newbies that they had nurtured internally. Otherwise, all the players from the various large guilds and adventurer teams would be able to do little more than watch from the sidelines. Meanwhile, although the match had begun on the main stage, neither side hurried to attack. Rather than the expected indifference, surprise colored Luofei's face. She had never expected to feel such an intense pressure from a refinement realm expert like Zhao Yueru. This was the first time something like this had ever happened. I've really underestimated Zero Wing. To think the guild had hidden an expert like you. Iluafe commented seriously as she watched her opponent. After getting a good look, however, Iluafe smirked as she continued. However, you can only rely on this empty aura. It might be effective against ordinary experts, but it is useless against me. Saying so, Iluafe activated her berserk skill. She then began to chant incantations as she wrote runes in the air. Iluafe's chanting speed was extremely quick. She wasn't slower than Zhao Yueru in the least. Moreover, compared to Zhao Yueru's chants, Iluafe's pronunciation was more accurate. Furthermore, not only did she draw her runes as easily as a graffiti artist, but she also had no inconsistencies. Oh! What precise triple speed casting! Blue Phoenix was shocked as she watched the terrifying amount of mana gather around Iluafe. Unlike skills, spells had additional variables known as incantations and runes. Meanwhile, due to these two aspects' special characteristics, one could determine the spell's completion rate based on the amount of mana that gathered around the caster even before the spell fully activated. The fact that more mana gathered around Iluafe despite both combatants' triple speed casting proved that her skill completion rate was higher. Naturally, her spells would be more powerful. Not one to be outdone, Zhao Yueru had activated Power of Darkness at almost the same time as Iluafe activated her berserk skill, increasing all her basic attributes by 100%. Similarly, Zhao Yueru followed up with triple speed casting. A moment later, both elementalists completed their spells. Waving their staffs simultaneously, they gestured to their opponents. 3 magic arrays suddenly formed behind both elementalists. Normally, Zhao Yueru was limited to double speed casting. She could only triple speed cast due to Frostflame's wrath. However, she was limited to the most basic Tier 0 spells for her third cast. This time, she had chosen Flame Barrage. As for her other 2 spells, she went with the Tier 1 Flame Spear and Tier 1 Flame Chains. The former possessed extreme destructive power, while the latter had a certain degree of destructive power while allowing her to restrict her enemy. On the other hand, Iluafe, who had relied on her own abilities to triple speed cast, had chosen Tier 1 spells for all 3 casts: Frozen Web, Frost Prison, and Ice Blast. Despite both being elementalists, one woman controlled fire, and the other manipulated ice, creating a dazzling scene on the stage. Although you're very strong, it's a pity that your skill completion rates are too low. Your triple speed casting is a mere facade compared to the real deal. Iluafe smiled calmly as she watched Zhao Yueru's flames. She then controlled her ice-type spells to meet Zhao Yueru's spells. Unlike melee players, a clash between magical class players did not rely on one's control of their body. Rather, it relied on one's control over an external object. Many of God's domain spells were ranged. If a magical class player lacked control of their spell, it would be very difficult to hit a moving target. When fire and ice collided, a series of explosions erupted across the stage. Half of the stage transformed into a flaming hell, while the other half had become an icy nightmare. The results were extraordinarily spectacular. However, when their spells clashed, Iluafe, who had been confident of her victory, revealed a grim expression. She currently wore 2 pieces of epic equipment, a shirt and a pair of shoes. Her staff was also epic rank, increasing her completion rate with ice-type spells to a certain degree. She could almost achieve an 80% completion rate with all 3 of her spells. No matter how she looked at it, Zhao Yueru's completion rates shouldn't exceed 70%. Yet when she pitted her spells against her opponents, her spells were crushed, and Zhao Yueru's spells maintained a significant amount of their power as they continued towards her. This outcome was simply inconceivable. What Iluafe didn't know was that Frostflame's wrath improved ice and fire-type spells by 1 tier. Although Zhao Yueru had used Tier 1 and Tier 0 spells, they instantly became Tier 2 and Tier 1 spells with Frostflame's wrath's buff. Even if her skill completion rates were no more than 70%, Tier 2 spells far surpassed Tier 1 spells with 80% completion rates. Facing the incoming flames, Iluafe had no choice but to dodge them with Blink. After all, magical class players weren't like melee players. Their attribute point allocation was different. Dodging multiple attacks at once was very difficult for magical class players. Following which, Yi Luofei ran around the stage, becoming a more difficult target for her opponent. Unfortunately, this meant that she couldn't triple speedcast. She could only rely on double speedcasting. In contrast, Zhao Yueru could stand still and attack Yi Luofei freely. Occasionally, she was forced to dodge an unavoidable spell with Blink, but otherwise she could easily triple speedcast. Very quickly, Yi Luofei found herself running on fumes, finding fewer opportunities to retaliate. At the same time, Zhao Yueru shaved away her HP with her spell's residual damage. After 15 seconds, Yi Luofei's HP fell to 50%. On the other hand, Zhao Yueru, who had only occasionally failed to dodge an attack, still had over 90% of her HP. The difference between these fighters was obviously at a glance. I'll admit that your combat standards are higher than mine. Unfortunately, if you can't defeat me despite that advantage, how are you qualified to fight my guild leader? Zhao Yueru quipped as she stopped her attacks suddenly. Seeing Yi Luofei's sorry state, she smiled as she continued, I've grown bored of exchanging spells with you, and I believe that my guild leader has grown impatient with our fight. How about we end this match now? Saying so, Zhao Yueru lightly tapped the butt of Frostflame's Wrath on the ground. Immediately, a blue and red dual-colored magic array formed on the ground as an astonishing amount of mana surged towards it. Following which, a 4-meter-tall cheetah emerged from the magic array. Crimson fire covered the cheetah's head, paws, and tail, while a frosty mist radiated from its body. This cheetah was none other than the Frostflame cheetah summoned by Frostflame's Wrath's third activatable skill. Chapter 1420, Overwhelming Power. The tall and mighty Frostflame cheetah's appearance stupefied everyone in the arena. What? Aren't magic scrolls banned? How did she summon such a powerful monster? That's not right. The system should have imposed the correct restrictions on the stage. She must have summoned the monster with an item skill. Crap. Even an Elementalist can summon such a powerful monster. How is this supposed to be a fair fight? The Mount Frostflame's Wrath summoned was one tier higher than the player that summoned it. Since Zhao Yueru was a tier 1 player, the Frostflame cheetah she had summoned was a tier 2 lord. Normally, soloing a lord-ranked monster of the same level wasn't a problem for peak experts like Yi Luofei, but if one summoned a lord-ranked monster during a one-on-one PvP battle, their opponent would be at an overwhelming disadvantage if they couldn't do the same. Furthermore, Zhao Yueru had already proven that she had an advantage over Yi Luofei. Now that she had gone a step further and summoned the Frostflame cheetah, Yi Luofei's chances of winning were non-existent. However, Yi Luofei had no intentions of giving up just yet. She immediately responded by casting the Tier 1 curse, Extreme Frost Waterfall, and the Tier 1 spell, Frost Barrier. Walls of solid ice began to form around Zhao Yueru, trapping her within. Meanwhile, a massive blue magic array appeared above her, gusts of cold air blasting down from the array. Zhao Yueru didn't attempt to dodge the incoming cold air. Instead, she waved Frostflame's Wrath and used the Tier 1 spell, Flame Dragon's Dance. Immediately, a crimson magic array formed beneath Zhao Yueru's feet. 2 serpentine dragons of fire then emerged, intertwining as they flew to meet the frost gusts of air. Boom, boom, boom. When ice and fire tangled, white mist filled the space above Zhao Yueru. Not only did Flame Dragon's Dance crush Yi Luofei's Extreme Frost Waterfall, but the high temperature also melted the ice walls trapping Zhao Yueru. In the end, Yi Luofei's spells failed to deal even a single point of damage. Even a Tier 1 curse is useless? Yi Luofei was dazed for a brief moment after watching her Extreme Frost Waterfall fail. A Tier 1 curse rivaled Tier 2 spells. Such a spell could even injure Lord-ranked monsters. Yet such a powerful attack had been utterly useless against Zhao Yueru's Tier 1 spell. The various guilds' upper echelons in their VIP rooms were stunned. A Tier 1 spell crushed a Tier 1 curse? Just how wide is the attribute gap between these two? Blue Phoenix stared at Zhao Yueru incredulously. There was only one possible explanation. The gap between the women's attributes was just massive. enough to make up for the difference in tiers. Yet, based on the reports, Luofei should have at least 3 epic items on her. With her high level, the woman's basic attributes should be near the peak of God's domain. Even if some players had higher attributes, there should be a limit to how high those attributes could go. After all, epic items were not cabbages that could be purchased at the local market. Sure enough, weapons provide a higher buff than a piece of equipment. Gentle Snow could not help but sigh as she watched her friend's incredible performance. If it were up to her, she'd have a difficult time defeating Luofei without activating twofold Berserk, yet Zhao Yueru easily triumphed despite having a single Berserk skill. Of course, the fact that both women were Elementalists was part of the reason. When both combatants were of the same class, the difference between their strength depended on the individual's combat standards, attributes, and skills. However, the main reason for such a gap was the massive difference between their equipment quality. Moreover, Zhao Yueru currently had 3 epic items on her. Among the players in this ranking competition, one could count the number who had 3 epic items on one hand. Hence, Luofei's defeat was natural. As everyone recovered from their shock of seeing Zhao Yueru's attack, the Zero-Wing representative commanded her Frostflame Cheetah to pounce on Luofei. Although the Frostflame Cheetah was only a Lord-ranked monster, it still posed a significant threat to Tier 1 experts. This was especially true for magical classes, who were not fond of speed-type monsters. Luofei was forced to turn her spells against the Frostflame Cheetah, while keeping an eye on Zhao Yueru's movements. Seeing the cheetah distract Luofei, Zhao Yueru revealed a smile and waved Frostflame's wrath before pointing it to the sky. A large magic array then covered over half of the stage as it manifested above the fighters. The waiting participants gasped. Despite being below the stage and knowing that they were safe from the current battle, the participants felt the threat of death loom over them. Even a fool could tell that Zhao Yueru had cast a large-scale destruction spell. Die! Zhao Yueru abruptly swung down her staff. Immediately, the entire stage trembled as the area's ice and fire-type mana went berserk. This move was none other than Frostflame Hell, one of Frostflame's Wrath's activatable skills. When activated, it dealt a combination of ice and fire-type damage to all enemies within a 50-yard radius every second for 10 seconds. With the Frostflame Cheetah keeping her busy, Luofei had no hope of escaping the AoE in time. Noticing the wave of fire and cold air surge towards her, Luofei activated Frost Barrier, becoming invulnerable to all attacks for a short time. However, despite having upgraded the spell to Tier 1, it would only last for 8 seconds. She was simply delaying the inevitable. The seconds ticked by quickly. When the 8 seconds were finally up, the Frost Barrier shattered, and the rampaging ice and fire-type mana killed Luofei instantly. As Frostflame Hell dissipated, the spectators could see how miserable a large portion of the stage looked. Silence filled the waiting area below the stage. Although the system had announced the victor, none of the waiting participants cheered. Watching this match had inspired a deep despair in every one of them. They all thought that Zhao Yueru had simply been too cruel. First, Zhao Yueru had summoned a Tier 2 Lord to distract her opponent. Then she used a large-scale destruction spell to end the match. Even with a skill that provided invulnerability, Zhao Yueru's spell would eliminate any opponent unless their life-saving skill lasted for more than 10 seconds. As for closing in on Zhao Yueru and facing her in close quarters, such a strategy would be suicidal with the woman's ability to triple speed cast. The closer one was to the spellcaster, the harder spells were to dodge. Players would also have to deal with a Lord-ranked monster harassing them. Who could possibly beat Zhao Yueru in a one-on-one? Her power was overwhelming. To deal with someone like Zhao Yueru, one would need an ally or the ability to summon a powerful monster with their weapons or equipment. Otherwise, the woman was nearly invincible. She lost. Yin Tianxing could not help his bitter smile as he watched Zhao Yueru on the stage. He had never imagined that a monster like Zhao Yueru occupied the Black Dragon Empire. When she got serious, she could even render a peak expert like Luofei utterly powerless. When Luofei resurrected below the stage, Her gaze shifted to her previous opponent. Her declaration to challenge Black Flame was nothing more than a joke now. She still found it hard to believe that she had been defeated so easily. Now, she more or less understood why the Flower of Seven Sins' second condition was long-term. She had assumed that the second condition would be easier to fulfill than the first, but looking at it now, it was obvious that the second condition was, by far, the more challenging. In the Flower of Seven Sins' opinion, she wouldn't be capable of defeating Black Flame for some time. Hence, the organization had set this condition. Chapter 1421, Dragon's Graveyard. As Zhao Yueru descended from the stage, the waiting participants instinctively stepped aside, opening a path for her. They had heard that she had killed a dark player twice after some dark guild had provoked her, dealing a heavy blow to the guild. While experts like themselves had assumed that had been a joke, they'd have to rein in their courage to stop trembling if Zhao Yueru even glanced their way. They had to be careful around her. Should they accidentally annoy the woman, they might die the moment they left the city. Oh, the Flame Witch is too awesome. She might even secure one of the top 10 spots. Top 10? More like top 5. The combination of that Lord-ranked monster and the large-scale destruction spell is invincible in a duel. Only a handful of participants may be able to close in on the Flame Witch before she activates the combination attack. Aside from those few, she can likely blast everyone to smithereens. The Frost Empress was pretty unlucky this time. If she hadn't come across the Flame Witch, she might have ranked among the top 15, yet now she won't even stand among the top 50. With the Flame Witch on Zero Wing's side, Zero Wing should get a spot among the top 5 guild rankings. Unlike the participants below the stage, the audience in the stands fell into a heated discussion about Zhao Yueru. They were all curious to see what the woman's rank would be in this competition. As for Yi Luofei, who had been defeated, they couldn't help but lament for her misfortune. Damn it! Why did things end up like this? Crimson Fox cursed as he watched Zhao Yueru step down from the main stage. To think they've hidden a trump card like Zhao Yueru all this time. Zero Wing is quite cunning. Guild leader, what should we do now? Lonely Castle, the shield warrior beside Crimson Fox, asked anxiously. The higher one ranked in the competition, the more points they would receive. Moreover, the point scale was steep. Players that ranked between 1000th and 501st would receive 5 points. Players' points would double if they ranked between 500th and 249th, increasing to 10 points. Meanwhile, players that made it to the third round would be awarded 20 points, 50 points if they reached the fourth round and 100 points for the fifth round. Although both experts Nine Dragons Emperor had sent to assist Crimson Castle had made it to the fifth round, Nine Dragons Emperor had stated that the two players would be lucky to make it into the top 16, the seventh round. Reaching the seventh round only awarded 300 points, yet if Zhao Yueru ranked among the top 4 players, she would receive 600 points. Her points alone were more than the total those two experts could earn. If Zhao Yueru were lucky and made it into the finals, she would be awarded 1,000 points. She could earn more points than Crimson Castle's 5 representatives together. For now, hand the epic items Nine Dragons Emperor loaned us to those two experts. Our priority is to ensure that both reach the 7th round. As for Zero Wing, it is still unknown whether or not Zhao Yueru makes it to the semifinals. If she encounters one of those few melee experts, she could lose. If she faces Yan Tianxing, her success will immediately come to a halt. Crimson Fox said as he glanced at Yan Tianxing, FFF's commander. Before Yi Luofei had risen to prominence, the FFF adventurer team had stood at the top in the Black Dragon Empire, due to Yan Tianxing. Even before God's Domain launched, Yan Tianxing had been a famous peak expert in the virtual gaming world for many years. Now he was the number 2 assassin in the Black Dragon Empire. Hell Prison, who had attempted to assassinate Yi Luofei, only ranked 4th on the Black Dragon Empire's assassin ranking list. Hell Prison alone was capable of rendering the Empire's various large guilds helpless. Meanwhile, Yan Tianxing was even more powerful than the assassin. Hence, the Empire's guilds feared and respected the FFF adventurer team. Understood. Lonely Castle saw the reasoning in Crimson Fox's words. Although it was possible that Zhao Yuer could rank among the top 5, it was only a possibility. If she were unlucky, she might encounter an expert that could counter her combat method in the next round and eliminate her. Unfortunately, while Crimson Fox's hope was nice, the reality was far from it. As the competition progressed, Zhao Yueru secured impressive victories during her 6th and 7th matches, making her way into the quarterfinals. She was only one round away from ranking among the top 4 competitors. In contrast, Crimson Castle's progress halted in the 7th round. In the end, the guild only racked up 630 points. With that score, Crimson Castle could easily rank among the Black Dragon Empire's top 10 guilds. To Crimson Castle, it was a result worth celebrating. However, Crimson Fox, Crimson Castle's guild leader, felt no joy. After all, as long as Zhao Yueru won her next match, Crimson Castle's fate in Hidden Fog Town would meet its end. If Crimson Castle couldn't take control of Hidden Fog Town, the threat it posed to Zero Wing would decrease drastically. If that happened, Nine Dragons Emperor would turn away from the guild. Without Nine Dragons Emperor's support, Crimson Castle's dream of becoming a first-rate guild would remain a dream. After all, Crimson Castle was relatively weak among the second-rate guilds. A titan like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion only offered support due to its threat to Zero Wing. Please don't let her pass. Crimson Fox silently prayed as he watched the screen above the stage. At the end of each round, the system would randomly generate pairings for the new fight. Seeing the player IDs flicker on the virtual screen, Crimson Fox's heart began to pound. Once the quarterfinals pairings were determined, he was ecstatic. Wonderful! The heavens haven't forsaken Crimson Castle. Crimson Fox was overjoyed when he saw that the first match was a fight between Zhao Yueru and Yan Tianxing. As long as Crimson Castle won its bet with Zero Wing, its status as a first-rate guild was guaranteed. A first-rate guild. Countless guilds dreamed of achieving such glory. The Flame Witch is in danger now. Yan Tianxing ranks second among assassins, and is known for his speed. The Flame Witch won't be able to execute her combination attack so easily against him. Even if the Flame Witch loses, she'll have nothing to be ashamed of. After all, she has a class disadvantage. But Yan Tianxing's win isn't certain. It isn't so easy to close in on an Elementalist who can triple casting. If his timing isn't right when he closes in on the Flame Witch, he might die instantly. The Flame Witch's damage is no laughing matter. She even instant-killed a shield warrior while full HP and shield wall active. Killing a glass cannon like Yan Tianxing would be a piece of cake for her. Everyone cheered and chatted as they watched Zhao Yueru and Yan Tianxing approach to the main stage. As the timer above the main stage began to count down, Yan Tianxing turned towards Zero Wing's VIP room and announced, "Guild Leader Black Flame, this humble man has heard that your guild intends to auction adventure houses in Stone Forest Town. If I win this match, would you allocate a slot for the FFF adventurer team? Of course, if I lose, I will hand over 10,000 magic crystals and a treasure map for the dragon's graveyard." When Yan Tianxing finished speaking, the venue fell silent, dumbfounded by his bet. Everyone's first reaction was to question his intentions. Shouldn't he be trying to avenge Yi Luofei? Shouldn't he have made some valiant remark about defeating Zhao Yueru? Yet the FFF's commander, one of the Black Dragon Empire's famous top adventurer teams, had just publicly declared his intention of garrisoning in Stone Forest Town. Garrisoning in Stone Forest Town wouldn't have been overly surprising. A top adventurer team occupying a guild town was always good news for the guild. Yet based on Yan Tianxing's request, it seemed as if the right to garrison in Stone Forest Town was extremely precious. He had even bet 10,000 magic crystals and a treasure map for the right. The treasure map he had gambled was even related to the dragon's graveyard. This was just ludicrous. Chapter 1422, Forbidden Lands Treasure. What's going on? Has Yan Tianxing lost his mind? If I recall correctly, Stone Forest Town has a relatively effective battle arena. Some of the top-ranking participants in the previous competition had gone there as well. But what's so good about the town? Does he really have to go this far? Isn't it just a guild town? FFF is one of the top 5 adventurer teams in our empire. Even first-rate guilds would beg FFF to occupy their towns. I'm pretty sure FFF can gain access to Stone Forest Town just by asking. What? Don't you know? Many experts are trying to train in Stone Forest Town's battle arena. I've heard that the advanced combat rooms are super amazing. They can create a perfect replica of the player that enters the room. The replica can even execute all of the player's skills and spells at 100% completion rate. Those rooms are more effective than fighting an expert of the same caliber. That's right. Firecloud Fox's Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon visited Stone Forest Town's battle arena and used the advanced combat rooms multiple times. Both managed to rank among the top 500 in this competition. Their performance was significantly more impressive than last time. Remnant Cloud's combat power has improved so much that he even beat his old rivals. Stone Forest Town doesn't only have its battle arena. It also has an advanced auction house with a built-in bartering function. Due to the battle arena and the advanced auction house, Stone Forest Town has become Starmoon Kingdom's undisputed #1 guild town. I've heard about that too. Many top and well-known adventurer teams in Starmoon Kingdom, and several neighboring kingdoms, are trying to garrison in Stone Forest Town. Unfortunately, Zero Wing only plans to open 5 adventurer houses to the public. The various adventurer teams are frantically collecting funds. When the time comes, the competition for those adventurer houses will be intense. Though it is surprising that even an adventurer team like FFF is interested in the town. For a time, many people, both in and outside of the arena, discussed Zero Wing's Stone Forest Town. Many of the Empire's players began to gain some understanding of the guild town. When the advanced combat rooms, in particular, came up in conversation, many expert players' eyes shone with excitement. Players were more interested in improving their skill completion rates than fighting experts of the same caliber. Most layers of their standards plateaued around 80% skill completion rates. Only after achieving an 85% skill completion rate could they truly exert 100% of their skill's power and effects. Now that they knew they had an opportunity to improve their skill completion rates, why would they ignore it? While the players in the spectator stands discuss Stone Forest Town, the various guilds' upper echelons in the VIP rooms glared at Yen Tianqing. Has Yen Tianqing lost his mind? He's using the Dragon's Graveyard's treasure map as a wager. Doesn't he know what the Dragon's Graveyard is? When the upper echelons heard the proposed bet, their eyes became bloodshot with anger. While the majority of the Black Dragon Empire's guilds didn't know about the Dragon's Graveyard, first- and second-rate guilds such as theirs had investigated the area. Naturally, they had some understanding of the treasure map. One of the reasons for the Black Dragon Empire's names was the Dragon's Graveyard within its territory. According to legend, the Dragon's Graveyard had been home to the Black Dragon tribe. However, for some unknown reason, that location had become a dragon graveyard. Dragons were known for their love of treasure. Needless to say, dragons' habitats would contain unimaginable treasures. Although the Black Dragon Empire had embarked on several expeditions into the Dragon's Graveyard, the Empire had eventually given up on the map and labeled it a forbidden land due to the severe losses it suffered during such expeditions. If one had a treasure map for the area, they could gain frightening wealth. To solidify this assumption, their guilds had secured an astonishing bounty after exploring the Dragon's Graveyard's outer region. Upon reaching level 50, drop rates from monsters decreased drastically. The quality of dropped weapons and equipment also decreased. When killing level 50 Great Lords, players generally only obtained a single piece of level 50 mysterious iron equipment. However, it was a different story in the Dragon's Graveyard as its level 50 Great Lords dropped level 50 secret silver equipment. Meanwhile, a treasure map was akin to a treasure chest, but unlike treasure chests, players had to hunt down their prize after obtaining the map. Fortunately, the extra step meant greater rewards. Treasure maps weren't differentiated by rank, either. Rather, the value of a treasure map was based on the danger of its location. As a forbidden land, the Dragon's Graveyard's treasure map would likely lead to more than one epic item. Why wouldn't they be jealous? The only problem was the graveyard's severe environment. Upon entering the map, players' combat power would fall below 10%. Players would also find it difficult to activate Tier 1 skills and spells. Generally, they were limited to Tier 0 abilities. Players had to pay a hefty price to deal with a level 50 Great Lord. Furthermore, Great Lord-ranked monsters were common in the Dragon's Graveyard. There were also quite a few Grand Lords. Commander? Iluafe, who watched from below the main stage, stared at Yan Tianqing with confusion. Did you really have to expose that item just for an adventurer house? The FFF adventurer team had been on many adventures. It had uncovered many opportunities as well. Among the various opportunities, the greatest had been their acquisition of an epic-ranked item called the True Orb from an ancient ruin. With this orb, Yan Tianqing even had a high chance of defeating the Black Dragon Empire's #1 assassin. They had obtained the Dragon's Graveyard's treasure map from a dark gold treasure chest in the same ruin. One could just imagine how valuable it was. Iluafe couldn't understand Yan Tianqing's decision. Even if their adventurer team wanted to occupy Stone Forest Town, they could compete for the opportunity in the auction. With the FFF adventurer team's financial strength, they were likely to win a slot. This gamble was just unnecessary. Guild Leader, the Dragon's Graveyard is a super large-scale map in the Black Dragon Empire with extremely abundant resources. The treasures in the area are extraordinary. However, due to the harsh environment, most large guilds have struggled to pioneer the map, Gentle Snow explained. Yan Tianqing is quite generous. Feng could not help but laugh. He must know that the competition for the garrison slots is going to be intense. But by using the treasure map as bait to convince me to agree to the bet, isn't he worried about losing it? Naturally, no one in God's domain understood the Dragon's Graveyard better than him. According to his memories, there were a total of 3 treasure maps for the Dragon's Graveyard, which corresponded to the outer region, the inner region, and the map's core, respectively. Meanwhile, the treasures in each of these areas were better than the last. The wealth one could gain in the outer region was the equivalent of several dark gold treasure chests. It was rumored that the items one could find in the inner region were the equivalent of 2 or 3 epic treasure chests. As for the core, the treasures there were the equivalent of 1 or 2 inferior legendary treasure chests. Although Feng had no idea of which treasure map Yan Tianqing possessed, the items in the outer region were already hard to come by, much less those in the inner and core regions. Since he wants to gamble, I have no reason to reject his offer. Feng then contacted Zhao Yueru and ordered, agree to the bet. Understood. Zhao Yueru nodded. This match is very important. You don't need to hold back, Feng added. Can I really use that move? Zhao Yueru was confused. However, a hint of anticipation flashed in her eyes. Before the competition had begun, Feng had forbidden her from using all of her strength in battle. His reasoning was very simple. Every additional trump card she had was an advantage. Their priorities in this competition were to defeat Crimson Castle and earn enough points to rank among the top 3 guilds in the Black Dragon Empire. Yes, he is very strong. If you hold back, you might lose, Feng confirmed. Hearing that she could go all out, Zhao Yueru's eyes sparkled with excitement as she shifted her gaze towards Yan Tianqing. My guild leader has agreed to your conditions so long as you don't regret making them later on, Zhao Yueru said, smiling. I have never gone back on my word before. Besides, I made the bet in front of so many people, Yan Tianqing responded, smiling. Since we have an agreement, let us begin. Saying so, Yan Tianqing activated his berserk skill and vanished as if he had never existed in the first place. Chapter 1423, Flame Witch. The instant Yan Tianqing activated stealth and disappeared, Zhao Yueru summoned the Lord-ranked Frostflame Cheetah beside her. She then proceeded to double speed cast. Tier 1 spell Flame Orb. Tier 1 spell, Flame Rain. Both spells were AoE attacks, and among the best, Zhao Yueru had to locate a stealthed assassin. As long as a player could reveal an assassin, the stealth player's combat power would decrease by half. An assassin's most powerful advantage was its assassination capabilities. The first strike was particularly powerful. In a confrontation, however, they were even weaker than berserkers and swordsmen. In the blink of an eye, a sea of fire swept across Yan Tianqing's previous location. But even after the two spells decimated the stage, the assassin was nowhere to be seen. The flame witch reacted so quickly, but she still couldn't expose Yan Tianqing. How fast is he? As expected of the second-ranked assassin in the Empire, his concealment technique is amazing. Despite seeing him the moment he disappeared, I still can't lock onto his aura. I even activated Enhance 5 Senses, yet I can't detect him either. The participants below the stage were shocked as they watched the sea of fire engulf the stage. By the time the match began, Zhao Yueru had already begun casting her spells. There had only been a 2-second delay before her attack struck Yan Tianqing's starting location, yet neither AoE had revealed the assassin. What shocked these players even more was the man's concealment technique. The magic barrier around the main stage contained attacks within. Meanwhile, observation and perception skills wouldn't be affected. Despite the waiting participants activating their perception skills, no one could detect Yan Tianqing. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. These skills' specific purpose was to counter the stealth skill. Zhao Yueru had also activated her own perception skill, which allowed her to detect all stealth players within a 40-yard radius. Generally, if magical class player allowed a stealthed assassin to ambush them, they'd die instantly. Only plate armor classes with high HP and defense could survive an assassin's first barrage. She could not allow her opponent to close in. A futile struggle. Iluafe, who stood below the stage, smiled as she watched Zhao Yueru. The true orb Yan Tianqing had obtained improved assassin's strength tremendously. The commander wouldn't have challenged Shadow Light, the #1 assassin in the Black Dragon Empire, without it. Not even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could do anything against that man. Meanwhile, one of the true orb's effects increased stealth-related skills by 100%. This halved the effectiveness of other players' perception-related skills. As a result, perception skills with a 40-yard range would only detect Yan Tianqing when he was within 20 yards. Although the difference was only 20 yards, it could determine whether or not a player died. Within that range, assassins could use shadow steps, appearing directly behind a player. Yan Tianxiang quietly circled to 25 yards behind Zhao Yueru, but he didn't rush in to attack. Although shadow steps allowed him to appear behind Zhao Yueru instantly, Zhao Yueru was an elementalist. If she reacted quickly enough, she could use an invulnerability skill or blink to escape. He needed to find her blind spot, leaving her no opportunity to defend herself. However, Zhao Yueru was no greenhorn. Every player had weak points and blind spots, and it was especially true for their backs. Hence, Zhao Yueru had stationed the Frostflame Cheetah behind her. Not only would this hinder Yan Tianqing's vision and boost her defense, but she could also launch a powerful counterattack on the off chance Yan Tianqing attacked or stunned her. For a time, all anyone could see was Zhao Yueru standing in the center of the stage with the Frostflame Cheetah watching her back, as she launched one Tier 0 spell after another. Meanwhile, Yan Tianqing continued to circle his opponent, searching for an opportunity to strike. After nearly 3 minutes, Yan Tianqing could not help but admire Zhao Yueru's tenacity. The Elementalist left him no openings. The Frostflame Cheetah, in particular, posed a huge problem. It seems that I'll have to use that move. Yan Tianqing smiled bitterly as he examined Zhao Yueru's impeccable defense. Suddenly, Yan Tianqing split into 2 identical copies with the same attributes. The 2 clones were impossible to differentiate. Both copies remained stealthed. This move was one of the True Orb skills, True Phantom. It allowed the user to summon a doppelganger that had 100% of the player's attributes, and every skill the user had learned. The skill had a 3-minute duration. If either the doppelganger or the main body survived the duration, the user would as well. When Yan Tianqing had activated True Phantom, Zhao Yueru had ceased her bombardment. Taking a deep breath, she examined her surroundings. Since you don't want to come out, I'll force you to. Zhao Yueru waved Frostflame's wrath. With Zhao Yueru as the center, a translucent barrier ballooned outward. In the blink of an eye, the barrier enveloped a radius of 100 yards, half of the stage. This was Frostflame's Wrath's second active skill, Frostflame Space. When activated, its effects would resemble that of a domain. Yan Tianqing immediately felt his attributes decrease. In the blink of an eye, he only had 70% of his total attributes remaining. In contrast, Zhao Yueru's aura had grown significantly more powerful. What? Yi Luofei stared at his enemy in shock. Suddenly, 2 more Zhao Yueris appeared on the stage. One of them wore flaming red robes, while the other was clad in icy blue. These 2 doppelgangers possess 100% of the caster's attributes, and both radiated a terrifying aura of their own. Die. Yan Tianqing quickly realized how severe his situation was. If Zhao Yueru and her 2 doppelgangers bombarded the stage randomly, they would find him. Immediately, Yan Tianqing responded with shadow steps, appearing behind Zhao Yueru's real body. He thrust his silver daggers towards the woman's head and back. His actions were utterly silent, and without a hint of killing intent. So fast. Despite her 5 senses pushed to their limits, the Flame Witch only noticed that she was under attack after the assassin's daggers were moving. However, when Yan Tianqing's daggers were only an inch away from reaching Zhao Yueru, the latter vanished and reappeared 15 yards away. Close 1. Zhao Yueru breathed a sigh of relief as she saw Yan Tianqing, whose figure had finally appeared. If not for this being a match in her heightened senses, she would have fallen prey to the man's daggers. However, as soon as relaxed her guard a little, another Yan Tianqing appeared behind her. Tier 1 Taboo Skill, Hidden Blade. The Yan Tianqing vanished again before immediately reappearing before the Elementalist. Before Zhao Yueru could react, 6 black shadows flew towards Zhao Yueru's heart, each attack dealing over -30,000 damage. The woman's HP instantly plummeted to 0. What? Everyone in the arena was dumbfounded when they saw Zhao Yueru hit the ground. Who could possibly avoid such an attack? Despite everyone's belief that the match was over, the bell never signified its end. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yueru's doppelgangers smiled from beside her real body. Both responded by waving their staffs. Chapter 1424, Cataclysmic Spell. She's not dead. This is a lie, right? Didn't he kill her main body? When the 2 Zhao Yuerus raised their staffs on the stage, the audience looked as if they had seen a ghost. When they saw the clone's smiles, chills crawled down their backs, and they couldn't help the thought that she really was a witch. God's domain had many doppelganger skills to offer, but they had never heard of one that allowed the doppelgangers to continue moving after the main body had died. Impossible. Could she also? Yi Luofei stared at the Elementalist clones in red and blue in shock. The situation had also caught Yan Tianqing off guard. 2 magic arrays appeared behind each of the 2 Zhao Yueris, and immediately, the ice and fire-type mana on the stage went berserk as it formed a tornado of frost and flame. Like a whale inhaling water, the 4 magic arrays devoured the mana. 4 walls of ice trapped the assassin clone that had killed Zhao Yueru's original body. At the same time, flames emerged from the ground and swept down from the sky, completing Yan Tianqing's confinement. Without warning, the Frostflame Cheetah pounced on the other Yan Tianqing. Since the man had already left stealth, his combat power had decreased by half. Although the Frostflame Cheetah couldn't kill Yan Tianqing, it was more than enough to distract him for a moment. Realizing the danger he was in, Yan Tianqing hurriedly controlled his copy within the walls of ice and used wind steps, taking advantage of the brief invulnerability effect the skill provided to block Zhao Yueru's fire spell. He then used Shadow Assault on an ice wall in an attempt to break free from the frost barrier. Yet, before his 2 daggers could reach the frost barrier, an ice wall appeared and blocked his weapon's advance. When his daggers struck on the ice wall, they merely cracked it. They did not shatter the barrier. If he wanted to shatter the ice wall, he would need to attack again. Although Ice Wall was only a Tier 0 spell, it was as strong as a Tier 1 spell due to Frostflame's Wrath's buff. Ordinary players couldn't even shatter a Tier 0 ice wall easily, much less a Tier 1 ice wall. Although Yan Tianqing was a peak expert, at the end of the day, the assassin class didn't specialize in strength. If he were a peak berserker expert, however, he might have a chance of shattering a Tier 1 ice wall with a single attack. After Wind Step's brief invulnerability ended, Yan Tianqing reluctantly activated Vanish before shattering the ice wall before him. But Zhao Yueru had no intention of letting the man escape. Without chants or runes, she cast another ice wall to block Yan Tianqing's path. Vanish only provided 1 second of invulnerability. When that second ended, the flame-type Zhao Yueru threw 2 Tier 1 fire spells into the frost barrier. Without any invulnerability skills left and his shadow step still on cooldown, Yan Tianqing had nothing left to counter the incoming fire spells. In addition, the Flame Witch's 2 spells were AoEs and impossible to block with his weapons. As a result, the 2 flame spells, enhanced by Frostflame's Wrath to Tier 2 spells, killed the Yan Tianqing in the frost barrier instantly. Now only the Yan Tianqing the Frostflame Cheetah had pinned down remained. What a brutish way to fight. Crap. Wouldn't this be considered quadruple casting? The Flame Witch is invincible. The way Zhao Yueru fought stunned the audience. Her 2 doppelgangers could actually double cast. It wasn't much different than if she had cast 4 spells simultaneously. Moreover, all 4 spells were under her full control. To make matters worse, all 4 spells were overwhelmingly powerful. A doppelganger? Zhao Yueru muttered as she watched the Yan Tianqing in the frost barrier disappear, before turning to the assassin retreating from her. Revealing a smile, she muttered, "Do you think you're safe just because you put some distance between us?" Immediately, Zhao Yueru's ice and fire-type doppelgangers began to double-cast again. With Yuan Tianqing's speed, he'd be difficult to trap with frost barrier again. Hence, Zhao Yueru didn't use the same approach. Instead, she switched to Tier 1 spells that focused on crowds. In the next moment, over 70 fire arrows, fireballs, ice spears, and ice arrows formed behind the doppelgangers. These spells then flew towards their target. Everyone fell silent as they watched the ice and fire-type spells fill the sky. Moreover, Zhao Yueru's control over these spells was exceptionally precise. Despite Yan Tianqing moving so quickly that he left behind afterimages, most of the Elementalist spells struck the assassin. As a result, Yan Tianqing was forced to block the incoming attacks with his weapons and had no choice but to use wind steps to defend himself. However, while Yan Tianqing's speed was astonishing to ordinary players, to Zhao Yueru, whose physique had improved by 50% thanks to Frostflame space, Yan Tianqing wasn't particularly fast. At best, he was only as fast as an ordinary expert. She had no issues landing her attacks. Meanwhile, the agility-specialized assassins couldn't easily block spells with Tier 2 power. Yan Tianqing's HP fell with each hit he took. It was only a matter of time before his opponent carved it all away. As they watched, the participants below the stage felt goosebumps cover their skin. How was this a one-on-one fight? It wasn't any different than facing a 20-man magical team's bombardment. Who could survive such ruthless attacks? In the past, these players had assumed that the assassin class countered magical classes, but Zhao Yueru had destroyed that idea. She had actually hidden her strength during our fight? Frustration and rage burned in Yi Luofei's gaze as she glared at Zhao Yueru. She wasn't particularly frustrated about her defeat. After all, she had suffered countless losses before becoming famous, but this was the first time she had met someone who could best her while hiding so much of their prowess. Moreover, she and her opponent were nearly the same age. On the stage, Yan Tianqing struggled to hold on, and was forced to use Vanish, disappearing again. If Zhao Yueru discovered him before his skill's cooldowns finished, now that he had used his trump card, he'd be powerless against the woman's attacks. However, if he could stay hidden until his skills were available again, he could turn the battle around. I've been waiting for you to use this move. Despite her opponent vanishing, Zhao Yueru didn't panic. She licked her lips playfully as she said, "Let's put an end to this match." If the main body died after she used Frost Flame Space, she wouldn't be able to use any of her weapon or equipment skills. She could only use the skills and spells she had learned. However, the Ice and Fire-type doppelgangers didn't have that restriction. They even had spells she didn't. The most powerful of these spells was the combination spell, Frost Flame Oblivion. Frost Flame Oblivion was a curse that was one tier more powerful than its user, though its power could not exceed tier 5. Upon using Frost Flame Oblivion, the Frost Flame space would disappear. As Zhao Yueru was a tier 1 player, Frost Flame Oblivion had the power of a tier 2 curse. Zhao Yueru's doppelgangers chanted an incantation in unison, while moving towards their target's previous location. As they did, golden divine runes began to appear across Frost Flame Space's translucent barrier, illuminating the arena. The area's ambient mana decreased rapidly as it flowed into Frost Flame Space. This increased the mana density inside the barrier to a frightening level. The spectators outside of the main stage squirmed uncomfortably as the venue's mana density decreased. What kind of spell is that? What is she trying to do? Although the audience didn't understand the Elementalist's actions, goosebumps covered their bodies. It felt as if Armageddon were coming for them. Moreover, this feeling grew as time passed. Meanwhile, Yan Tianxing felt the sensation intensely from inside the Frost Flame space. She couldn't be. A possibility suddenly dawned on Yan Tianxing. Immediately, he dashed towards Zhao Yueru. Sadly, he was already too late. The Ice and Fire-type doppelgangers only needed 2 seconds to cast Frost Flame Oblivion. By the time Yan Tianxing had felt that something was amiss, the 2 doppelgangers had channeled the spell for over a second. The assassin could never cross 50 yards and launch an attack in that time. Let's end this. Both doppelgangers pointed their Frost Flame's wraths towards the sky as a pillar of fire, and a pillar of cold air shot upward, striking the magic barrier. Suddenly, the Frost Flame space cracked as the horrific power of ice and fire annihilated everything within the space. Yan Tianxing was obliterated. Cracks continued to spread across the barrier. The area within Frost Flame space only calmed after 5 seconds. Nothing was left. Yan Tianxing, the Frost Flame Cheetah, and Zhao Yueru's doppelgangers. They all disappeared. However, after the Frost Flame space faded, Zhao Yueru's main body reformed on the stage. At the same time, the bell signifying the end of the match rang, while the large screen above the stage displayed the victor, Zhao Yueru. Chapter 1425, Number 1 Elementalist. When Zhao Yueru's name appeared on the screen above the main stage, the venue fell silent as everyone turned to the Elementalist incredulously. They wouldn't have been so shocked if Zhao Yueru had simply defeated Yan Tianxing. But the woman had displayed overwhelmingly destructive power. If she were capable of disintegrating everything within a 100-yard radius of herself, who could ever challenge her in a one-on-one PvP match? With that terrifying spell, who could possibly stand up against the Flame Witch? Crap. She beat the second-ranked assassin just like that? Is she an NPC? With such frightening strength and spells, the Flame Witch won't have any issues winning the championship. That's right. Even if she doesn't win, she should rank first on the Empire's Elementalist ranking list. I never thought that Zero Wing had an expert like this. No wonder Zero Wing had become Starmoon Kingdom's overlord. I'm sure it won't be long before Zero Wing joins the ranks of first-rate guilds in the Black Dragon Empire. Zhao Yueru had inspired shock and awe in the crowd. With such an AoE powerhouse, other guilds would have to think twice before starting a war with Zero Wing in the fields. Zhao Yueru's firepower alone could likely rival that of a 100-man expert team. We lost. Crimson Fox stared at Zhao Yueru in a daze. At this point, he truly regretted challenging Feng to a bet. He hadn't imagined that Zero Wing had hidden a trump card like Zhao Yueru. Now Crimson Castle had lost all hope of obtaining Hidden Fog Town. Meanwhile, Zero Wing would become Lake Heart City's undisputed overlord once it secured the town. Even with Nine Dragons Emperor's support, Crimson Castle could never compete with Zero Wing. Guild leader, are we really going to give up on Hidden Fog Town? Lonely Castle asked, reluctance coloring his face. Give up. Crimson Fox shook his head as he suddenly thought of an idea. Sneering, he said, while it is true that Crimson Castle has to give up on capturing Hidden Fog Town, that doesn't mean that other guilds cannot try. Notify the other guilds immediately, and tell them to prepare the necessary manpower. Although we cannot offer any of our forces, we can supply information, weapons, equipment, and siege tools. Understood. Lonely Castle smiled as he listened to Crimson Fox's plan. Hidden Fog Town wouldn't be easy to raid. Even if Crimson Castle couldn't act, they could keep the town out of Zero Wing's hands if several third-rate guilds worked together with the support of Crimson Castle's items and information. If they succeeded, Nine Dragons Empire wouldn't forsake their guild. As long as they retained the man's support, Crimson Castle could develop into a first-rate guild eventually. After resurrecting below the stage, Yan Tianqing glanced at Zero Wing's VIP room. Commander. Iluafe was at a loss for words as she looked at Yan Tianqing, who wore a bitter smile. It was obvious that he had valued Stone Forest Town's garrison rights. Unfortunately, not only had he failed to obtain that right, but he had also lost 10,000 magic crystals and the Dragon's Graveyard's treasure map. I had thought that this was an opportunity, but Zero Wing really is as unfathomable as the rumors say, Yan Tianqing said as he shook his head dejectedly. He then smiled as he continued. It seems that we'll have to see to some more preparations. Commander, why is Zero Wing Stone Forest Town so important to you? It is just a town in a small kingdom. How could it possibly be any better than Super Guild's towns? With our team's strength, we shouldn't have any problems occupying one of their towns. Why should we bother with Stone Forest Town's 5 garrison slots? Iluafe was astonished. She had been flabbergasted when he had sent her to compete for a private house in Stone Forest Town. Now Yan Tianqing was adamant of obtaining Stone Forest Town's adventurer houses. It is only natural that you don't have a great opinion of Stone Forest Town. I only found out the truth from a friend. When the time comes, adventure teams like ours won't be the only ones competing for those slots. Some superpowers are preparing for the auction as well, Yan Tianqing quietly explained. He had fought in the virtual gaming world for many years now, so he had many expert acquaintances. Among them, a few were upper echelons in certain superpowers. Their information networks far surpassed any first-rate guilds. How is that possible? Isn't it just a kingdom's town? How could it even tempt superpowers? Iluafe exclaimed. Stone Forest Town might not have attracted their attention in the past, but times have changed. Zero Wing now has the advanced auction house and the advanced combat rooms. The auction house offers items that are usually very difficult to find on the market, while the combat rooms can even help peak experts grow stronger. Why wouldn't these benefits tempt superpowers? Yan Tianqing explained. If not for Stone Forest Town's nigh-impenetrable defenses and the support from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the various superpowers would have likely sent their forces to capture it. Now that Zero Wing intends to auction off 5 adventurer houses, these various superpowers cannot miss the opportunity. Furthermore, the adventurer teams that set up in Stone Forest Town will be required to sign a contract with Zero Wing. There is no doubt that the contracted adventurer teams will receive exclusive benefits. If these superpowers join the competition, the auction will be unimaginably intense. So, we'll have to begin preparing right away. Realization dawned on Iluafe as she listened to her commander's explanation. She was stunned. She hadn't expected a recently established guild to be capable of nurturing a town that could elicit the various superpowers' desire. Although it was hard to believe, she trusted her commander fully. After all, Yan Tianqing was the one who had introduced her to the Flower of Seven Sins. The fact that Yan Tianqing knew upper echelons of a transcendental power, like the Flower of Seven Sins, proved how amazing the man was. Meanwhile, In one of the VIP rooms on the second floor, Nine Dragons Emperor wore an exceedingly ugly expression. In contrast, Phoenix Rain's group celebrated. Big Sis Rain Zero Wing is so full of surprises. With an expert elementalist like Zhao Yueru, we'll have a much greater advantage in the contest for Thunder Island. Having her defend a tower will be far more effective than sending 3 to 5 peak experts, Blue Phoenix said. No wonder Yi Feng was so confident. Zero Wing had this trump card hidden. Zhao Yueru's power surprised Phoenix Rain as well. Due to the limited number of slots for Thunder Island's contest, it was very important that they brought experts who were strong individually. This was especially true for strategic experts like Zhao Yueru. A powerhouse like her would be much more effective than 10 top-tier experts. While the various large guilds recovered from their shock of watching Zhao Yueru fight, Feng received 10,000 magic crystals in Zero Wing's VIP room, and the Dragon's Graveyard's treasure map from Yin Tianxing. Upon receiving his winnings, Feng opened the treasure map. He was very eager to learn which area Yin Tianxing's treasure map covered. He had never heard of the FFF adventurer team obtaining treasure from the Dragon's Graveyard in the past. Rather, the first-rate guild, Fantasy Shrine, and the super first-rate Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had secured the map's treasures. Hence, Feng was surprised to hear that the FFF adventurer team had obtained a treasure map for the area so soon. Treasure maps in God's domain were generally unique items. Each hidden treasure would only have a single corresponding treasure map. Without the corresponding treasure map, no one would find the hidden goods. These treasures were hidden in special spaces, and the map was the key to accessing them. Chapter 1426, Instant Fame. After unfurling the treasure map, Feng inspected its attribute panel. The information displayed confused Feng. Aside from the words Dragon's Graveyard, the treasure map didn't have any information to display. There wasn't even a general map for the Dragon's Graveyard. Guild leader, is there a problem with the treasure map? Gentle Snow asked curiously when she noticed the strange expression on Feng's face. There is indeed a problem, Feng said, chuckling. This treasure map requires a master-ranked appraisal. When he tried to inspect the treasure map forcefully, the system notified him of the requirement. Master-ranked. Gentle Snow was astonished. Although one could easily find appraisal shops in NPC cities, the NPCs working in these stores were, at best, advanced appraisers. It was impossible to find a master appraiser in these shops. Although a lot of players had taken on the appraiser subclass, their progress was extremely slow. After all, players had to appraise a large number of top-tier items to gain proficiency. Even the various large guilds had only nurtured a few advanced appraisers. As for master appraisers, it was very difficult for every subclass in God's domain to reach the master rank. However, what truly surprised Feng was not the fact that the treasure map needed a master appraiser, but that it had to be appraised to begin with. Based on what he had heard in the past, the maps leading to the Dragon's Graveyard's 3 great treasures hadn't needed appraisals. One could just inspect them. Could this treasure map lead to something other than the 3 great treasures? Feng's curiosity grew. Immediately, he activated Omniscient Eyes to inspect the treasure map. Fortunately, Omniscient Eyes could rival a master-ranked appraisal. After 20 seconds, the treasure map's information began to reveal itself. What? Feng was dumbfounded when he saw the displayed information. As he had guessed, the treasure map Yin Tianxing had given him didn't lead to one of the 3 great treasures. This map wasn't even a treasure map. It was a map to the Dragon's Graveyard's secret land, the Dragon's Nest. This secret land was far more valuable than the 3 great treasures. Unlike the treasures, which would disappear once someone claimed them, players could periodically enter the secret land an indefinite number of times. Like the Sea Dragon's secret land, one could obtain all sorts of precious items in the Dragon's Nest. Yet, funny enough, Yin Tianxing had treated this item like a typical treasure map. After giving the matter some thought, Feng realized that it was to be expected. After all, secret lands were incredibly rare. On the other hand, treasure was common in large maps like the Dragon's Graveyard. If a player obtained a map with the words Dragon's Graveyard, it wouldn't be unusual for them to assume it was just a treasure map. Guild leader, it couldn't be a fake, could it? Gentle Snow thought of a possibility when she saw Feng's surprise. There were many treasures in God's domain. However, there was also a large number of fakes. In fact, a large majority of the treasure maps players obtained weren't real. It is. Feng nodded. I knew Yan Tianqing couldn't be that generous. Gentle Snow sighed, somewhat disappointed. If Zero Wing could obtain the Dragon's Graveyard's treasures, it would significantly help the guild's development. If an adventurer team like FFF used the treasure, it might even elevate the team's overall strength to a whole new level. How could he have been willing to gamble such a precious item? This isn't a treasure map. It's a map to a secret land in the Dragon's Graveyard, Feng said, smiling when he saw Gentle Snow's dejected expression. What? It's a map to the Dragon's Graveyard secret land. How is that possible? Gentle Snow's eyes widened in shock. For a moment, she even thought Feng was playing a trick. Take a look for yourself, Feng said, chuckling. He then passed the secret land map to Gentle Snow. It's real. If Yan Tianqing finds this out, he'll lose his mind. Gentle Snow's eyes sparkled as she looked at the map. Needless to say, a secret land in a forbidden area like the Dragon's Graveyard would be high quality. Moreover, the reward for clearing a secret land for the first time would most likely rival, or even surpass, the Dragon's Graveyard's treasure. Although subsequent visits wouldn't yield as many benefits as the first, the secret land could be raided indefinitely. In the long term, the income from exploring the secret land would exceed the 3 great treasures. However, this map had a flaw. The secret land would be very challenging to reach. The dragon's nest was located in the Dragon's Graveyard's inner region. Moreover, it was very close to its core. Currently, the Black Dragon Empire's various large guilds were struggling to explore the outer region, much less the inner area. Before they could reach the secret land, the monsters in the inner region would likely wipe them out. However, Gentle Snow did not know that Feng had already prepared to visit the dragon's nest. While the other large guilds might have trouble reaching the inner region, the same could not be said for Feng. After all, he had the all-round device. He didn't need to worry about the low mana density in the dragon's graveyard. Moreover, the dragon's nest only opened once a week. They still had 2 days until the next reset. It would be a huge waste not to visit the secret land. The only problem was that he needed more all-round devices. After Zhao Yueru's match with Yan Tianqing, the competition proceeded as usual. With each match, the audience's passion grew. After all, aside from Zhao Yueru, the weakest players who made it to the quarterfinals had reached the Flowing Water Realm. However, faced with Zhao Yueru's unreasonable Frostflame space, even peak experts would succumb to death. In this competition, players' cooldowns would reset upon finishing a match, and this included their weapons and equipment skills. As a result, Zhao Yueru could use Frostflame Space and Frostflame Oblivion in every one of her matches. If her main body remained alive, she could use Frostflame Hell as well. With the stage's limited amount of space to move around, her opponents had no hope of dodging both of her large-scale destruction spells. In the end, Zhao Yueru had won the championship, becoming the greatest dark horse in the competition this time around. At the same time, the Flame Witch's name resounded throughout the Black Dragon Empire, as Zhao Yueru became the Empire's #1 Elementalist. As for this uproar's main perpetrator, Zhao Yueru found this situation somewhat unbelievable. If this had been a competition of combat standards, she wouldn't have made it into the top 30. Yet she had won the competition with the help of the Frostflame's wrath. The strength of a fragmented legendary weapon had her mesmerized. Unsurprisingly, Zero Wing had become the #1 guild in this ranking competition, and obtained the invitation to participate in the Secret Pavilion's upcoming internal auction. The Black Dragon Empire's official forums were ablaze with activity. Nobody could have imagined that a previously unknown guild would rise to become the competition's top guild. Zhao Yueru's astonishing prowess fascinated the Empire's players. She was the perfect combination of beauty and violence. Zero Wing will definitely rise in the Black Dragon Empire now. I heard that Zero Wing has been recruiting members in Lake Heart City. I'm going to apply when I have time. For a time, players swarmed Zero Wing's residence in Lake Heart City. Far more players wanted to join the guild than Gentle Snow had anticipated. To accommodate more members in the branch guild, she began her preparations to capture Hidden Fog Town, using this opportunity to develop her corner of Zero Wing. Big Sis Snow, over 10,000 third-rate guild members, who are allied with Crimson Castle, have secretly gathered at the guild's residence in Lake Heart City. Moreover, this number is rapidly climbing. By the looks of it, it seems as if they intend to rush towards Hidden Fog Town. Unknown players have also ambushed many of our members grinding near the town. I suspect that this is Crimson Castle's doing. Crimson Fox is quite persistent. Since he can't take action openly, he's moving against us in secret? Gentle Snow frowned as she listened to her subordinate's report. Clearly, their previous agreement with Crimson Castle had been a farce. They're moving in secret? Revealing a faint smile, Feng reasoned. It seems that if we don't teach these guilds a proper lesson, they'll assume that Zero Wing is easy to bully. Since Crimson Fox has gone back on his word, he can't blame me for refusing to show mercy. Chapter 1427. Causing a Storm with One Sentence. Snow, have someone compile a report on Crimson Castle for me. To be precise, I want information on the towns the guild controls. The more detail, the better, Feng ordered. Detailed information on Crimson Castle's guild towns? Gentle Snow couldn't help her growing confusion. Very quickly, however, she thought of a possibility. Shocked, she asked, "Guild leader, do you intend to raid one of their guild towns?" Raid one of Crimson Castle's towns? Feng shook his head. Chuckling, he said, "No. I want to raid them all." If this had happened earlier, Feng wouldn't have many options to deal with Crimson Castle. At most, he'd be able to weather a battle of attrition. However, things had changed. Now he was rich. Not only had he made a killing from the Zero Wing auction, but he had also obtained a frightening profit from Stone Forest Town's battle arena and auction house. Right now, players were almost always signing up to join the battle arena and auction house. Including the 10,000 magic crystals he had won from Yin Tianxing, he had over 190,000 on hand. During the war with Heaven's Burial and the Monster Army, he only had around 50,000 magic crystals prepared. It had been impossible to maximize his war weapon's power. If he had had enough magic crystals during those battles, he would have easily won the war. Now that he had over 190,000 magic crystals, Crimson Castle was simply trying to get itself killed by daring to provoke him. He was even confident of capturing a first-rate guild's town with the resources he had available, let alone a second-rate guild like Crimson Castle. Raid all of Crimson Castle's towns? Feng's declaration shocked everyone in the VIP room. A guild town was vital to a guild's development. Hence, guild towns were generally heavily fortified with static defenses and many players, making them very difficult to capture. One would need to prepare quite a bit to capture a guild town. Yet Feng had decided to take all of the towns under Crimson Castle's control. This was insane. Snow, get the branch guild's main force members ready, and spread the news. I want every guild in the Black Dragon Empire to know. We'll take action as soon as you've gathered the information I requested. Feng instructed. We're not hiding our intentions. Gentle Snow was dazed for a long moment after listening to Feng's command. When raiding an enemy guild town, one generally kept their operations a secret. It would give a force the greatest chance of success. Yet Feng wanted to declare his intentions publicly. It was no different than saying, "I'm going to raid you, so you best get ready." However, since her guild leader had given her the order, she had no choice but to follow through. Although Nine Dragons Emperor quietly backed Crimson Castle, taking over the guild's towns would be a piece of cake if Zero Wing got serious and mobilized all of its elite and expert players. After all, Zero Wing had an overwhelming advantage over Crimson Castle in terms of both quality and quantity. Only, doing so would strain Zero Wing's funds. Meanwhile, before the players in the arena left the venue, Gentle Snow had tasked her subordinates to make the announcement, stating Zero Wing's plans to raid Crimson Castle's guild towns in the Lake Heart City region. The news caused an uproar throughout the Black Dragon Empire. What's going on? Zero Wing plans to attack Crimson Castle. Didn't Crimson Castle lose its bet to Zero Wing? Does the guild have to be so ruthless? No. I've heard that a few third-rate guilds allied with Crimson Castle have mobilized their forces to cause trouble around Hidden Fog Town. It is clear that they are trying to keep the town out of Zero Wing's hands. Zero Wing's likely infuriated. Even so, isn't this unwise? Guild towns aren't that easy to raid. The majority of Zero Wing's forces are stationed in Starmoon Kingdom. With them so far away, it'll be even more difficult to capture Crimson Castle's towns. The players on the forums discussed the matter heatedly. Almost nobody was optimistic about Zero Wing's chances. Although Zero Wing had a branch guild in Lake Heart City, it lacked strength in the Black Dragon Empire. The branch guild simply wasn't on the same level as the main branch in Starmoon Kingdom. Teleporting players from Starmoon Kingdom to Lake Heart City was costly. In addition, Crimson Castle was allied with 4 other second-rate guilds. Those guilds would lend Crimson Castle aid if it were attacked. Even the Empire's first-rate guilds would struggle to raid one of Crimson Castle's towns. And even if success were possible, none of these guilds would be willing to pay the price. Zero Wing must have lost its mind. Do they think that our town's defenses are just for display? Crimson Fox, who had long since returned to his guild's residence, laughed when he heard the news. He had planned to fight it out with Zero Wing slowly, but it would seem that preparing for such had been a waste. Although the 2 towns Crimson Castle controlled were not particularly popular among the general populace, both were close to ore and herb-rich maps, and the guild and its 4 allies used them as resource warehouses. Naturally, he had invested plenty of resources in the town's defenses. Each town had 8 defense turrets, magic barriers, and other war weapons. Even a 200,000-man elite army wouldn't pose a threat to the towns. Furthermore, the 4 second-rate guilds had constructed temporary guild residences in both. Their members could reinforce the towns at a moment's notice. Even if Zero Wing mobilized all of its elite members, it could never capture their towns. Guild leader, we've just received a message from 9 Dragons Emperor's people. He said that he will send a 200-man expert team to protect both towns. Each team will also have 6 gnome cannons, Lonely Castle reported. 9 Dragons Emperor has also offered to ignore our previous failure, allowing Crimson Castle to remain the 5 guilds leader if we give Zero Wing a good beating. Go to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's messengers, and let 9 Dragons Emperor know that he can rest assured. Unless the sun rises from the west, Zero Wing's members should not even think about setting foot in Crimson Castle's towns, much less capture them. Crimson Fox responded confidently. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence in the Black Dragon Empire, Phoenix Rain nearly jumped in surprise when she received the news. She had never expected such insanity from Zero Wing. She immediately contacted Feng. Guild leader Black Flame, do you really plan to raid Crimson Castle's guild towns? Phoenix Raid asked seriously. That's right. Feng nodded. I beg of you to discard the idea. 9 Dragons Emperor is Crimson Castle's backer. Moreover, he instructed his subordinates to create resource warehouses in both towns. He's already stationed his personal Shadow Dragon Legion in the town's long-term, as well, Phoenix Rain explained. The Shadow Dragon Legion was one of the 3 trump card legions under 9 Dragons Emperor's command. Among the 3 legions, Martial Dragon's War Dragon Legion was the strongest. Although the Shadow Dragon Legion's overall strength was weaker than the War Dragon Legion, it was fond of large-scale battles. Hence, 9 Dragons Emperor had sent his men to protect Crimson Castle's 2 towns. Zero Wing had just made a name for itself in the Black Dragon Empire. Before accumulating sufficient strength, it was unwise to raid these 2 towns. The Shadow Dragon Legion? Feng had heard of the Legion before. In response, however, he simply chuckled and thanked the woman. Thank you for your warning, Phoenix Pavilion Master. I will be careful. I still have much to tend to, so if there's nothing else, I'll be disconnecting the call now. Saying so, Feng ended their conversation. What is this man thinking? When Phoenix Rain had seen Feng's calm expression, she wondered if Feng actually understood how powerful the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's trump card legions were. Any superpower's trump card legions could annihilate an elite army of tens of thousands. Furthermore, the Shadow Dragon Legion specialized in large-scale combat. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow finished gathering information on Crimson Castle's guild towns and handed the report to her guild leader. Chapter 1428. Aqua Rose's Class Change. Guild Leader. Both towns have been heavily fortified. Each town has 8 defense turrets. Normally, each town also has over 15,000 players. Including the other 4 second-rate guilds members, there should be over 20,000 players residing in the towns. Crimson Castle has also employed high-quality NPC guards. Of the 1,000 NPCs in each town, over 60 are Tier 2. Capturing these towns won't be easy. Moreover, as soon as we attack, the other guilds will send reinforcements. Based on our estimates, each town should have over 100,000 players. We'll likely have to use everything Zero Wing has to capture them. Gentle Snow briefly explained the situation in the towns. She had been shocked to learn about their defenses. First-rate guilds towns usually only had half a dozen or so defense turrets. After all, these defensive structures were expensive to build. Hiring high-tiered NPC guards wasn't cheap either. Generally, a town had a mix of Tier 1 and Tier 0 NPCs. Guilds only hired stronger guards if the town were particularly important. Yet, both of Crimson Castle's towns had impressive defenses. Zero Wing couldn't even strike the weaker town first, using its success to damage Crimson Castle's morale. Good. Instruct both the main force and the Dark God's Legion to set out. Since it's closer to Lake Heart City, we'll target Green Rain Town first, Feng said and nodded after glancing through the information. We're only mobilizing our main force and the Dark God's Legion? Gentle Snow was stunned. Was this a joke? Together, Zero Wing's main force and the Dark God's Legion only had over 1,000 members. Even if they were experts, sending 1,000 plus players to raid a guild town was reaching for the impossible. Of course. Why would we need so many people just to raid a town? Feng asked Gentle Snow curiously. The woman was speechless. They were going to raid a town protected by tens of thousands of players. Yet in Feng's eyes, they were just heading out to exterminate a bunch of common monsters. However, once Feng had given the order, Gentle Snow had no choice but to dispatch the two forces. As Feng prepared to lead his army to Green Rain Town, he received a communication request from Aqua Rose. Why are you out so soon? Feng asked. It had only been a few days since Aqua Rose and the others had begun to challenge the Sea God's legacy. None of them should have returned this soon. I'm not fast. Time in the legacy space is different from God's domain. 4 days inside is the equivalent of 1 in God's domain, Aqua Rose explained. After entering the legacy space, the time flow difference had shocked her. If not for the lack of EXP from the monsters inside, she would have leveled up a few times. Instead, she was still level 50. Well, how did it go? Feng asked. The Sea God's legacy contained 10 individual legacies. Any one of them could improve a player's strength tremendously. Take a look at this. Aqua Rose said as she waved an icy blue crystalline staff. Streams of water rotated around it, and the staff itself radiated a faint trace of divine might. Could you have? Feng could not help his shock as he stared at the staff. That's right. I've obtained the Sea God's legacy and have officially become a Tier 2 player, Aqua Rose announced in delight. She had gone through a lot of trouble to obtain the Sea God's legacy. Fortunately, she had consumed the moonlight fruits before entering the legacy space, slightly increasing her physique. With refinement realm combat standards, she was able to clear the legacy trial. Not only had she obtained the Sea God's legacy, but she had also acquired the Sea Dragon Staff, a growth-type weapon specifically made to amplify the Sea God's legacy's strengths. Unlike ordinary growth-type weapons, the Sea Dragon Staff could reach fragmented legendary rank. It would help Aqua Rose display the full potential of the Sea God's legacy. Feng was dazed for a moment. The Sea God's legacy. He had only hoped that Aqua Rose or one of the others would obtain the Sea God's Guard legacy. He hadn't been terribly optimistic that one of them would actually obtain the Sea God's legacy. After all, the Sea God's legacy even surpassed peak legacies. It was extremely difficult to obtain. Guild leader, you're going to raid a town, right? Can I join you? Aqua Rose asked. Of course you can, Feng said, laughing. Even if she hadn't asked, he would have summoned her to join the battle. He was not certain of exactly how powerful the Sea God's legacy was. He only knew that the legacy's owner would be an absolute overlord at sea, invincible among opponents of the same tier and level in naval combat. Naturally, he was curious to see how powerful Aqua Rose could become with the Sea God's legacy at her command. Wonderful. I'll head over right away, Aqua Rose said, smiling. Lake Heart City region, Green Rain Town. Since Zero Wing had announced its intention of raiding Crimson Castle's guild towns, the normally lackluster Green Rain Town brimmed with players. Crimson Castle and its allies weren't the only players in the town. A large number of independent players and members of the various major powers in the Black Dragon Empire had made the trip to watch the upcoming guild war. The reason these spectators had gathered here instead of in Blackhorn Town, Crimson Castle's other town, was Zero Wing's announcement that it would raid Green Rain Town before moving on. Zero Wing is really bold. When others try to raid a town, they try to keep their movements secret. Yet Zero Wing publicly declared its plan to raid Crimson Castle's towns, and which town it had hit first. It's likely that Zero Wing wants to show off its strength and frighten the other guilds by ensuring that players are here to watch. However, doing so will make raiding Crimson Castle's towns much more difficult. Zero Wing is trying too hard to appear powerful. Even if Zero Wing is Starmoon Kingdom's overlord, it has only recently started to develop its branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire. The branch guild still lacks various aspects. Waging a war against Crimson Castle right now is foolish. I've heard that the other 4 second-rate guilds allied with Crimson Castle have dispatched 150,000 elite members to Green Rain Town. Including Crimson Castle's 30,000 elite members, there are 180,000 elite players fortifying the town. Taking into account their terrain advantage, Zero Wing isn't likely to succeed even if it sends every one of its members in the Empire. In the end, Zero Wing will embarrass itself by attacking Crimson Castle. The players resting in Green Rain Town's bars merrily discussed the upcoming war. Zero Wing had already become the center of attention in the Black Dragon Empire after winning the ranking competition. Following its declaration of war, even more players began to watch the guild. Although the Empire's various guilds frequently clashed, very few were willing to raid an enemy guild town. After all, guild towns were easy to defend but difficult to attack. Without an absolute advantage, no guild would be foolish enough to raid an enemy's town. Meanwhile, Crimson Castle and its allies' upper echelons had gathered in a captivating room within the guild's Green Rain Town residence. Guild leader Fox, our guild's members have arrived. They will be at your command, a dignified level 45 shield warrior reported to Crimson Fox, who lounged in the guild leader's throne. If that is not enough, our 4 guilds can still mobilize an additional 60,000 elite members. We'll put Zero Wing through the ringer. Good. As long as we injure the guild and make 9 Dragons Emperor happy, we'll all receive even more resources in the future, Crimson Fox said, smiling. With over 180,000 elite players fortifying Green Rain Town, not even a superpower had any hope of a successful raid, much less Zero Wing. As long as they devastated Zero Wing's army, the guild's development in Lake Heart City would suffer. Guild leader, our scouts have reported that Zero Wing's members are on the way. Lonely Castle, who stood behind Crimson Fox, whispered in the man's ear. "They're finally here?" Crimson Fox smiled. He then asked, "How many are there?" "There seems to be only a little over 1,000 players," Lonely Castle replied, uncertain. Chapter 1429. Give it a thorough beating. When Lonely Castle finished speaking, the meeting room fell silent. Everyone stared at Lonely Castle with astonished expressions. They all thought that the shield warrior had to be joking. "What did you say?" Thinking he had heard wrong, Crimson Fox asked for confirmation. "They only sent 1,000 plus members. MHM. The several hundred assassins we've sent out to scout have confirmed this. Zero Wing hasn't dispatched anyone beyond those 1,000 plus members. However, all of those members are rapidly approaching Green Rain Town on mounts. They'll likely arrive in a little over 10 minutes. Lonely Castle understood that he could not convince Crimson Fox with words alone, so he played the video his subordinates had sent him on the virtual screen above the table. The recording displayed over 1,000 players atop their mounts. However, unlike other guilds, the majority of Zero Wing's members rode Thunder Wolves. Their charge was impeccable. Moreover, every player's level on the team was very high. The lowest leveled among them was level 45. Furthermore, their weapons and equipment weren't the least bit inferior to the upper echelons in the meeting room. A single one-horn, Black Tiger lead this team of players. Black flames and arcs of blue electricity danced around the tiger's paws. Despite only watching a video of the creature, every one of these powerful players felt an indescribable pressure weigh them down. As for the man atop this Black Tiger, he was none other than Zero Wing's famous guild leader, Black Flame. Crimson Fox stared at the screen, dazed for a long moment. While he had seen arrogant guilds before, he had never seen a guild as arrogant as Zero Wing. They treated the 180,000 elite players fortifying Green Rain Town as nothing more than a paper tiger. How is this possible? Zero Wing only sent 1,000 plus members? Has Zero Wing lost its mind? This is the siege battle that Zero Wing promised us? They dare come at us with such a small force? Are they tired of living? These players couldn't help but laugh as they watched the video. The contingent Zero Wing had dispatched might consist of nothing but expert players, but siege battles were different from field battles. The power an expert could exert was considerably limited. Not to mention, every guild town had a large number of NPC guards. NPC guards weren't monsters. If an ordinary expert player tried to take on a Tier 1 NPC, they'd suffer a one-sided beating. Furthermore, Green Rain Town's NPCs were all level 70 and above. The town even had level 70, Tier 2 NPCs. Even without the 180,000 elite players and the town's defensive structures, the 1,000 NPC guards could easily annihilate Zero Wing's small force. Zero Wing is pretty bold. They dare to attack Green Rain Town with just so few players. Don't they know what death means? At this moment, a burly man wearing silver armor stood up and said, "Guild leader Fox, leave this to Immortal Dynasty. There's no need for Crimson Castle to bother with this small group from Zero Wing. It's about time we teach Zero Wing that the Black Dragon Empire and Starmoon Kingdom are not the same. Brother Brighthouse doesn't need to dirty his hands. Let the Shadowlight tribe deal with this. We'll finish Zero Wing's members off before they even get close to Green Rain Town," the handsome man beside Brighthouse said, laughing. Before Crimson Fox could comment, the 4 second-rate guild's upper echelons voiced their enthusiasm to take the lead against Zero Wing's force. As Crimson Fox attempted to reply, a black-clad man beside him spoke up. "None of you need to get involved. Leave these people to the Shadow Dragon Legion." The moment this black-clad man spoke, the upper echelons fell silent. On the surface, Crimson Castle was in charge of this war. In reality, however, this black-clad man was in command. The man was none other than Shadowtooth, the commander of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Shadow Dragon Legion. He was also known as the War Dragon. Not only had Shadowtooth risen to fame much earlier than Martial Dragon, But he had also left plenty of intense battle records in multiple large-scale virtual reality games. This man had participated in hundreds of guild wars, and every time he took the field, he secured overwhelming victories. Hence, he had earned the nickname War Dragon. Individually, he wasn't any weaker than Martial Dragon, although the latter was more well-known due to his status as an up-and-coming monster in the virtual gaming world. Since Shadowtooth had declared his intentions, the upper echelons surrendered the fight for the prestige of defeating Zero Wing. I'll have to trouble Brother Shadowtooth then. Crimson Fox repeatedly expressed gratitude after listening to the commander's declaration. The Shadow Dragon Legion was very famous in the virtual gaming world. The Legion's experts had fought in countless battles alongside Shadowtooth. Although these players were only top-tier experts individually, they could exert tremendous power on the battlefield. With only a handful working together, they could easily take down peak experts. This was also the reason that the virtual gaming world's various superpowers disliked dealing with the 1,000-man Legion. Meanwhile, news of Feng's 1,000-plus contingent quickly spread throughout Green Rain Town, causing an uproar. Is Zero Wing trying to be funny? And to think they made such arrogant claims earlier. Now that they realize that Green Rain Town is impossible to raid, they've only sent 1,000 members to try to gloss over their insults. I had thought that Zero Wing was some awesomely powerful guild, but it seems that it has nothing more than this. This could be their wisest move. If Zero Wing truly tried to raid Green Rain Town, it'd suffer heavy losses. How boring. I'm heading back to level up. The spectating players in the town were disappointed. They had hoped to watch an interesting battle, but this was just a farce. At the same time, Zero Wing lost the prestige it had earned in the Black Dragon Empire. As players prepared to leave Green Rain Town, Feng's group reached a hilltop 15,000 yards away. Snow, have the main force members guard the mountain pass below us. Everyone else, secure this area. Do not let anybody reach this position. You have my permission to kill any disobedient players, Feng instructed as he gazed down at the distant town. Feng's instructions confused his party members. They were still so far away from Green Rain Town. What was the point in securing such a distant location? Once Zero Wing's members spread out and surrounded the hill, Feng took 2 intermediate mana pulse cannons and a movement-type defensive magic array from his bag and began to set them up. Guild leader, you're not thinking of decimating Green Rain Town? Aqua Rose could not help her surprise when she saw the 2 intermediate mana pulse cannons. Abundant resources were available near the town, but if they turned these massive cannons against it, they'd cripple Green Rain Town. Although Green Rain Town is a strategic location, Zero Wing does not have much use for it. Moreover, with the town's powerful defenses, this is the perfect opportunity to test how effective the intermediate mana pulse cannons are in a siege. Why else would I have deliberately announced our intention to attack Green Rain Town? Feng asked seriously. Hearing Feng's explanation, Gentle Snow was speechless. The reason behind his announcement had been to test the intermediate mana pulse cannon's effects. If Crimson Castle's upper echelons knew about this, they'd likely have a heart attack. A moment later, Feng finished setting up the 2 intermediate mana pulse cannons and the movement-type defensive magic array, filling them with magic crystals. Once he had confirmed that everything was in place, Feng issued his command. Aim for Green Forest Town and beat the hell out of them. Chapter 1430, Destroying the Town's Defenses in One Hit. A large number of guild players had been stationed atop Green Rain Town's ramparts. At the base of the walls, the Shadow Dragon Legion stood in neat, orderly rows. As expected of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's trump card Legion, its members are so strong. Just looking at them makes me shudder. Guild leader Fox, with them here, you won't have to lift a finger. The Shadow Dragon Legion will bring a swift end to Zero Wing's force. That's right. It's a pity that we won't get to join in. I'd like to show Zero Wing how powerful our guilds truly are. The various upper echelons on the ramparts chatted merrily as they gazed down at the Shadow Dragon Legion. Even if there weren't 180,000 elite players protecting Green Rain Town, Zero Wing's 1,000-man army would fail. After all, the NPC guards weren't just for display. Unfortunately, since the Shadow Dragon Legion had wanted the front line, their guilds had lost the chance to use Zero Wing as a stepping stone to improve their reputations in the Empire. Suddenly, Lonely Castle walked up to Crimson Fox and reported, "Guild leader, a report just came in. For some reason, Zero Wing's members have stopped their advance and fortified a hill some distance away from the town. They've locked down the area around the hill. We sent several assassins to investigate, but they've all died." Hearing this, Crimson Fox and the other upper echelons were stunned. Why are they fortifying that hill? The same question floated in everyone's minds. This was the first time they had encountered such a shameless guild. Zero Wing had boldly announced its plan to raid Green Rain Town. Yet after such claims, it had only dispatched a little over 1,000 members. Now, for some unknown reason, Zero Wing's members had decided to halt their advance halfway. "They're not approaching?" Crimson Fox's lips curled. It seems Zero Wing's upper echelons still have some brainpower. They realized that charging into the town would be suicidal, so they've decided to wait for us to come to them? "Guild leader, should we send some of our people?" Lonely Castle asked. "No need. We'll let the Shadow Dragon Legion deal with it. We can save ourselves from the trouble of being called out for bullying," Crimson Fox said, laughing. Although he did not know what Zero Wing was trying to do, in front of absolute strength, all trickery was useless. At the end of the day, Crimson Castle would win this war, and Zero Wing's reputation in the Black Dragon Empire would be ruined. However, as the Shadow Dragon Legion prepared to set off for the hill, two spiraling, black and white beams appeared in the distance. Both beams struck the magic barrier around Green Rain Town a split second after they appeared, tearing through it as if it were paper. Boom. In the end, the two massive beams plowed through the town's center. Two towering pillars of light rose from the craters, expanding until each covered a 500-yard radius. One could see these pillars even from tens of thousands of yards away. Both pillars gradually dissipated, leaving two 40-meter deep craters. Everything that had been caught within the light pillars had disappeared. What? For a moment, every player in Green Rain Town was dumbfounded as they stared at the void the light pillars had left. The various guild upper echelons stared with wide eyes. What had happened? Was the sky falling? Not even Crimson Fox knew what had just transpired. Although the defensive magic array protecting Green Rain Town was only basic rank, it could survive Tier 3 attacks, yet it failed to resist the two beam attacks. "I investigate that attack immediately," Crimson Fox bellowed. Crimson Fox's heart bled over the buildings the attacks had just destroyed, not to mention the number of players that had died. Crimson Castle's members exploded into action. "Guild leader, it seems that those two beams came from the hilltop Zero Wing occupies," Lonely Castle said as he pointed towards the hill. "So you're saying that is Zero Wing's doing?" A chill ran down Crimson Fox's spine as he stared at the hilltop, astonishment flashing in his eyes as he muttered, "How is this possible?" He had investigated Zero Wing thoroughly, so he knew that Zero Wing possessed powerful war weapons. However, the hill Zero Wing occupied was over 10,000 yards away from Green Rain Town. According to the reports, Zero Wing's war weapons should only have a maximum range of around 3,000 yards. What Crimson Fox did not know was that the intermediate mana pulse cannon's range was actually 20,000 yards. However, although the cannons could cover so much distance, the beams were straight-line attacks. Hence, the height of these cannons' location would determine their actual range. From the top of Stone Forest Town's magic tower, they could cover around 3,000 yards. Meanwhile, the hill Feng had chosen was far taller than his magic tower, increasing the cannon's range significantly. "Guild leader, what should we do?" Lonely Castle could not help but shudder when he learned that Zero Wing was responsible for the attack. With that kind of range and destructive power, the intermediate mana pulse cannons were a guild town's nightmare. If they allowed Zero Wing to fire those weapons a few more times, Green Rain Town would fall. "Kill them," Send everyone to slaughter Zero Wing's members. Do not let Zero Wing fire those cannons again. Crimson Fox shouted, paling with anger. Regret tore at his heart. Had he known that Zero Wing possessed such frightening tools of destruction, he would never have let things go this far. With such weapons, destroying a town would be a piece of cake for Zero Wing. Understood. Lonely Castle immediately organized Crimson Castle's forces to set out towards Zero Wing's position. When the other upper echelons saw the two craters that defiled Green Rain Town, and thought about Zero Wing directing those weapons towards their own towns, they shuddered with fear. This, Guild Leader Fox, something urgent has come up in our guild that requires our immediate attention. I'm afraid we must go. Guild Leader Fox, our guild leader has found a rare boss and is in need of manpower. Since you have things under control here, we'll be taking our leave. Immediately, the 4 second-rate guild's upper echelons took out return scrolls and fled. A moment later, all of the allied guild's members vanished from Green Rain Town, leaving only Crimson Castle's members, and a bunch of confused independent players. Crimson Fox nearly had a stroke as he watched the crowd disappear. Hadn't they declared that he wouldn't have to take action himself? Chapter 1431. Aqua Rose takes action. When the intermediate mana pulse cannons had struck Green Rain Town, the resulting devastation hadn't only shocked the various second-rate guilds members. The spectating players retrieved their own return scrolls to flee the town as well. Everyone was afraid that the intermediate mana pulse cannons would strike again. They might not be so lucky in the next assault. None of them were willing to throw their lives away just to watch a battle. Active the Guild War Order. Seal off that hill. I don't want to see any of Zero Wing's members leave this place alive. Crimson Fox lost his composure as he glared at the distant hilltop. In the next moment, Crimson Castle locked down Green Rain Town's map. Return scrolls were rendered ineffective, and players were forced to rely on other means to escape. Once Crimson Fox had issued his orders, he led an army of 10,000 players in a charge towards their enemy. This was his only option left. If he continued to do nothing, he would be slaughtered. With the intermediate mana pulse cannon's power, Green Rain Town would only last a few more hits. Yet the town's defense turrets couldn't reach Zero Wing. He had no choice but to lead his own forces to stop Zero Wing. However, the Shadow Dragon Legion had reacted long before Crimson Fox. Shortly after the intermediate mana pulse cannons had attacked, Shadowtooth had led the Shadow Dragon Legion in its own charge. Guild Leader, a team of 1,000 players are approaching. They're less than 1,000 yards away. They are very well equipped. And although they aren't wearing a guild emblem, they don't look like independent players. A ranger, Negative Life, reported as he used eagle eyes to scout. A strong 1,000-man team without a guild emblem? Could it be the Shadow Dragon Legion? Feng suddenly recalled Phoenix Rain's warning. The Shadow Dragon Legion might not be as strong as 9 Dragons Emperor's War Dragon Legion, but it was far more famous. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had once dispatched the Shadow Dragon Legion to capture an intermediate city under a top-tier, first-rate guild's control. Naturally, said guild had the support of powerful corporations and plenty of powerful experts. Although it hadn't been a super first-rate guild, it had been beyond ordinary first-rate guild's reach. Yet, the Shadow Dragon Legion had single-handedly captured the intermediate town. Cities and towns were different. Both basic and advanced towns lacked defenses, but as soon as they became cities, their defenses would undergo a qualitative transformation. With a core magic array, not only could guilds suppress their enemies, but they could also enhance their own forces. The core magic array's buff was even more powerful than the magic towers. Moreover, the various large guilds generally put everything into their city's development. The defensive structures one could build in an intermediate city were far beyond that of a town. A guild could construct hundreds of defense turrets in its city, as well as all sorts of advanced defensive structures. Furthermore, well-funded, first-rate guilds generally protected their intermediate cities with powerful magic arrays. It would take several shots from an advanced mana pulse cannon to break such a barrier. If the magic array had adequate energy, It might even be beyond an advanced mana pulse cannon's power. Yet, the Shadow Dragon Legion had captured the intermediate city. News of the successful siege had shocked the various large guilds. During that time, only a few of God's domain's first-rate guilds had intermediate cities, while most guild cities were basic rank. As a result, the various first-rate guilds had been terrified of the Shadow Dragon Legion. The Shadow Dragon Legion? Isn't that one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's trump card legions? Gentle Snow asked curiously when she heard Feng's comment. Nine Dragons Emperor has been secretly using Green Rain Town as a resource warehouse, so he has probably stationed the force there to protect the town, Feng explained. Guild leader, I don't think it'll be easy to take on the Shadow Dragon Legion and Crimson Castle's forces at the same time. Shadowtooth, the Shadow Dragon Legion's commander, is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's #1 assassin. Based on our information on him, he has a top-tier epic short sword called Magic Breaker. It can cut through magic barriers like a hot knife through butter. Our magic array isn't likely to hold the Legion back, Gentle Snow said worriedly. They had considered the possibility of Crimson Castle's forces charging to meet them, but as long as they had enough magic crystals, their movement-type defensive magic array shouldn't have any issues holding back Tier 4 attacks. Unfortunately, it was a different story if Shadowtooth's Magic Breaker got involved. Without the defensive magic array's protection, they wouldn't survive an army of tens of thousands of elite players. Guild leader, leave Shadowtooth to me, Aqua Rose suddenly suggested. As long as I take him down, we can proceed with activating the defensive magic array. But, although Gentle Snow tried to argue, Feng beat her to it, saying, "All right, I'll leave him to you. Send everyone else to stop the Shadow Dragon Legion's advance. Don't let anyone near the cannons." The intermediate mana pulse cannons might be powerful, but they had obvious weaknesses. First, they could be moved freely. Second, like all war weapons, their defense was paper-thin. Even a Tier 0 player could easily destroy them. Hence, the various large guilds usually avoided using war weapons offensively. Guild leader, this Feng's decision astonished Gentle Snow. Shadowtooth was an old monster with many years of fame. Even Nine Dragons Emperor treated the man with respect. His title as the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's #1 assassin wasn't just for show, either. Even a peak expert like Yen Tianxing would struggle to survive a handful of moves against Shadowtooth. Yet, Feng had just sent Aqua Rose to deal with the assassin alone. She'd be lucky to survive, much less kill the man. They'd only have a small possibility of defeating Shadowtooth if she, Aqua Rose, and Zhao Yueru worked together. Relax. If Shadowtooth reveals himself, leave him to Aqua. You all should focus on the Shadow Dragon Legion's other experts. At the end of the day, that is still one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's trump card legions. The Force has plenty of Refinement Realm experts. Even with our berserk skills, we don't have much of an advantage, Feng said, chuckling. Not only was Aqua Rose a Tier 2 player now, but she also had the Sea God's legacy. Since she had offered to take on Shadowtooth, she was confident in defeating him. If her victory weren't possible, it wouldn't be too late to send Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru as reinforcements. Suddenly, Negative Life announced, "Guild leader, Crimson Castle has sent an army of over 10,000 players. The Shadow Dragon Legion's members are also spreading out. By the looks of it, they plan to split into 4 groups." They sure reacted quickly. "All right, let's fire a round at Crimson Castle's members first," Feng ordered when he noticed the intermediate mana pulse cannon's cooldown coming to an end. Aqua, Snow, Yueru Negative, lead teams of 200 players and intercept the Shadow Dragon Legion. It's about time we teach this legion that Zero Wings shouldn't be provoked. Understood. Zero Wings members couldn't help their growing excitement. Fighting a trump card legion from a super first-rate guild would be far more fun than fighting a bunch of elite players. The Shadow Dragon Legion soon reached the foot of the hill after splitting into 4 groups. In the next moment, a black-clad man dashed ahead of the groups towards the magic barrier protecting the hill. Upon reaching his target, the man swung the dull gray short sword at the barrier. Pung! Instantly, He shattered the movement-type defensive magic array, the stored energy within dissipating. In addition, the magic array was forced into a 5-minute cooldown. The commander's magic breaker really is impressive. Zero Wings members must be stunned. Not only will they die here, but will also claim their 2 war weapons. As the Shadow Dragon Legion members discussed the vanishing barrier, a mesmerizing beauty appeared on the opposite side. This woman stood alone on the path leading up the hill. She wielded a dark blue crystal staff and radiated an incredible aura. This woman was none other than Aqua Rose. Chapter 1432, Aqua Rose vs. Shadowtooth. Is she from Zero Wing? She dares to come alone? She must be tired of living in this world. The Shadow Dragon Legion members revealed wicked smiles when they saw Aqua Rose on the hillside path. There were over 200 players in their group, and any one of these players would be the strongest expert in a normal, large guild. Yet, Aqua Rose thought she could hold them off on her own. In their opinion, such an action was foolish and suicidal. We don't have time to waste. A few of you go and finish her off. Everyone else, get to the hilltop. We must get our hands on those war weapons. Shadowtooth shouted as he stared at Aqua Rose. Although she radiated an intense aura, a party from the Shadow Dragon Legion would be more than enough to deal with her. Understood. As soon as Shadowtooth issued his command, a 6-man party split away from the group and dashed towards Aqua Rose. This party consisted of an MT, 1 healer, and 4 DPS. The level 45 shield warrior leading the party used charge at Aqua Rose. A moment after the shield warrior activated his skill, the berserker used charge as well. At the same time, the cleric cast a truth shield and minor recovery on the shield warrior, while 2 magical class experts and 1 ranger attacked Aqua Rose from a distance, aiming to cut off her path of retreat. In seconds, 3 different attack methods closed in on Aqua Rose. The 6 Shadow Dragon Legion members' coordination and timing were even beyond most expert parties. However, Aqua Rose showed no intentions of fleeing. Instead, she lightly tapped the butt of her staff on the ground. Immediately, a wall of water rose up before her. The water wall continued to grow taller, and soon, an 8-meter-tall wave protected Aqua Rose. This tidal wave then surged to meet the approaching shield warrior and berserker. The tidal wave had enough range that it blocked the incoming ranged attacks from the enemy rear. It was the perfect combination of offense and defense. Meanwhile, the shield warrior and berserker were too close to the tidal wave's origin to dodge in time, and the massive wave devoured them both. After the tidal wave passed, the berserker, who had close to 40,000 HP, transformed into particles of white light and disappeared from the battlefield, a piece of equipment taking his place. As for the shield warrior, due to his quick reactions and activating shield wall in time, he survived Aqua Rose's attack. However, less than 1/3 of his HP remained. Moreover, this was after Truth Shield had absorbed part of the attack's damage. Just how high is her magic damage? The magical class players were astonished as they stared at the surviving shield warrior. It was obvious that the tidal wave had been the result of a channeled spell. Channeled spells were usually mini AoE attacks. With their magic damage, they'd be lucky to drop the shield warrior's HP by 1/3 with a tier 1 mini AoE spell. Of course, that was if he didn't activate Shield War, and without Truth Shield's protection. You're still alive? Aqua Rose was slightly surprised to see the MT standing. It seems your magic resistance is quite high. She had used a tier 1 legacy spell called Water Wave. However, despite being only a tier 1 spell, the Sea Dragon Staff had enhanced her attack's power significantly. Overall, it should have rivaled a tier 1 large-scale destruction spell. Her magic damage is too high. Switch to range attacks. The surviving shield warrior shouted as he gave Aqua Rose a cautious look. The other party members nodded in agreement. Against magical class players with high magic damage, a shield warrior with limited mobility was a sitting duck. Defeating such a target would be a piece of cake. However, before the shield warrior could regret his hasty charge, Thorny, pitch-black vines bound his feet. And before anyone had realized it, Aqua Rose had finished chanting another incantation, as the surrounding mana surged towards the sea dragon's staff. Tier 2 spell, Rising Flow. Aqua Rose waved her staff at the shield warrior and magical class players before her. Over a dozen jets of water streaked away from her, dancing and intertwining across 50 yards. It was beautiful. These jets' speed could even rival that of Feng's swords. Even the shield warrior, who had kept his guard up against Aqua Rose's attacks, only managed to block 3 jets of water before 5 others struck. The magical class players, the ranger, and the cleric didn't have time to attack since they had assumed the shield warrior had been the woman's only target. By the time they reacted, it was too late. Even the cleric, who had only been struck once, had died instantly. With a single move, Aqua Rose had killed 5 experts from the Shadow Dragon Legion. Impossible. The Shadow Dragon Legion members that had planned to circle Aqua Rose to get up the hill were stupefied. After the brief exchange, a party from the Shadow Dragon Legion had been defeated. Aqua Rose had taken less time than a peak expert to eliminate one of the Shadow Dragon Legion's parties. Her spells were terrifying. Not only were they extremely fast, but they also contained horrific power. The cleric had lost all of his 30,000 plus HP to a single water jet. However, Aqua Rose didn't seem particularly surprised. Even if a non-MT player successfully blocked one of her water jets, they'd be either dead or close to it. Rising Flow was a Tier 2 spell, but with the Sea Dragon Staff's buff, it had the power of a Tier 3 spell. So Zero Wing had another expert of this caliber? Shadowtooth glared at Aqua Rose. A moment later he revealed a playful smile as he muttered, "It's no wonder why she dared to block our path by herself. I guess I can play with you for a bit." The hillside path was very narrow, making it easily defensible. And with such powerful spells, they'd be little more than moving targets for the woman if they charged up the path. If they took an alternative route, climbing the hill's steep slopes, they'd still be targets. Only, rather than Aqua Rose, the entirety of Zero Wing's forces would use them as target practice. Hence, if they wanted to ascend this hill, they had to defeat Aqua Rosal. Suddenly, Shadowtooth vanished. He then began to approach the woman. Although Shadowtooth didn't have Yen Tianxing's true orb, a domain realm expert like him knew his environment like the back of his hand. Not only could he move quickly, but he could also prevent others from noticing his presence. Only players with active observation or perception skills could catch a glimpse of him. However, whether or not the opponent discovered his presence didn't make a difference to an expert of Shadowtooth's caliber. He was simply too fast. He was extremely difficult to pin down with ranged attacks. Indeed, while Aqua Rose had detected the assassin, none of her spells found their target. It was as if Shadowtooth had grasped her spell's trajectory long before she had launched them, always moving out of their paths. Sure enough, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's #1 assassin is truly powerful. Although Aqua Rose was double speed casting, she couldn't hinder Shadowtooth's approach. Despite predicting the assassin's movements thanks to her enhanced physique, Shadowtooth predicted hers as well. As a result, she could only watch as the enemy assassin closed in on her. Aqua Rose hadn't expected to encounter such a situation. So soon after obtaining the Sea God's legacy, she controlled over a dozen projectile attacks, yet she couldn't hit her target. If she allowed Shadowtooth to come within melee range, she was dead meat. When Shadowtooth was only 20 yards away, he used Shadow Steps and appeared behind Aqua Rose. His magic breaker left an arc of gray light as it descended on the Cursemancer. Suddenly Aqua Rose shouted, "Bloom! Aqua Precinct!" Chapter 1433. Overwhelming Power. Just before Shadowtooth's magic breaker bit into Aqua Rose's back, layers of water began to peel away from the woman like a blooming lotus flower. When magic breaker encountered the flower petals, not only did its advance halt, but it also bounced off. She blocked it? Shadowtooth was slightly surprised to see the water curtain before him. Magic Breaker was designed to do just that, destroy magic barriers. It also weakened spells by 50%. Even an Elementalist's strongest Tier 1 defensive spell, Frost Barrier, would only last one hit against his weapon. Yet, when he slashed at the thin layer of water, it felt as if he had hit rubber. He couldn't pierce the water curtain no matter how hard he tried. With Aqua Rose in the center, the spell formed a pool of water with a 70-yard radius. Although the water was only knee-deep, Shadowtooth could feel it restricting his movements. Although he struggled, he couldn't adapt to the watery environment. It was as if the pool rejected his existence. Not only did his basic attributes immediately decrease by 30%, but his physique also visibly weakened. This move was none other than Aqua Precinct, a Tier 2 legacy domain spell Aqua Rose had learned. However, since she was using the spell on land, it couldn't display its full potential. Even so, the spell would reduce all enemies' basic attributes by 30%, physique by 20%, and movement speed by 30%. However, the truly impressive effect wasn't its ability to weaken enemies. Rather, it was perfectly suited to both offense and defense. Unlike Ice Wall or Frost Barrier, which required incantations, Aqua Rose could easily form a maximum of 3 water curtains to protect herself with just a thought. Each water curtain had the properties of a Tier 2 defensive spell. With all 3 layers, the water curtains could even block Tier 3 spells. Aqua Precinct's offensive capabilities were even more impressive. Although the attacks weren't AoEs, Aqua Rose could control a maximum of 12 water snakes to strike her opponents. Each water snake's strength was the equivalent of 140% of the caster's intelligence. Let's take this fight seriously. Standing on the water's surface, Aqua Rose smiled at Shadowtooth. As she spoke, 12 8-meter-long water snakes manifested around the caster. From afar, it looked as if Shadowtooth were facing 12 great lords. Aqua Rose's intelligence attribute had already been extremely high, but after obtaining the Sea God's Legacy and the Sea Dragon Staff, each of her water snakes possessed strength on par with a great lord of the same level. Moreover, unlike a great lord, the water snakes didn't have HP. As long as Aqua Rose was alive and her Aqua Precinct was in place, they would fight. If this were a naval battle, the 12 water snakes would have double the strength. Even a Tier 2 player with an active Berserk skill would struggle to defeat one. Impossible? What kind of spell is that? Just who is she? The watching Shadow Dragon Legion members were stupefied. The sight of these 12 serpents was petrifying. How was this a PvP fight? Shadowtooth was practically trying to solo a boss. Die. Aqua Rose showed no mercy as she controlled the 12 snakes to strike at Shadowtooth. As the water snakes flew towards him, Shadowtooth felt as if he were watching a massive waterfall pour down on his head. Immediately, Shadowtooth activated his Berserk skill and tried to avoid the approaching attacks. However, the water snakes were astonishingly fast. They crossed a dozen yards and reached the assassin almost instantly. As a domain realm expert, Shadowtooth had a perfect grasp of the snake's trajectories, but he wasn't fast enough to move out of harm's way in time. In the end, one of the snakes slipped past his defenses. Fortunately, Shadowtooth reacted quickly enough to block the attack with Magic Breaker. Due to Magic Breaker's passive, spell-weakening effect, the water snake's attack wasn't nearly as powerful. In the end, its attack was slightly weaker than a High Lord's of the same level. Although Shadowtooth's basic attributes had diminished, his strength after activating his Berserk skill could still rival that of a Lord-ranked monster of the same level. He didn't have much of an issue blocking the attack. Though the impact had slid him backward, he had only lost around 400 HP. It wasn't a considerable amount to an assassin with 44,000 HP in total. For a time, the two combatants engaged in a battle of attrition. Aqua Precinct was unlike other spells, where one only needed to invest mana when they cast the spell. Rather, the domain spell fed off of the user's mana to sustain itself. In exchange, the spell did not have a cooldown or duration. Players could turn it on and off freely. That wasn't to say that Aqua Rose could maintain the Aqua Precinct indefinitely or a long time. The spell consumed a frightening amount of mana every second. Based on her remaining mana, Aqua Rose had about 3 more minutes with the spell. Of course, she could drink an advanced mana recovery potion to restore her mana during the battle. Shadowtooth was in a similar situation. Although he continued to lose HP throughout the battle, each attack only devoured 300 or 400 HP. He could easily replenish the lost HP with an advanced regeneration potion. As a result, the battle was locked in a temporary stalemate. I didn't expect to find an expert like you in Zero Wing as well. No wonder that little girl is trying to recruit your guild. Shadowtooth constantly tried to close in on his opponent. While the battle raged between Aqua Rose and Shadowtooth, the fight stunned Zero Wing's members atop the hill. In their eyes, both players were absolute monsters. If any one of them had to face Aqua Rose or Shadowtooth, they'd likely die in an instant. Sure enough, a domain realm expert isn't easy to deal with. Shadowtooth's prowess even surprised Feng. Aqua Rose was a Tier 2 player and wielded the Sea God's legacy. Yet the assassin bridged the gap between their levels, tiers, and classes with his techniques. Aqua Rose only had a minor advantage. However, Aqua should have exhausted a lot of mana by now. It's about time she took things seriously. Unfortunately for Shadowtooth, while techniques could supplement for one's flaws, there was a limit to how much they could help. Not even domain realm experts were an exception. Take things seriously? The Vice Guild leader isn't fighting with everything she's got? Fierce Snake was confused when he overheard Feng's muttering. He had only ever witnessed a fight of this level when Zhao Yueru had faced Yan Tianqing. In fact, Shadowtooth was much stronger than Yan Tianqing. The fact that Aqua Rose, who didn't have a cataclysmic spell like Zhao Yueru's Frostflame Oblivion, could suppress a monster like Shadowtooth was astounding. Yet, Feng had indicated that she wasn't using her full strength. Even if he heard it from Feng, Fierce Snake found it hard to believe. As Fierce Snake struggled over the revelation, Aqua Rose took a deep breath. Suddenly, dark fog began to surround her body. The intensity of her aura skyrocketed. Could it be she hasn't activated a berserk skill? Shadowtooth's expression darkened when he sensed Aqua Rose's rampaging aura. During Shadowtooth's brief moment of surprise, a water snake managed to slip his notice. By the time Shadowtooth snapped out of it, he had no choice but to block the attack with Magic Breaker. Boom! The impact threw the assassin over a dozen yards away, his HP decreasing by over 4,600. The water snake's attack power had exceeded the limit he could block. In God's domain, players could reduce incoming damage by blocking the attack, but when the opponent's strength was significantly higher than one's it could break through one's block threshold. If that happened, players would receive a considerable amount of damage despite their defense. Chapter 1434. Power of a Tier 2 class. After the water snake had sent him flying, Shadowtooth had been forced to take 6 steps back when he landed even after readjusting his posture in the air. His magic breaker hummed as it vibrated. From that one attack, Shadowtooth had lost over 10% of his HP on the spot. The snake's strength had clearly increased. Commander, how is she suddenly so strong? Has she been hiding her strength? The Shadow Dragon Legion members were shocked as they watched Aqua Rose approach Shadowtooth. Despite having activated his berserk skill, Shadowtooth had failed to block an attack. If they told the other members from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, they'd be called raving lunatics. Yet it had just happened. Is this the difference between tiers? Gentle Snow was slightly surprised to see Shadowtooth in such a miserable state. Although she had known that there was a fairly large gap between Tier 1 and 2, she had never imagined that the gap would be this large. With Tier 2 attributes and spells, in addition to a legacy that even surpassed peak legacies, Aqua Rose overwhelmed the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's #1 assassin, rendering the latter utterly powerless. However, Aqua Rose had no intention of giving Shadowtooth time to catch his breath. Immediately, she controlled the 12 water snakes to continue their assault. Shit! Seeing the incoming water snakes, Shadowtooth felt his scalp tingle. Previously, he had been able to defend himself with Magic Breaker, but now he couldn't even block an attack. Dodging the snakes was also impossible. After another brief exchange, Shadowtooth lost over 9,000 HP to 2 more water snakes. Now he had less than 50% remaining. It would only take a few more hits to send him to the afterlife. Everyone charge. Shadowtooth gnashed his teeth and issued the command. He turned to a slim assassin in dark gray leather armor and shouted, "Speeches, find a way to silence her." At this point, he knew that he was no match for Aqua Rose. But this wasn't a competition, it was a real battle. He couldn't order a retreat just because he couldn't defeat the woman. Since one player wasn't enough to deal with Aqua Rose, they needed to fight as a unit. When Shadowtooth ordered the attack, the Shadow Dragon Legion members were shocked. Although this was not the first time their commander had asked for help dealing with a lone opponent, he generally only did so when they faced monster-level existences. This was the first time he has requested assistance against an unknown expert. In other words, Shadowtooth had acknowledged Aqua Rose's strength. While the Shadow Dragon Legion members were shocked, they still joined the fight without hesitation. The healers in the back immediately responded by casting Truth Shield on their commander. They sent a couple of healing spells at the same time, raising Shadowtooth's HP to full. Meanwhile, over a dozen assassins snuck around to Aqua Rose's back. The remaining ranged classes began to launch their attacks. Although the hillside path was narrow, there was enough room for dozens of ranged players to move within range while maintaining some distance from the Cursemancer. "You're finally sick of watching?" Rather than panic as dozens of spells and arrows rained down on her, Aqua Rose revealed a calm smile as she said, "Unfortunately, you are too late." Before anyone knew it, Aqua Rose had finished drawing several dozen lines of runes in the air. She then stabbed her staff into the ground and twisted it. Responding to her command, a massive magic array covered the ground, covering a 100-yard radius. During her fight with Shadowtooth, she had subtly moved closer to the other Shadow Dragon Legion members. However, she hadn't expected Shadowtooth to help her out, calling his allies to join him within her attack range. After gaining the Sea God's legacy, she had learned 3 Tier 2 spells. The strongest among them was Aqua Precinct. Aside from that, she had the Tier 2 curse, Annihilation Torrent. With the Sea Dragon Staff's buff, Annihilation Torrent could rival a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell. Crap. Everyone, retreat. Shadowtooth had a bad feeling when he saw the magic array under his feet. Unfortunately, it was too late. Suddenly, a torrent of water descended from the sky. Not only did the waterfall shatter all of the attacks against Aqua Rose, but it also formed a massive tidal wave once it crashed to the ground. The tidal wave spread out in a ring, devouring everything in range. In the blink of an eye, the wave swallowed Shadowtooth and his allies. Although some players had reacted quickly enough to activate invulnerability skills, Annihilation Torrent lasted for 10 seconds. Not even those skills could save them. After 10 seconds, none of the 200-plus Shadow Dragon Legion members were anywhere to be seen. Instead, weapons and pieces of equipment, which could even tempt top-tier experts, had taken their place. Is the Vice Guild leader also a monster? The Zero Wing members watching from the hilltop stared in shock as they watched Aqua Rose wipe out a quarter of the Shadow Dragon Legion by herself. Originally, they thought that Zhao Yueru was the strongest trump card Zero Wing had hidden. They hadn't expected Aqua Rose's power. Not only had she killed over 200 of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's experts, but she had also claimed the life of its #1 assassin. With such an impressive battle record, she could easily rank among the top 100 of the God's Domain experts list. While these players cheered for their Vice Guild leader, a figure suddenly appeared in the devastation her Annihilation Torrent had left. This figure was none other than the Shadow Dragon Legion's commander, Shadowtooth. What? He's still alive? Everyone was astonished to see the man. They had all seen Aqua Rose's large-scale destruction spell hit Shadowtooth, and they had watched the attack take his life. Yet he stood before them. "I never expected to find an expert like you in Zero Wing. I give up." the Shadow Dragon Legion will withdraw. However, you won't be so lucky next time, Shadowtooth declared as he glanced at Aqua Rose. Immediately, he activated Vanish and disappeared. Aqua Rose's Annihilation Torrent had, in fact, killed him. However, he carried a super-rare resuscitation scroll, a treasure he had obtained in an ancient ruin. The scroll would automatically revive a player and restore their HP to full upon death. The scroll also spared the player from the typical death penalty. He had hoped to save the scroll for the contest on Thunder Island. He had never thought that he would have to waste it in a place like this. He only had a total of 3 resuscitation scrolls. Among them, he had given one to 9 Dragon's Emperor. Now that he had used one here, he only had one left. He couldn't afford to continue this battle with Aqua Rose. After all, the resuscitation scroll activated passively. It would activate as soon as the player carrying it died. It would not care about the player's desires. If she killed him a second time, he would lose this life-saving trump card. Shortly after Shadowtooth fled, the rest of the Shadow Dragon Legion followed. It was obvious that they had given up on this siege. When Crimson Fox and his army, who had just reached the battlefield, saw the Shadow Dragon Legion's retreat, confusion flashed in their eyes. What was happening? Chapter 1435, Slaughter. Why is the Shadow Dragon Legion retreating? Look, the Shadow Dragon Legion is missing a lot of members. What? The Shadow Dragon Legion actually lost to Zero Wing? Crimson Castle's members were stupefied as they watched the fleeing Shadow Dragon Legion. After all was said and done, the Shadow Dragon Legion was one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's trump card legions. Although it only had 1,000 members, even a 10,000-man army from a first-rate guild would be powerless against the Legion. Particularly in narrow terrains such as this, a 1,000-man Legion could exert its strength to its full potential. Yet, Zero Wing's 1,000-plus army had defeated this Legion. Guild leader, the Shadow Dragon Legion has retreated. What should we do? An indescribable sense of shock gripped Lonely Castle's heart. Useless garbage. Didn't they tell us to leave everything to them? Crimson Fox ground his teeth as he glared at the distant Shadow Dragon Legion. Since we can't rely on the Shadow Dragon Legion, we'll deal with this problem ourselves. I refuse to believe that Zero Wing can take on an army of 10,000 elites. There were always rumors in the virtual gaming world about superpowers trump card legions of 1,000 men, slaughtering 10,000 men armies from first-rate guilds. But they were just that, rumors. When it really came down to a fight, the victor was never guaranteed until the end. Advance. Surround the hill. Do not let a single Zero Wing player leave this place alive. Crimson Fox commanded. Immediately, all 15,000-plus Crimson Castle elites surged towards Zero Wing's hill. However, when Crimson Castle's army was only 1,000 yards away from the hill, 2 beams of light descended from above. Before these players could react, the black and white beams slammed into Crimson Castle's army, following which, 2 pillars of light rose into the sky. Even Green Raintown's players could see the spectacle. When the 2 light pillars faded, they revealed 2 large, empty clearings in the middle of the army. Despite the fact that Crimson Castle's members had spread out, the 2 attacks had claimed over 6,000 lives. Although these 2 shots had cost Feng 4,000 magic crystals, he considered the exchange worthwhile since he had killed so many players. Zero Wing. Crimson Fox's eyes turned bloodshot when he realized how many of his guild members had vanished. However, although Crimson Fox was furious, his companions didn't share the same sentiment. Rather than rage, fear flashed in these players' eyes. With just 2 shots, Zero Wing had annihilated 1/3 of their forces. If Zero Wing fired the cannons a few more times, their army would be devastated. Elsewhere, when the Shadow Dragon Legion saw the fading light pillars, they were relieved to escape the attacks. If not for their commander ordering the retreat when he had, the intermediate mana pulse cannons would have claimed their lives. They finally understood how pointless it was for a guild to focus on quantity over quality. Collecting war weapons was far more important. Commander, Are we really abandoning Green Rain Town? A Shadow Dragon Legion member asked Shadowtooth. Nine Dragons Emperor had personally tasked them with Green Rain Town's protection. If they packed up and left now, they would most likely have to face the man's wrath. What else are we supposed to do? Fight them? Angrily, Shadowtooth snapped. The only person to blame here is that fool, Crimson Fox. If he hadn't resorted to petty tricks to stop Zero Wing from capturing Hidden Fog Town, Zero Wing wouldn't have decided to make an example of Crimson Castle. Zero Wing isn't what it was in the past. Notify the other guilds under our control. Tell them that unless they have a way to deal with those cannons, they should keep their heads down. He hadn't wanted to interfere with the arrangement between Zero Wing and Crimson Castle in the first place, but since the guild had come knocking on Green Rain Town's door, it had forced his hand. In the end, not only had he failed to stop Zero Wing, but he also lost over 300 Shadow Dragon Legion members in a few minutes. It had been a heavy blow to the Legion. What are you all afraid of? These kinds of attacks have a long cooldown. Zero Wing only has 1,000 players. If we finish them off quickly enough, they won't have a chance to fire those cannons again. Crimson Fox bellowed. Although the intermediate mana pulse cannons were powerful, he had a rough estimate of their cooldown. 4 minutes and 30 seconds had passed between the first attack and the second. In other words, the intermediate mana pulse cannon's cooldown should be 4 to 5 minutes long. This was more than enough time for a 10,000-man army to wipe out 1,000 players. Crimson Fox's reasoning shook his players from their frightened daze. Reclaiming their confidence, they dashed for the hillside paths. Guild leader, they're advancing again, Negative Life reported through the team chat. Good. Everyone maintain your positions. Hold the enemy off for as long as possible. Crimson Fox's determination didn't particularly surprise Feng. The man had no more paths of retreat. If he let Zero Wing attack unhindered, he'd lose Green Rain Town and his army. The guild leader had to fight. However, climbing the hill wasn't so simple. Zero Wing's main force and Dark God's Legion members were stationed around the hillside paths. With the terrain, they had the advantage. As for trading the established paths for the steep slopes, doing so was suicide. This was also Zero Wing's main reason for choosing this hill. Otherwise, he would have chosen a farther location. After all, the intermediate mana pulse cannons had a maximum range of 20,000 yards. With Aqua Rose and the others guarding the 4 available hillside paths, the hill was like an impenetrable fortress. The path Zhao Yueru's team guarded was especially atrocious. With MTs at the forefront, Zhao Yueru could attack freely. Even when Crimson Castle's MTs activated their life-saving skills, receiving all sorts of damage absorption buffs, the Flame Witch's powerful fire-type spells killed them instantly, giving Crimson Castle's healers no time to help their companions. With each volley, Zhao Yueru claimed 2 or 3 dozen lives. All Crimson Castle's members could do at this point was trade blow for blow. However, both Zero Wing's main force and the Dark God's Legion had consumed Sea God's blessings, increasing all of their resistances by 100 points. With their inherent defense and magic resistance, they didn't even lose more than 4,000 HP from a direct hit. Furthermore, the MTs blocked the majority of the incoming attacks with their shields. The blocked attacks were lucky to deal over -100 damage to Zero Wing's MTs. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow fought like a literal war goddess as she faced Crimson Castle's members. After receiving a truth shield from one of the clerics in the rear, she dashed into the group of MTs on her path and started a massacre. With Whirlwind Slash, she sent over a dozen MTs flying. Although Crimson Castle's ranged players tried to bombard the Snow Goddess, she dodged the majority of their attacks. Even if she failed to dodge an attack, none of them dealt more than -2,000 damage thanks to her 7 Luminaries battle army and the Sea God's blessing. After activating 7 Luminaries' domain, she was even more of a juggernaut. Aqua Rose's path was a simpler scene. The 12 water snakes she summoned with Aqua Precinct were practically invincible. No matter how many Crimson Castle members came at her, she sent them all flying. Her mana was the only problem. But the guild's oracles and druids easily solved the problem, supporting Aqua Rose by replenishing her mana. Including the advanced mana recovery potions, she should have no problems maintaining Aqua Precinct until the intermediate mana pulse cannon's cooldown completed. Time passed very quickly. After a few minutes, Crimson Castle had lost nearly 3,000 members, with 80% of the army's MTs dead. With most of its meat shields gone, Crimson Castle had to rely on their melee players to break Zero Wing's blockades. In contrast, Zero Wing had only suffered around 20 casualties thus far. It's about time we give Crimson Castle a taste of Zero Wing's true power. When Feng saw more reinforcements from Crimson Castle coming from Green Rain Town, he retrieved the Bible of Darkness and a large number of miniature ballistas. Chapter 1436, Everlasting Moment. Charge. Keep moving forward. Their healers should be running out of mana. Once they run out, we'll take the hill. Crimson Fox shouted, his eyes bloodshot. At this point, he had completely disregarded the potential losses. However, as Crimson Fox had said, Crimson Castle's ruthless charge was a huge burden on Zero Wing's healers. The healers relentlessly cast every healing spell they had available. Their mana consumption rate was even greater than during a boss raid. In a normal boss fight, they only needed to focus on the team's MTs. Now, however, they had to heal everyone. If they lost their focus, their companions could die. In fact, the 20+ casualties Zero Wing suffered so far were the result of something distracting the healers. Seeing Zero Wing's healers running low on mana, Crimson Castle's members grew even more fervent with their attacks. Zero Wing's members struggled. Fighting 10,000 pigs would be a challenge, not to mention 10,000 players with skills. If not for their superior combat techniques, weapons and equipment, Crimson Castle's members would have already overrun the hill. Guild leader, although we have 20,000 more members on the way, are we really going to duke it out with Zero Wing? Lonely Castle asked. His heart ached as he watched his guildmates die in droves. These players were all elite members from the guild. Even if they defeated Zero Wing, Crimson Castle would likely suffer grievous losses. It would be utterly helpless if Zero Wing decided to attack again. We don't have a choice. If we lose Green Rain Town, Crimson Castle will be in an even worse position. Crimson Fox said as he looked towards the hilltop, helplessness gripping his heart. If he had known that Zero Wing was capable of this level of warfare, he would never have played such petty tricks. Unfortunately, it was too late for his regret. If Crimson Castle won this battle, although it would damage the guild's morale, it would still have a chance to make a comeback. In contrast, if Crimson Castle lost, the guild would forever lose its position in Lake Heart City. It wouldn't even be surprising if the guild disbanded as a result of losing Green Rain Town. He was certain that Zero Wing wouldn't last much longer. After all, their enemy had only dispatched a 1,000-man team. Zero Wing must be dreaming if it thought it could triumph over an elite army of tens of thousands with such a small force. However, as soon as Crimson Fox finished speaking, two more black-white beams of light descended from the hilltop. With the chaos of battle as a distraction, the two intermediate mana pulse cannons had finished their cooldowns before anyone had realized it. The two beams struck Crimson Castle's army once again. Although the attacks weren't as effective as last time, the two beams still erased nearly 3,000 Crimson Castle members. The rampaging survivors instantly fell silent. Compared to the cannon's physical destruction, the mental blow was devastating. Endure it. More reinforcements will arrive soon. Crimson Fox tried to placate his guild members. Once they're here, we'll prepare Zero Wing for its funeral. None of the drops from their members need to be reported or handed over to the guild. And I'll award any player who kills a Zero Wing member 1,000 GCPs. Killing an upper echelon will earn you 50,000 GCPs. Crimson Castle's members cheered when they heard the potential rewards. Although Crimson Castle's GCPs weren't particularly valuable, 1,000 points were still the equivalent of a little over 1 gold. 50,000 points were worth around 50+ gold. It was enough money to purchase a common mount or a piece or two of top-tier equipment. However, following the intermediate mana pulse cannon's attacks, dozens of flaming arrows cascaded down from the hilltop. These were the exploding arrows from the miniature ballistas. Although the exploding arrows were much weaker than the intermediate mana pulse cannons, there were far more of them, and they had a shorter cooldown. To ensure the fall of Green Rain Town, Feng had prepared 50 miniature ballistas. Following which, explosions shook the ground amid Crimson Castle's army. The guild's members transformed into streaks of light. A single volley had claimed over 500 lives. As they watched their comrades die, the survivors also noticed a magic barrier spread out from the hilltop. The barrier blocked every attack from Crimson Castle's members, protecting Zero Wing. In contrast, Zero Wing's members easily attacked the players beyond the barrier. However, this wasn't the worst part. Without warning, a level 72, Tier 3 demon with fiery wings had appeared over Crimson Castle's army, gathering mana in its palms. The demon created a fireball the size of a small mountain before hurling it at unsuspecting players. Instantly, over 100 players vanished. Impossible. Crimson Fox couldn't believe his eyes. How could Zero Wing be so strong? With such overwhelming offensive and defensive capabilities, not even a 100,000-man army could defeat Zero Wing's 1,000 players, much less his 10,000 players. The last attack had shocked Crimson Castle's members so badly that they had forgotten to continue their attacks. They all knew how powerful magic barriers were. As long as a magic barrier had enough mana, and none of the attacks exceeded its endurance limit, it would remain in place indefinitely. Zero Wing dares to take the Shadow Dragon Legion so lightly. Watching from afar, fear and rage flashed in Shadowtooth's eyes. He had led one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's bona fide trump card legions against the guild. Yet Zero Wing hadn't even bothered to use everything it had during their fight. It felt as if their enemy had only been playing with them. It's about time we end this battle. Feng smiled when he saw Crimson Fox in the distance. He then activated Phantom Kill and Space Movement. He stepped into the spatial tear. In the blink of an eye, Feng appeared above Crimson Fox. The sky split. That's Black Flame. What is he trying to do? Crimson Castle's members were surprised to see the figure emerge from the spatial tear. They couldn't help but gasp when they got a clear view of the man. Black Flame. Although Feng's appearance surprised Crimson Fox, he reacted quickly and retrieved 2 Tier 3 magic scrolls from his bag. Sneering, he growled. You dare stand before me? You must be trying to die. Over 15 yards separated the two guild leaders. Crimson Castle's top-tier experts surrounded them. He even had a Tier 3 defensive scroll and Tier 3 single-target attack scroll. Killing a peak expert should be a piece of cake. Die. Crimson Fox unfurled the Tier 3 single-target attack scroll. However, Feng responded immediately by using Instant Strike, appearing before his enemy and brandishing Killing Ray. Shadow Blade. Suddenly, a single streak of blue light, surrounded by 9 streaks of black light, shot through Crimson Fox, who still wore his sinister smile, and devoured all of the man's HP. Crimson Fox hadn't even activated the unfurled magic scroll. Everyone who saw Feng's attack speed gasped. As Crimson Fox collapsed to the ground, he dropped a pair of gloves and a stone fragment that emitted a faint pressure. Without hesitation, Feng pocketed both items. He then switched position with his doppelganger and cancelled Phantom Kill, disappearing as if he had never existed in the first place. Meanwhile, Crimson Castle's nearby experts stood there in a daze. It was as if time had frozen for these experts. Chapter 1437. Black Dragon Empire shocked. This is a lie, right? He actually disappeared. Is he a ghost? Crimson Castle's members stared in shock at their guild leader's motionless body. Everything had happened too quickly. Feng had appeared and taken Crimson Fox's life before anyone had realized it. He then vanished without a trace. After Feng had left, these players were silent for a long moment. When they finally snapped out of their daze, their complexions turned deathly pale as they looked towards Feng, who had returned to the hilltop. Fear dominated Crimson Castle's members. They had stood over 1,000 yards away from the mountain to avoid getting caught in the shockwaves from the intermediate mana pulse cannon's attacks. Originally, they had assumed that they were safe. However, Feng only needed a moment to teach them how foolish that hope was. If Feng could easily kill an expert like their guild leader despite over 1,000 yards between them, killing them all would be child's play. Today, they finally learned what a real expert was. They could never use numbers to overwhelm this level of strength. Vice Guild Leader, do we continue the battle? The guild's experts turned to the shield warrior, Lonely Castle. Now that Crimson Fox, their commander and guild leader, was dead, the army fell into disarray. They still hadn't destroyed Zero Wing's magic barrier, and a constant stream of exploding arrows still rained down. Even with 20,000 reinforcements, they would be marching to their deaths. We retreat, Lonely Castle said, shaking his head dejectedly as he stared at Feng, who stood at the top of the hill. The strength Zero Wing had displayed was simply mind-boggling, and with their guild leader dead, Lonely Castle wasn't confident of defeating the enemy guild. Hearing Lonely Castle's order to retreat, Crimson Castle's members breathed a sigh of relief. They abruptly scattered, fleeing the battlefield like madmen. When Crimson Castle's reinforcements caught wind of the order, they too fled into the surrounding wilderness, not daring to set foot in Green Rain Town again. The guild members in Green Rain Town began to evacuate, afraid that the intermediate mana pulse cannons would obliterate them if they weren't fast enough. Meanwhile, news of Zero Wing's victory spread throughout the Black Dragon Empire. Although guilds fought each other every day in the Empire, large-scale siege wars were rare. After all, no guild wanted to lose an advantage. These guilds avoided all-out wars unless absolutely necessary. Many of the Empire's players had been watching the battle between Zero Wing and Crimson Castle. Not even the latter's tens of thousands of elite members in Green Rain Town were a match for Zero Wing's 1,000-man team. No matter how they looked at it, the outcome was incomprehensible. Hence, news of the war had spread much quicker than usual. Did you hear? Crimson Castle was defeated. What's going on? Crimson Castle actually lost? Didn't Zero Wing only dispatch 1,000 players? That can't be possible, right? After all, Crimson Castle has an elite army of tens of thousands. They weren't a match for Zero Wing's 1,000-man team? Are Crimson Castle's members idiots? You guys might not realize it since you weren't there, but I watched the battle personally. Zero Wing had used some kind of war weapon to shatter the town's defensive magic array in a single hit, and kill several thousand players instantly. The second-rate guilds that had allied with Crimson Castle pulled their forces from the town on the spot. Although Crimson Castle sent its army to meet its enemy, Zero Wing's war weapons wiped out 1/3 of its forces before Crimson Castle could even reach the guild. Zero Wing even used a fleet of miniature ballistas to bombard Crimson Castle's forces with flaming arrows. Against so many war weapons, not even several 100,000 elite players would have a chance, much less tens of thousands. The Black Dragon Empire's official forums burned with conversation. Some people had even uploaded battle videos of Zero Wing's assault on Green Rain Town. Everyone who saw the two massive craters in Green Rain Town was stupefied. At the same time, they also understood why Crimson Castle had lost. What a joke! With a few more attacks of that scale, Green Rain Town would fall to ruin. Crimson Castle hadn't had any hope of winning. In fact, that battle couldn't be called a fight. This had simply been one-sided bullying. The number of miniature ballistas Zero Wing had employed in the end had been particularly ridiculous. How was a player army supposed to stand against so many war weapons? Meanwhile, the recording of Crimson Fox's death at Feng's hands showed the Black Dragon Empire's players what a Sword King truly was. So that is Zero Wing. Everyone's eyes glowed when they watched Zero Wing's overwhelming power. Although Zero Wing's performance in the ranking competition had been frightening, It had only proven that the guild had powerful experts. To the Black Dragon Empire's players, Zero Wing had a long way to go before it could compare to the other large guilds' foundations. However, after watching today's battle, everyone believed that Zero Wing deserved the rank it won in the competition. With so many weapons of war, who would possibly dare provoke the guild? For a time after the momentous battle, more of the Empire's players tried to join Zero Wing. Now that they were certain of Zero Wing's rise in the Empire, they knew that it'd be far more difficult to join the guild if they didn't do so now. If they did not join now, it would become much more difficult to do so in the future. At the same time, the Empire's various large guilds held emergency meetings. The goal of these meetings was simple: notify everyone to avoid provoking Zero Wing under any circumstances. At the same time, they began to reorganize their priorities, focusing on exploring ancient ruins to obtain more war weapons. Feng had no idea that due to this war, he had taught these guilds an important lesson. The number of members a guild had would no longer be important in guild wars and siege battles. Defensive magic arrays and war weapons would decide victory. With these armaments, even a 1,000-man team could easily capture a guild town. Meanwhile, every player had fled Green Rain Town. Only the town's NPCs remained. Guild leader, are we going to take over Green Rain Town now? Gentle Snow's excitement grew when she saw the defenseless guild town. From the time they had arrived, the battle had only lasted a little over 10 minutes, and they had captured a guild town while only suffering minor losses. Moreover, Green Rain Town was in a resource-rich area. With this town, Zero Wing would have a much easier time collecting herbs and ores. No. We're going to destroy it, Feng said, shaking his head. But guild leader, it's a ready-made town. If we claim it, we can save on construction costs. Aqua Rose hurriedly advised when she heard Feng's plan. What a joke! It was clear that Crimson Castle must have invested at least several tens of thousands of gold. Moreover, Green Rain Town was a high-resource town. Many guilds would love such an opportunity. If not for Nine Dragons Emperor's secret support, the Empire's first-rate guilds would have long since tried to raid the town and claim it for their own. Yet, Feng wanted to abandon it. This was insane. There's no need to get caught up in this town. We have a much better option, Feng said, smiling. He then took a blood-red stone that radiated a faint pressure from his bag. This was the stone that had dropped from Crimson Fox's body. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.